The story begins with someone asking if you'd like to hear a funny story. He mentions that there are various armed groups around the world, while there is one thing that all of them feared. A man named Peter appears sitting, resting on several corpses. Our protagonist says that the most impressive part wasn't that, but rather that Peter is a 60-year-old man. In a confrontation between criminals, one of the survivors mentions that he could have died as a legend if he had died before being hunted by various assassins. The survivor discusses this with a man wearing a mocking mask, saying that he is being threatened by assassins from the organization. At this point, he wonders if the masked man could be Peter, as he sees the man standing surrounded by the corpses of his pursuers. Despite recognizing Peter, the survivor mentions that he would still be pursued by millions of other assassins, and all this effort made no sense. He says that even being the legendary Peter wouldn't save him forever, as he wonders how Peter was never discovered, until Peter asks if he wants to know the answer. Our protagonist approaches the survivor while saying that even with so many pursuers, he would never be found. After approaching the survivor, he begins to remove his mask while explaining what happened. At this moment, the survivor is impressed with what is revealed to him. After discovering Peter's secret, he is killed while wondering if he really is Peter. With that, we go back to 3 months earlier. In a bookstore, an elderly man is putting up a promotion notice while someone tells him he shouldn't continue working. This person orders him to stop ignoring the calls and go visit the hospital. Otherwise, he would die in 3 months, while the old man looks at the various medicines he needs to take. However, the old man says he doesn't fear death because he's already been on the brink of life and death several times. That's because he dedicated himself to the assassin organization for 50 years and has no regrets. At that moment, he looks at a photo book, thinking that he never took a picture of himself in his life. As he reorganizes things, a girl enters the bookstore wearing a school uniform. The girl says she was looking for elementary school textbooks. With that, the old man turns with a smile to her, saying that his old bookstore has books of all kinds. She asks if he would have used books, and the old man mentions that he had books from the 60s to the most recent ones, asking if she wants the most recent. At this, the girl says the book would be for her brother. Our protagonist looks at the shelf, asking if she's a high school student, and she confirms. The old man says she must be in the 3rd year based on her badge, and she is impressed that he knows so much. At that moment, the girl looks out the table and sees the books she was looking for all wrapped up. Even though she says she wouldn't be able to pay for all the books, the old man mentions that she could keep them all. After unwrapping the books, he mentions that at least the books could be used instead of gathering dust. The girl tries to refuse, and the old man mentions that he could see how much she loves her brother, asking her to be good to him while she can. Otherwise, she might regret it in the future. After accepting his request, the girl asks if he ever regretted anything while he was arranging the books. At this, the old man becomes thoughtful, saying that the longer one lives, the more regrets they have. But he knows there's nothing that can be done, as he remembers a girl being taken away with someone saying it was the only way they could survive. The old man mentions that there's nothing one can do about the things they regret. He mentions that even though she might not understand what he's talking about, she should take care of her brother so as not to regret it later. With that, the old man tells her to leave, saying he wouldn't kill her if she left and ignored trying to kill him. At that moment, the girl realizes that he knew about her plans from the beginning. Our protagonist mentions that he had already memorized the faces of all the students and confirmed it when he asked if she was in the 3rd year, because the school in that neighborhood only went up to the 2nd year, making her understand that she was following his plan from the start. The old man also mentions that she couldn't hide the smell of blood on the knife by using any perfume, since he had smelled that scent his entire life. Seeing that her plan was compromised, she insists on trying to kill him, even knowing that he was aware of it from the beginning. But at that moment, she hesitates, realizing that even though she is the one arm, she feels that this would end with her dying. At that moment, the old man has a firm look that surprises her until he shows that he has arranged the books she had requested. Our protagonist turns back, saying that he had noticed that the part about her brother was true, and asks her to take the books. He mentions that he has done this for so long that he recognizes things just by looking. With that, he mentions that the girl is from the Glory Orphanage, just like he was, and that she hasn't learned anything despite having the same teaching method from his time. He mentions that in this organization, they have a response in case the mission fails. With that, he leaps towards the girl, saying that the response would be for Plan B to come into action. The old man grabs the girl by the neck while pushing her, confused about this idea of Plan B. At that moment, she looks up and sees 2 assassins emerging to kill her. Peter stays in front of her to protect her from the assassin's gunfire. He explains that Plan B would be to neutralize the agent sent along with the target. The girl then watches Peter, noticing that he has been shot in the stomach while protecting her. But they are still being targeted by the assassins, and Peter continues to protect her. With that, Peter stands up armed, trying to take down the 2 until he notices that they have taken the girl hostage. Because of this, Peter hesitates, being struck by the other assassin with a direct punch to the face. The assassin begins mocking Peter for being defeated so easily. At that moment, a 3rd assassin appears, explaining that despite Peter's feats and reputation, he needed to do this. This assassin was the informant of the boss known as Octopus, saying that not even the legendary Peter could remain incredible while being sick. Peter gets angry and asks why they are trying to kill him. He replies that the boss was upset with Peter, who is confused. Octopus explains that after Peter retired, thousands of people would come after him. That's because a bounty of 76 billion won was placed on his head. Our protagonist recognizes that this was the amount he had accumulated in his life, and the informant confirms it was the same amount. because the idea was that after his death, the accumulated money would go to whoever managed to kill him. Octopus then becomes obsessed with the idea of getting that money and asks for Peter to be killed by him. With that, the assassin who had hit him attacks again, telling him to die quietly. After a series of punches, he throws Peter into another room. Believing that he had been knocked out, the assassin gets disappointed that it ended so quickly. Octopus approaches to make sure, and at that moment, Peter gives him a gift. A flash grenade is thrown in front of the informant, who is surprised. As they flee, the assassins notice that he had planned to be thrown towards the back door. The informant mentions that he wouldn't get far while injured and orders them to find him, leaving the girl completely in disbelief with everything she just witnessed. Meanwhile, in a public park in the rain, Peter falls to the ground, trying to stand up. Peter laments not being able to fight properly because of his age. At that moment, he begins to recall his life and realizes that everything was tied to the organization. He remembers his hard training to learn how to handle a knife and how to execute people. And while other boys were learning to use social media, he was learning to hack and wiretap. Or even his moments with a Russian spy suffering from frostbite and fighting a terrorist group to survive. Peter remembers that everything changed when the new boss took control because he complained that Peter didn't meet his expectations. All because of the illness that left him debilitated, leading the boss to believe that he needed to be discarded. Our protagonist acknowledges that he didn't desire praise or honor for the years he dedicated to the organization. He only hoped they wouldn't try to discard him this way. He can't accept dying like this and letting his money fall into their hands, because his money was meant to help his daughter until he falls to the ground bleeding. Meanwhile, in Octopus's hideout, the two assassins complain about losing the money due to Peter's death. One of them mentions that the high amount was because of his history, while the other says that it was irrelevant because nothing comes before money. The assassin stares at Peter's photo, thinking about killing him to get the money. At that moment, someone appears, saying that this was the first photo of him. At that moment, the two assassins turn around and see a man wearing Peter's clothes, but they recognize that it wasn't him because the man had black hair, while saying that it was the first photo taken of him. The man says he doesn't know what happened because when he woke up, he was like that. With that, the assassin grabs his shoulder, trying to push him out, saying that this is not a place for a student. Suddenly, the man grabs his wrist, saying that he knows everything and demands to be taken to Octopus. At that moment, they face each other and recognize that he is also in the same line of work as they are. But he says that when someone from the same industry shows up in their place, it should be killed. When the assassin tries to attack Peter, he easily grabs his fist. The assassin is impressed by Peter's strength in blocking his strike and recalls how easily Peter had defeated him before. Peter crushes the assassin's fist with his hand. While one of the assassins feels his hand being destroyed, the other tries to surprise him from behind with a knife. But Peter manages to counter and lands a series of punches that easily take down the assassin. After knocking him down, the first assassin grabs the knife, asking who sent him. With that, Peter begins to explain that assassins who master cutlery are third class, while those who master all weapons are second class, observing the surroundings. He then picks up an octopus, saying that first-class assassins can use anything as a weapon. The assassin is astonished at him trying to use an octopus for defense, but ignoring his comment, the assassin charges at Peter to attack him. Peter uses the octopus like a whip to disarm the assassin from a distance, shocking him. Then he uses the tentacles to strangle him. After that, he throws him against the pots and tosses him into a pot full of boiling liquid using the octopus. As he throws him into the pot, he ends up destroying it. The assassin lies on the ground, wondering who this man could be. Peter picks up the photo they took of him, remembering Octopus's comment about his bounty. He looks at the photo, wondering if that was the only photo they had of his face. He then mentions that he had become a younger version of himself when he opened his eyes after that attack. Our protagonist lights his cigarette and burns his photo, saying that the Peter they were looking for is already dead, while revealing his new, rejuvenated appearance. Meanwhile, Octopus is driving, complaining about having lost track of Peter. He comments to his subordinate that he needs to find Peter as soon as possible, despite believing that he won't last much longer due to the cancer, saying that he could surrender to them gently. At the same time, Peter opens the doors of the restaurant controlled by Octopus. But seeing that he wasn't there, Peter believes that this extended Octopus's life a little longer. After that, he heads to the subway station. The people around are curious about the strange man in the bathroom, because Peter had taken off his shirt and was staring at his reflection, amazed by his rejuvenation. Additionally, he notices that he has been cured of cancer and the gunshot wound he received in the confrontation with the assassins has disappeared. He finally understands that he has become younger, wondering if that could really happen. Even so, he knows that thanks to this, he will never be recognized because no one would be looking for him as such a young man. He realizes he needs to change his clothes to avoid drawing attention. With that, he overhears a conversation between two men about a job that paid 80 million won. It turns out they had swindled a guy who was looking for money for his mother's medicine, and the two mock the guy for not reading the contract properly. The two continue talking while smoking in a prohibited area, discussing the fancy clothes one of them is wearing. He mentions that these clothes are useful to motivate victims to sign without thinking twice when they see his wristwatch. Peter approaches them, telling them to put out their cigarettes because it's a no-smoking area. However, this irritates the men who complain, telling him he should use formalities with his elders. One of the men slaps Peter in the face, telling him to leave while he's still in a good mood. After that, Peter walks toward the bathroom door to avoid trouble with those two who laugh at him. But then he locks the door, wanting to end this quickly. At that moment, he goes back to the two men, who start complaining again about him bothering them. Our protagonist rolls up his sleeves, saying he will show them what happens to those who don't show respect for their elders in the East. The man who slapped Peter intends to deliver another slap to get rid of him quickly. But at that moment, Peter hits him with 2 precise strikes, knocking him down. His partner pulls out a knife and threatens Peter, saying that he doesn't know who they are. But Peter says he recognizes that knife and that the guy is holding it the wrong way. He explains that he would end up cutting his own fingers if he swings the knife like that. The man gets irritated, saying he wouldn't swing the knife while still pointing it at Peter. Our protagonist mentions that someone planning to stab wouldn't leave their arm out front while preparing to take him down. The guy charges at Peter, who dodges and disarms him in a quick move before landing a punch that takes him down. The man starts screaming in pain, and Peter tells him that he didn't stab him because if he had, he'd already be dead. With that, the man asks who he is, and Peter says that although he doesn't care about the business of those two. Peter squeezes his shoulder as he leans in to whisper that if he found out who Peter was, he'd have to kill him. After this scare, Peter warns that his pants won't be of much use as he notices the man wetting himself in fear. As he leaves the bathroom, he checks his phone and discovers that his 76 billion won has disappeared. Our protagonist walks through the station irritated that they messed with his money, wearing the clothes of one of the criminals. Even so, he acknowledges that this is what his companions are really worth. On the way, he overhears a girl saying that she received a scholarship from the Glory Club. Peter then explains that he grew up in the Glory Orphanage, which was run by a religious organization. 50 years later, the orphanage turned into a cartel with influence in politics and the business world, using a front called the Glory Club. Peter mentions that this was the organization he was part of and that now he will go after it to destroy it with his own hands. Meanwhile, in a butcher shop, a criminal finds himself being threatened by someone coming to capture him. That person threatening him was Octopus, who said it wouldn't take much to defeat him since he wasn't Peter. The criminal taunts, saying they would die young if they relied solely on Peter, and Octopus asks who cares if someone dies young or not. Octopus orders to finish this quickly so it will be less painful for him. With that, the criminal starts laughing, thinking Octopus was showing off too much. He then reveals that he had called his companions from the Vacna Mercenary Company to solve the problem. That criminal knows that Octopus wasn't one of the 12 apostles of the Glory Club and doesn't understand why he was so confident. He then orders his subordinates to take down Octopus, and they all charge at him. Shortly after, the criminal is surrounded by blood and trembling in fear on the ground, seeing something absurd that didn't even seem human. Octopus says he found it very easy to deal with the subordinates he had brought, as he contorts his body in an inhuman manner, twisting the body of one of the subordinates using his hyperflexibility ability. After getting rid of the subordinates, he charges at the criminal, who becomes desperate. Back at his restaurant, Octopus learns about the attack Peter caused on his subordinates. He asks if there really wasn't any evidence left, and when it's confirmed, he believes there's only one person capable of doing that. Octopus mentions that Peter was behind it and imagines that he's starting to kill his men while the girl continues to follow him. But he remembers that the bounty on Peter would drop soon, and he should get rid of him as soon as possible. With that, he orders the girl to report as soon as they know Peter's whereabouts while she recalls everything she's been through with Peter. As they arrive at the restaurant hall, they see someone there and his subordinate says they were open. He asks if the man sitting there had made a reservation. The man says he didn't have a reservation, but a grudge. Octopus asks if it had something to do with money, and Peter mentions that it had to do with a large sum. With that, he mentions the amount of 76 billion, knowing it would affect him. At that moment, Octopus orders the doors to be locked and mentions that he wouldn't leave there alive for having some connection with Peter. But since Peter no longer looks the same, Octopus doesn't recognize him and wonders who he could be and what he's planning. He imagines if that man could be Peter's son or disciple and knows it couldn't be either of the two. Realizing he might get information from him, Octopus decides to give him 2 options. One of the options would be to tell where Peter was and be able to leave alive, while the other would be to stay silent and be killed by his subordinate. Our protagonist starts provoking him while eating the dish on the table, which irritates the informant. He mocks him, saying that no one has ever survived after hearing this. But then he says there could be a third option, revealing that he is Peter. Octopus stares at him, not understanding what Peter was saying. Peter continues to provoke him, saying that despite being so young, he heard very poorly, and that it was he who killed his subordinates. Though Octopus understands that he killed his subordinates, he doesn't believe he is Peter and wonders why he did it. He then orders the protagonist to tell the truth, stating that the weapons were real and asks what his relationship with Peter was. After glancing at the girl behind Octopus, Peter decides there's no other option and decides to speak. He picks up the food, saying that Octopus just needs to kill him, which would make everything simpler for him. Octopus orders his subordinate to at least make sure he can still breathe, and the subordinate points his gun, confirming he heard the order. But at that moment, he is struck by something in the neck as he tries to fire. As he falls to the ground, the girl notices he has a chopstick in his neck. She realizes that he hit the man's vital point while the other chopstick was lodged in the gun barrel. She stares at him, thinking that he was the same age as her and that there was no one in the Glory Club or even in the country with such skill. Then Octopus gets quite excited, saying he liked the boy, thinking it was purely luck, and asks if he would like to join them. Suddenly, Octopus pulls out a pistol and unloads it in a fury against the boy. But Peter manages to protect himself using the table to shield from the bullets. The informant mocks him, saying that he was still too young and asks if he didn't know that you can't protect yourself from bullets using a table. With that, Octopus approaches, reloading his weapon, asking again where Peter was and telling him to join them because it would be a shame if he died there. He gets close to the side of the table to finish Peter off once and for all. But then he notices that the guy is gone and that the red liquid spread around is just sauce. Octopus continues searching for the boy around the place to get rid of him. Little by little, he starts to lose patience, thinking that he couldn't be a ghost to have disappeared like that. Then he finds Peter hanging from a part of the pillar with his mouth full of something. Peter takes advantage of Octopus turning to him and spits all the sauce he had in his mouth directly at his face. With that, he strikes Octopus' arm to disrupt his aim. Right after that, Peter uses his other hand to dismantle his pistol. After disarming him, Peter begins to hit Octopus, who is unable to react. The informant notices that he was incredibly fast and wonders if he really was just a kid. Peter finishes his enemy by completely twisting his neck. Octopus is impressed by the boy's skills because he has never encountered anyone as skilled as him. At that moment, Octopus remembers his training, which mentioned a tactic of taking advantage of a moment when his opponent's guard was down. He recalls that at that moment, he created an ability that only he could use. His flexibility ability was very useful in training, where the trainers made him push harder each time to be able to kill his enemy. But he had already been warned that the most dangerous thing to do was to turn your back when you think you've won because you can't trust yourself too much. With this in mind, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Suddenly, he grabs Peter's leg and wraps himself around it to immobilize him. After trapping him, Octopus begins to twist Peter's body. Octopus mentions that he has been in this business since the boy was born and that he has much more experience than a rookie like him. He then finishes Peter off until he hears someone asking how long he has been there. The informant looks up and sees Peter watching him while he was holding someone else. With that, he realizes he was contorting the body of his subordinate, who had already been killed. At that moment, Octopus recognizes that his time in this business was telling him that the boy was going to kill him. He understands that this boy might be even better than the 12 apostles of the Glory Club. Understanding this, Octopus cowers and asks to negotiate. He then grabs his subordinate and says he would hand her over because even though she has no experience in the field, she would still be useful. The girl tries to refuse while Octopus orders her to stay quiet because he was trying to negotiate with the boy. Peter agrees and Octopus is pleased, saying that he was a smart young man. With that resolve, the informant flees, saying he would pretend he didn't see anything and that Peter could do whatever he wanted with her while thinking about finding out more about the boy. But Peter mentions the do-or-die tactic that Octopus had recalled earlier. This triggers Octopus to remember his training and everything the boy had said, starting to piece things together. At that moment, he stares at the boy and notices that he emanates the same aura as Peter. Octopus remembers that no one who met Peter survived. Peter confirms what he said as he rushes toward Octopus. Gradually, all of Octopus's limbs and his neck are twisted by a swift movement from Peter. Meanwhile, the superiors receive confirmation of Octopus's death. They reveal that the cameras were removed before they could reach the scene and that there were no more pieces of evidence. The leader mocks the whole situation while doing one-arm push-ups on the rooftop of his building. He mentions that the 76 billion reward for this SSS-level mission will be sent to all the assassins of glory, because they were all authorized to hunt Peter. Back in the city, people walk around until a child points out an announcement on the external screens. This announcement catches Peter's attention, who notices it's an ad for meals for the elderly, using the only photo of him, and understands they are spreading information about him. He continues down the streets until he receives a flyer from Glory that gives more details about him. Peter figures they don't need to worry about finding him because he will be coming after them himself. Our protagonist realizes that he needs help to take down Glory, and only one person comes to mind. However, this person makes him quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in an abandoned and barricaded place, he arrives there and is struck by the sight of the place full of people sleeping on the floor, realizing that more and more people were ending up there. After dodging the sleeping homeless, he approaches a wall, searching for something among the organ sale and prostitution ads, until he finds a gap and, upon touching it, reveals a secret passage. Descending through the secret passage, he finds a luxurious place. Peter recognizes that the place has been restored, imagining it must have cost a lot of money. Then someone appears nearby, threatening him with a point close to his neck. He says that silk clothes and jade china weren't necessary for that person. That's because the person is a blind woman, holding her cane pointed at him while her guide dog stares at him irritably. The woman smiles, saying that even though things had been calm, it seemed like she would need to take care of some bodies. At that moment, she begins to smell him and notices that Peter doesn't smell of alcohol, indicating that he wasn't one of the vagabonds in the area. At the same time, she realizes that he had such a strong thirst for blood that he couldn't be just any thief. To protect herself, she tries to strike him with a cane, asking if he was sent by Glory while Peter dodges the blow. Even though she insists on trying to hit him, Peter continues to evade her attacks, at least until he's cornered against the wall, making her point the cane at him. The girl throws her cane, telling him to be careful because the wallpaper was expensive, and Peter dodges the attack again. He stares at the cane embedded in the wall, starting to think about something. Peter wonders if she's really blind because her skills are incredible, and she even praises herself, until he manages to stop her attack by grabbing her leg and flipping her upside down. Finally, he throws her onto the sofa to end the fight, but then she pulls out a knife, saying she didn't expect Glory to have someone as skilled as him. At that moment, she notices that he no longer had a thirst for blood. She mentions that although it wasn't pleasant to kill someone so skilled, someone had to die at that moment because it was part of their job. With that, she orders her dog, Alexander McKing, to attack him, and Peter notices the dog charging at him. However, McKing ends up being tamed by Peter, which impresses the girl. After they resolve everything and Peter explains what happened, she is astonished to notice that Peter has rejuvenated. The girl touches his face, noting that his skin is much smoother and wonders if this is really possible. Suddenly, she throws herself on the floor along with Miking, leaving Peter confused. She asks if this was the position in which he had died, saying that she would like to try it too. At that moment, she approaches him again, saying that the method might be the key to the issue, asking what had killed him so she could try the same. After Peter playfully taps her on the forehead, he begins to explain his plan, causing her to question how he intends to confront Glory. Peter mentions that he plans to enter the Eye of the Storm, which leaves her quite confused. Our protagonist explains that he will take advantage of Glory's search for him to place them in the palm of his hand. To do this, he intends to become an assassin for the Glory Club. The girl becomes worried and Peter acknowledges that it sounds crazy. But then she remembers that since he rejuvenated, no one recognizes him anymore. So while they're all searching for Peter, they'll actually be in the palm of his hand. This thought excites her, and she says that he's a terrifying man, to which Peter responds that she's even more so. However, the girl reminds him that it would be impossible to become a Glory assassin without having come from the Honor Orphanage. She mentions that even he came from that orphanage, while this young version of him is just an outsider who couldn't become a Glory assassin. But Peter says there is a way. The next day in a building, someone asks what he is seeing in front of him. A group of girls is impressed by the handsome new student who is there, trying to catch his attention. It turns out that Peter's plan is to become a student at the Divine Honor School, and thus he becomes the new hot student of the school. To maintain his cover, he uses the name Kim Sunmu, which the girls, mesmerized by him, even say is a very sexy name. At that moment, a girl approaches, inviting him to the auditorium, and when he responds, the girls are once again impressed by his beautiful voice. As he heads to the auditorium, one of the teachers asks which girl is his type until she is scolded by someone else. Our protagonist explains that although it looks like a normal school from the outside, it is actually a school for assassins, with students being discreetly taught in the assassins class. His goal is to enter that class and become an assassin while blending in with the students at the school. Upon arriving at the auditorium, he receives a message from the blind girl, reminding him that the class only accepts children from the orphanage and asking how he plans to get in. He mentions that there is a rare exception. The girl is astonished that he plans to go that far. Sungu steps onto the stage and begins to introduce himself to everyone, leaving them impressed. His speech includes his hobbies and talents, and he concludes by saying that he wants to become an assassin. At that moment, everyone is shocked by his statement, including the blind girl and the dog. But this was the plan, because with his speech, Peter caught the attention of the assassin's class, knowing that this would get him recruited by them. To calm the situation, he mentions that he wants to be an assassin who is also good at academics. This motivates the students who recorded the presentation to start mocking him. But then a guy appears, pushing a girl who was recording the presentation. A group of students gathers in front of the protagonist, who recognizes that his plan has worked. Then the guy who pushed the girl asks if he had seduced a girl named Yejin, leaving Peter confused. The guy starts crying while complaining about the protagonist. It's revealed that his name is Yang Yisul, and the girl he mentioned was his girlfriend for 22 days and the most adored girl in the school. But when Peter arrives, she started getting excited about him, and Yang says she was stolen by the newcomer. Yang decides to take revenge on him and charges at Peter while he tries to talk. That boy is known for having managed to conquer the entire Mapo district with his fists. But when Peter retaliates, Yang feels death approaching as the protagonist stares at him with a fixed gaze. He imagines he's about to be defeated, lamenting that he couldn't protect Yejin, even though he never actually tried to do so. But then Peter stops just before hitting his forehead and merely flicks it. With that, Yang falls unconscious, trembling after being defeated by Peter. The problem is that at that moment, a staff member arrives, complaining about them fighting at school and holding a red card. He starts pulling Peter's cheek, asking what his father does for a living, and the protagonist responds that maybe he's dead. As Peter is taken away by the teacher, Yang keeps complaining about being held back, trying to come up with an excuse for his defeat. At that moment, the members of the Assassin's class wonder what they should do about Peter. The decision is to try to find out more about him because it could be fun. In doubt, they believe they could simply kill him. At the same time as the protagonist continues to be pulled by the teacher, the girls keep praising him, until Octopus's subordinate girl finds him and becomes worried about why he's there, imagining that Peter's plan is to take everyone down. The next day, the subordinate, named Unbeal, hears someone asking if they could sit next to her. She's startled to see the protagonist and asks what he's doing there, and Peter responds that he's been followed by the students and asks why she isolates herself. Unbeal says she's not hungry, even though she's taken an absurd amount of food, which surprises Peter. At that moment, she begins to remember their last encounter. Peter had told her to say that the old Peter was responsible for the deaths, and that by doing so, she could be saved. The girl worries, asking why he's come after her when she kept her promise, and Peter mentions that he wasn't coming after her. She complains that because of him, the company has been spying on her, asking if he knows how difficult it's been for her. Even though Peter says she should thank him since she's only alive because of him, Unbeal asserts that she survived on her own. But Peter mentions that she doesn't fully understand how terrifying this place can be, nor who he really is, while the girl asks what he could do. At that, the girl decides to leave, while Peter asks for her help because neither of them knows anything. Peter says he's counting on her help, taking the opportunity to reveal that he knows her real name, which is Lee Yuna. But when she turns back to him, Peter is gone. A few days later, a school's athletic competition begins. During the event, we meet the school's running record holder, Jonathan, as he runs, imagining that it will be the day of his retirement. That's because Peter is surpassing him with great ease. After the race, Jonathan is crying next to Yang, while the protagonist is observed by a figure in the shadows. Sometime later, he goes for a vision test press and shows he can see all the lines without much difficulty. Next is the home economics class, where they have to learn how to cut fruit elegantly. The teacher asks if he has ever cut fruit before, telling him to be careful with the knives. After preparing, he manages to create a huge apple rabbit, making the teacher believe it's so well done that it looks like it's breathing. At the same time, some students surround the teacher who scolded Peter, saying they won't clean up anything while recording the teacher's reaction. They ask what he could do besides lowering their grades and complaining, and the teacher tries to assert himself without any effect. The students mention that he could have his license suspended for emotional abuse due to his questioning. When he tries to assert himself again, the students get irritated with his words. At that moment, the group leader throws the teacher against the equipment behind him. He mentions that more frightening than lowering grades would be having his teaching license suspended or even being fired, and then his friend says they should post the video. At that moment, they see Peter approaching them with a cup in one hand, a trash can in the other. Our protagonist asks if they attack the teacher and tries to intimidate the three into staying out of the matter. Peter asks what will happen if he doesn't, and the leader spits on his clothes and starts laughing afterward. Seeing that the newcomer is staring at him seriously, the leader tells him to leave quietly, and Peter questions again what will happen if he doesn't obey. This irritates the group leader, who decides to go after him. But Peter easily dodges each blow he attempts, causing his friends to taunt him for not being able to hit the newcomer. As he wonders why he can't land a blow, Peter hits him with a kick that knocks him face first to the ground. Because of this, his friend decides to finish Peter off, approaching him from behind with a brick. However, the newcomer quickly moves and destroys the brick in his hand before he can even realize it. With that, the three apologize to Peter, and then to the teacher, for what they did. After that, they run off, telling him to wait because justice always prevails, and Peter emphasizes that's why he won. Our protagonist turns to the teacher, asking if he's okay, and the teacher tries to scold him. But pretending not to hear, Peter notices they forgot the phone they were using to record the teacher's humiliation. The teacher asks if he has always been like this as a student, until he tries to land a direct kick to Peter's head while he is distracted. Peter defends against the strike, showing that the teacher was right to suspect that he had something different. The teacher holds up the cup Peter had handed him, mentioning that even during the fight, Peter didn't spill a single drop of coffee. With that, he wonders where and why Peter learned these fighting skills. At that moment, Peter reveals that he seeks revenge but keeps hidden who the targets of his vengeance are. Explaining that he has lost everything he had accumulated, Peter says that he is just like the dead. The teacher asks if he plans to join the volunteer club while displaying a firmer and more imposing stance. This was all part of Peter's plan because he wanted Professor Lee Guangyu to take an interest in him. Guangyu is the instructor for assassins from the Glory Club at that school. It turns out that at the school there's a volunteer club where students can potentially become glory assassins, and the teacher recognizes Peter's talent. With that, he takes Peter to the volunteer club room where glory assassins are promoted. Upon arriving in the room, Peter is surprised to find that it's just a room with a group of normal students who don't seem out of the ordinary. Guangyu goes to the front of the room and orders them to pay attention. When the teacher explains that Peter will be working with them, Yuna is once again impressed by his decision to join that club. She becomes worried as Peter stares at her, while he wishes she wouldn't say anything. To try and help her relax, Peter winks at her, and Yuna wonders why he did that, imagining she might be his next victim. Our protagonist introduces himself and thanks the group for having him, while noting that the room is too ordinary to be a place where assassins are trained. But then two students become irritated and try to intimidate him. They are Dako Hyung and Dako Ja, who question how an outsider could be admitted when only people from the Honor Orphanage are accepted into the club. As he recalls that even though he was a member of the orphanage, he couldn't mention it. The teacher suggests they have a simple welcome party. Two students ask if they should do the punch, which leaves Peter confused. What they're talking about is a club tradition called the Bloody Punch, as they draw their weapons and Peter realizes they have indeed been trained by Glory. However, another group calls him over, saying they will welcome him. Yuna tries to calm everyone down because she knows well that Peter could kill them all. At that, Jae tries to push her aside, saying it could get ugly for her too, while Yuna thinks for herself that she's trying to save them all. With that, the Dako brothers approach him, trying to figure out if he really knows how to fight or if he's just a talker. Peter simply says he knows a little while remembering that he has fought more than 1,500 times. The dude charges at him, saying this will be his last fight, but Peter manages to hit both of them simultaneously. Jem complains that this place isn't for just anyone because people don't understand what they're risking their lives for. Jem mentions that their desire is to become the world's greatest assassin, just like their idol. This idol was known as Apostle Peter. They mention that this isn't a place for a nepotist like him. After backing off, Peter says he's tired of this fight. He's had enough of one completing the other's sentences and tells them to attack together. The Dako brothers get irritated and charge at him together again, saying they'll show what their 18 years represent. Peter recalls that he has lived for 65 years and shows little interest in what they're saying. Even so, the two manage to emerge victorious, trying to show off despite being exhausted and drenched in sweat. With that, the students boast that the newcomer only fled out of fear because he couldn't react. At that moment, Peter walks through the corridors until he is approached by Yuna again. She asks if he's underestimating the volunteer club, saying he can't fool her. The girl mentions that she was watching him during that fight. It turns out that during the fight with the duo, Peter didn't use any strength to face them. Even though Peter tries to use the excuse that he always does his best, Yuna says she has proof that it's a lie, because while the two were drenched in sweat, he wasn't even tired. Yuna then pushes him against the wall, asking why he did that when he's already suspicious in the school, wanting to know what he gains by hiding his true strength. She asks what he intends to do, and Peter asks if she really wants to know what he was planning. Peter stares at her for a moment before sliding down the wall and escaping from her, saying it's lunchtime even though it's midnight. Meanwhile, in a bus parking lot, a driver was taking the opportunity to drink until the day broke. He was happy, saying he had received 1 million won just to rent the bus. But when he goes to meet the people with whom he had arranged the rental, he's surprised, thinking he would see a group. However, he only finds one man standing in the parking lot. The driver asks where the others are, and the man says it's just him while handing over a heavy suitcase. At that moment, he shows several other suitcases that need to be loaded, saying there's a lot of stuff. The driver starts loading the suitcases while getting annoyed with the absurd amount of luggage the man was planning to take. Then the man moves the driver's hand away from the suitcases, asking if he would like to make a bet. The man approaches him and asks him to try guessing what's inside those suitcases. After being startled, the driver continues the journey, remembering that he didn't accept the bet while watching the man through the rearview mirror. During the trip, the man sits calmly and serenely with his arms crossed. At the same time, the driver recalls what he saw at that moment. One of the suitcases he carried was moving. Back at the volunteer club, the teacher mentions they will have a guest, the president of the Deha group, Choi Unchang. He says he will separate the students into teams, and the winner will receive a volunteer certificate with the president's recommendation. This means that the winning team would become assassins, and both Yuna and Peter recognize that this would be the best chance to get promoted. The teacher explains that their mission is a recovery one. It turns out that recently there have been many kidnappings of teenagers, and the problem involves one of those kidnapped children, because he is the only son of the group's president. One of the students wonders why this would be their mission and not a police job. The teacher explains that the reason is that the president wants revenge. He mentions that the mission is limited to rescuing the president's son and asks the students who wish to participate in the mission to raise their hands. It turns out no one raises their hands, and the teacher tries to motivate them by saying that if they don't do the mission, they will have to wait another 2 years to become assassins. Everyone believes there's something wrong with this mission until the Dako brothers volunteer for it. However, they noticed they weren't the only ones who signed up for the mission, because Peter and Yuna also volunteered, causing them to start mocking the two. When Yuna notices that Peter also volunteered, she starts complaining to him. After deciding who will go on the mission, the duo asks if they just need to go beat up the kidnappers. But then the teacher starts explaining the mission, which leaves everyone impressed. Peter recognizes that his chance to become a glory assassin again has arrived. The problem is that their mission is to have fun in a park while trying to rescue the boy. A group of dancers in carnival costumes starts passing in front of the group while being teased by the crowd. This confuses the Dako brothers, who wonder if this would be fun. While they're staring at the girls, Yuna goes to eat something, commenting that they won't stop staring at the dancers. Peter begins to have girls wanting to exchange contacts with him, while Yuna is the only one focused on their mission. She remembers that Professor Guang Yu mentioned where the president's son had been kidnapped. The goal of their mission is to rescue the hostage and defeat the kidnapper. However, she realizes that this was the last place he was seen and wonders if he's still alive. Yuna looks at Peter, thinking that maybe he could solve their problem. Our protagonist suggests they go check out a place he's curious about, and Yuna imagines that he always seems to know everything. But they can't enter the place because a reservation is required, and the staff member asks them to leave. Because of this, Hyun gets irritated and argues with the staff, attracting the attention of the people around. At that moment, Peter hears someone saying they need to download an app. After that, everyone gathers around her to check availability, and Hyun asks if she's still worried about the mission. Even so, the two brothers start playing on the kiddie rides, making a lot of noise and drawing a lot of attention, which irritates Yuna. Meanwhile, Yuna and Peter go to a shooting booth, wondering what prize they might win. The problem is that the attendant believes they'll never win anything because he added weights to the dolls while saying it was really easy to win. Yuna starts staring at the toy gun, thinking that she had never used a toy one, while the attendant imagines he could make a lot of money off her. In the end, she won all the prizes and left the attendant completely speechless. While everyone else enjoys the amusement park, Peter observes the place from a distance, until his companions call out to him, making him realize that the group was having a great time. Our protagonist imagines that this might have been the first time they'd been to an amusement park, considering what their childhoods must have been like. Because of that, he believes the best thing is to let them have as much fun as they can, since there's no telling when they might have another chance. After a while, Yuna manages to slip away from her friends, taking the opportunity to eat and think about the mission. At that moment, she notices something strange as she's able to connect to the president's son's AirPods. She realizes that he must be nearby, but she's confused because the signal is coming from the women's restroom. Yuna imagines someone might have taken his AirPods and wonders if she should call her companions. She decides to enter the restroom first to get an idea of the situation. At first, she doesn't see anything unusual, even though the AirPods signal is coming from a girl applying makeup. Afraid she might be wrong, Yuna decides to talk to the girl carefully, not revealing too much, while keeping a friendly smile. The problem is that her smile is so sinister and sadistic that the woman gets scared. At that moment, the woman's boyfriend shows up and she says that Yuna came up behind her trying to hit her. Hearing his girlfriend's comment, the guy approaches Yuna, thinking of confronting her while Yuna tries to explain what happened. He raises his hand to strike Yuna, and his girlfriend complains, saying she only wanted an apology. But he says he's going to hit her first, which makes Yuna alert to his movements. Meanwhile, the three others are wandering around the park, wondering where she could be, and Peter assumes she just went to get something to eat. Moreover, Peter says they don't need to worry about her. Because she could handle anything dangerous that might come up, Yuna uses the guy's movement to flip over him. She then grabs onto his back, threatening to shove the lollipop stick into his ear. But at that moment, she realizes she overreacted and acted on instinct, avoiding killing him. After letting go of the girl's boyfriend, she gives him her lollipop as he trembles in fear, then turns back to talk to the girl. She grabs the girl's face again and asks where she got the AirPods. Meanwhile, Peter checks his phone and doesn't notice the crowd gathering to watch him because he's so handsome. Yuna manages to reunite with the group, saying she found the AirPods and knows where they were lost. Peter says they thought of the same place and she's confused. It turns out that because the park is so crowded and lively, the kidnapper must have looked for a place where someone screaming or jumping on others would be normal. He points out that although the tickets for the haunted house showed as sold out, they hadn't seen anyone going all day. Yuna and Peter realize that the place they should be checking is the haunted house. The Dako brothers say the fun is over and they should focus more on the mission because they don't know what might happen. But Hyung keeps holding onto Yuna's clothes, irritating her as she says he claimed he would lead the way. While Hyung and Yuna argue, Peter continues staring ahead and walking forward, confused, because there was no one at the attraction. He recognizes the danger and tells them to be prepared, which confuses Hyung. Our protagonist mentions that their mission is about to begin. But at that moment, Peter realizes the true purpose of this mission. The purpose was for them to be kidnapped by the culprits to get close to the hostage. Before passing out, Hyung manages to see a man approaching them. At that moment, Professor Gwang Yu bursts into the director's office, furiously demanding that he call the students. The director says he can't reach them, and Professor Gwang Yu mentions that this mission wasn't so simple. He then mentions the name Park Sang-do, which makes the director concerned, because Park Sang-do was a former apostle candidate who was expelled from glory for being uncontrollable. Even so, the director mentions that there shouldn't be any problems because the students have learned enough and could handle it. However, teacher Gwang Yu is frozen, sweating profusely as he recalls Sang-do's behavior. At the moment he shows something to the director is shocked. Meanwhile, in a warehouse full of suitcases, Peter and Yuna are tied up and bound to a column. Sang-do is impressed that they knew chloroform was used to knock them out. He recognized this because people knocked out by chloroform typically pass out with their mouths open, while Yuna's mouth was closed. Back with the director, he is desperate upon seeing what the professor had shown him. His mechanical leg, as he says that Sang-do is an extremely cruel person. Gwang Yu complains that there's no time to be stunned, they need to save the students. Yuna notices that he had figured out she was awake and wonders what she could do. But Gwang Yu warns the director that if they're discovered, Sang-do would cut off their legs while the kidnapper prepares to grab Yuna. As he's about to grab Yuna's neck, her phone starts ringing. He picks up her phone to see who's calling. When he answers, Professor Gwang Yu recognizes Sang-do's voice. Taking advantage of this, Lee threatens to come after Sang-do and kill him if he dares to touch a hair on his students' heads. Sang-do remains calm, asking why so much violence. He asks if Gwang Yu is afraid that he'll cripple them just like he did to the professor. This infuriates Gwang Yu, while Sang-do asks if he would like to make a bet. The bet would be on how many pairs of legs would still be intact by the time he reaches the hideout. If he guessed correctly, Sang-do would spare the president's son, and asked the professor what he would like to bet if he was wrong. The director is surprised to see Gwang Yu trembling with fear at the situation. With this conversation, Gwang Yu becomes desperate, demanding to know where they are and trying to talk to Yuna and Peter. At that moment, he orders them to search quickly because they must have already become targets, while Sang-do warns them to hurry because he will start soon. Yuna opens her eyes and tries to see if she can talk to Peter, noticing that he was really sleeping, which irritates her because he's asleep in such a dangerous situation. She starts thinking about what can be done while taking off one of her shoes. Peter asks what she's doing as she puts her foot on his face, revealing that he wasn't even asleep. The girl says she was trying to wake him up by pinching him, and Peter teases her. After that, she starts hitting her bound wrists against her legs, saying she's using what she learned in training. But at that moment, Peter shows that he's already free and asks what she's still doing, revealing that he had freed himself some time ago. It turns out he had freed himself discreetly in case something happened. Yuna tries to explain that the kidnapper was a former member of Glory, and Peter says he already knew that. He asks if she likes making bets, which confuses Yuna. Meanwhile, the Dako brothers comment that they're in the middle of a mission and ask Sang-do to tell them where the president's son is. Sang-do recognizes their foul language and gets excited, saying he wants to make a bet with them. The two accept the idea while Gwang Yu rushes desperately to that location, and Sang-do says that if they win, they can save the president's son. However, if they lose, Sang-do will cut off their legs, and Gwang Yu knows that if they accept the bet, they're doomed because they have no chance of beating him. At that moment, the two get excited about the idea of fighting Sang-do, not knowing what he's really capable of. They tear their shirts and charge at him, saying they'll beat him so badly that he'll need to use a wheelchair. With that, Sang-do drops one of his knives and throws it to them, saying the best bets are the fair ones. Hyung grabs the knife, all excited, saying he's very good with knives and that Sang-do will regret giving it to him. The knife duel extends as Hyung believes he has the advantage by causing cumulative damage and can win if he just keeps pressing on in the fight. But Hyung is almost hit in the face by his own knife and starts questioning if they're the same knives. At that, he backs off, making Sang-do ask what happened. Hyung stares at the knife and realizes what's going on, and Jie asks what the problem is. It turns out the knife he received wasn't sharpened, and Sang-do looks at them with a sadistic smile. At that moment, Peter and Yuna arrive in the room to help, but Hyung tells them to stay back, which impresses Yuna. They say this fight is theirs and that the two of them can't interfere. They believe that if they can't win this fight, Yuna and Peter won't have a chance, so they must stay behind. With that, the two prepare to fight, saying that Sangdo doesn't know what their motivation to fight is. At that moment, they remember the last challenge at the orphanage, called the Hell Month. In this challenge, instead of receiving water or food, they were given only a pistol with a single bullet. Their goal was to survive amidst the wild beasts that surrounded them during this challenge. They recall that the bullet was used for various reasons, such as hunting or betraying their friends. In some cases, it was used to free themselves from that nightmare. However, the two refused to give up and tried to survive by any means. Throughout the challenge, they kept the bullet they received, because they knew that the two bullets they had would determine their fate someday. After that month ended, they discovered they were the only survivors out of 181 children from that generation of the orphanage. During that time, they heard about a boy their age who became known as Apostle Peter, who had set an incredible record. His record was being the only person to survive without using his bullet in the last 58 years. 10 years passed with the two trying to become like Peter and be the best. Hyun mentions that Sangdo was just a stone in their path at that moment. Jia charges to try to hinder Sangdo's movement while Hyun prepares to attack him. His brother uses him as a support to leap over their target and attack. He repeats that Sangdo will regret giving him a knife, but Sangdo says he's not going after his leg anymore while smiling sadistically. At that moment, Sangdo grabs Hyun's wrist, saying that maybe he should cut off his arm instead. With that, Hyun drops the knife, saying he knows he can't cut him with a blunt knife. Jae takes the knife, showing that their plan was only to stab the target. When they try to stab Sangdo's neck, he comments on their dream while Jae is shocked by what he's seeing. Sangdo destroys the knife he gave them using his own knife, asking if they really think they can become like Peter. It turns out the knife he's using is a curate. He explains that this knife is heavier than an axe and faster than a knife, and that this perfect killing weapon is something he trained his whole life to use. The two charge at him again while trying to understand how he can wield such a heavy knife with no problem. At that moment, Sangdo attacks them, demonstrating that he's not an ordinary man. In a quick movement, he strikes all their limbs and knocks them down with no effort, making them realize that this guy is a monster. After being knocked down, they plead with their partners to run away. Yuna panics and Sangdo mentions that he won't kill them because they're just kids, but he says he will collect his reward from the two. He then prepares to cut off a leg from each of them. Meanwhile, Won Yu continues to panic, wishing that Sangdo won't harm his students, willing to give up his other leg to save them. That scene shocks Yuna, who becomes worried that he might actually cut off their legs. At that moment, he hears someone offering to make a bet. Peter offers his arms and legs, saying he's willing to give up even his neck, which catches Sangdo's attention. This excites him and he accepts Peter's bet, acknowledging it as expected of a glory member. Once again, Sangdo hands a knife to his enemy, saying the conditions must be fair. Yuna panics, afraid that Peter might take the knife, but he refuses. Our protagonist shows a floral tray, saying that it's more than enough. Sangdo starts laughing, saying that Peter is hilarious, while Yuna goes to help her partners. Sangdo then charges at Peter, saying he won't go easy on him. When he tries to land his first strike, Peter dodges with a step back. At that moment, Sangdo starts a series of attacks and notices that Peter is using the tray as a shield, recognizing it as a good idea. However, he asks how many attacks the tray can really withstand. Meanwhile, Won Yu is worried about what might be happening, afraid that another tragedy might occur. The tragedy he fears so much is losing everyone again to Sangdo. Won Yu starts to remember the day Sangdo was talking to a croupier, asking her to make a bet with him. He asks if she believes he can get out of there alive or not, while saying she should bet all her chips on his survival. At that moment, he was surrounded by men holding chainsaws with a betting table damaged from the fight. The leader of the assassins explains that Sangdo was causing so many problems for the company, and that's why he needed to be stopped. They mention that he had been fired, and Won Yu remembers that this team was composed of veteran B-rank assassins. Regardless of skill and experience, it shouldn't have been possible to face 5 assassins of that level. Yet Sangdo was displaying abilities that seemed beyond human capability as he cut through the assassins' hands as if they were nothing. Won Yu recalls that it was at that moment when he lost his leg and became useless as an assassin. No matter what weapon was the strongest, what really mattered was how monstrous Sangdo was. And then he landed a strike that cut Peter's tray in half. Sangdo acknowledges that Peter had a lot of luck and asks what happened. Peter stares at the tray while Sangdo remarks that Peter's shield was split in half. Yuna considers intervening in the fight, while Peter mentions that Sangdo had said the knife was a kukri. Our protagonist comments that this knife wasn't made to be used so ferociously and is impressed by his aggressiveness. Then Peter crushes the pieces of the tray and Yuna is amazed to realize that the tray wasn't a shield. Now that it was cut in half, Peter could use the 2 pieces as weapons. While Sangdo tries to appear unconcerned, he realizes that none of this was a coincidence, as it wasn't the first time this had happened. Because when he believed he had cut through the tray in Peter's head, Peter had managed to dodge the attack. Sangdo wonders if he really is a student, saying he doesn't know where Peter learned those tricks. But he admits that it won't work on him, as he throws his coat at Peter to distract him. Using the coat to obscure Peter's vision, Sangdo charges at him. He then executes a series of cuts to finish Peter off. This time, he believes he managed to cut him and notices that Peter was just an ordinary boy, until he sees Peter appear behind him, trying to strike him with a piece of the tray. Sangdo then realizes that he had actually cut through a pillow. Just before being hit by Peter's attack, he manages to back away by taking steps backward. Sangdo understands that Peter's intention was to strike his carotid artery to kill him, and that he only managed to protect himself by using his hand. He asks if Peter is really a student while taking a battle stance. At that moment, he understands that the tray wouldn't cut through thick clothing or block his knife. So Peter's plan was to target his neck, and then he charges at him. Peter initiates a series of rapid attacks that Sangdo can't fully keep up with. Sangdo stops wondering if Peter is a student and starts questioning if his enemy is even human. Yuna understands that the kukri's movement destroys everything around it when swung, and if Peter were hit, he would die. But she also notices that Sangdo is much slower than the protagonist. This was caused by the weight of his weapon, and if the fight dragged on too long, Peter would win. However, Peter is slightly hit on the face, which worries Yuna. Sangdo mentions that to kill cattle, he needs the right tool and then pulls out another knife. He reveals that there were knives hidden inside the kukris. Peter remembers that Sangdo's kukri weighed 3 times more than a regular knife. By getting rid of it, Sangdo's speed was no longer affected and Peter loses his advantage. With that, Sangdo begins a series of attacks that Peter must defend against using his improvised weapons. Yuna notices the change in Sangdo after he got rid of the kukris, but she also realizes that those knives were designed for stabbing and wonders why he's using them in this way. Sangdo looks to land a direct strike to finally end the fight. When he's just inches away from striking Peter's neck, his hand locks up and opens. His hand drops the knife and he is shocked by this. Peter asks if he couldn't put any strength into his hand after seeing the knife fall. At that moment, Sangdo realizes what Peter's plan was all along. It turns out that Peter's target wasn't his neck. His goal was to hit Sangdo's hands, and then Sangdo notices his hand completely cut and covered in blood. Our protagonist starts talking about the muscles and nerves in the hands, explaining that they are necessary to hold something. What Peter did was cut each one of them using the weapons. He explains that from the beginning, he had no intention of killing Sangdo. Sangdo begins trembling, incredulous at what just happened. That realization made Sangdo understand that his enemy was no ordinary student, and he wonders how many men that boy had killed so far. Peter mentions that he had warned him that there was no way to win against an iron knife with a silver tray. With that, he wraps the tray around his hand, saying he would show how a rock can be shattered with a simple egg. Sangdo begins to remember his terrible past, being bullied by thugs who hung him upside down from a tree. Every day, he imagined getting revenge on the bullies, but he never had the strength to fight back against them, until one day, they threw 2 dogs at him. The bully said that if he could beat the dogs, he would stop bullying him, while Sangdo cowered in fear, wishing to die. At that moment, the bully asked if he wanted to make a bet, and this affected him deeply. Hearing that phrase, Sangdo began to get up, mentioning that his legs started to move on their own. He couldn't explain how he managed to advance against the bully and punch him directly in the face, but he understood that betting his life made him stronger as he killed the bully. From that point on, all his fights followed the idea of betting his life to feel powerful. Gradually, these bets became his addiction. That's because he always won his bets, being the strongest of all. But at that moment, he ends up being hit by Peter's fist, wrapped with the tray like a glove. With that, he's thrown to the ground while Peter discards his metal glove. Yuna is impressed by the fight and Peter charges at Sangdo, who becomes desperate to keep him at a distance. At that moment, Sangdo pulls out a grenade and orders Peter to kneel. Otherwise, he plans to blow up the entire place, pointing the grenade at the suitcases. Sangdo reveals that he had put the kidnapped children inside the suitcases, including President Choi's son. The girl is shocked by his actions, imagining that if he detonated the grenade, everyone would die. The kidnapper mentions that there's a gas pipe in the ceiling that would kill everyone if it exploded. He then orders Peter to kneel again, and Peter tells him to go ahead and try to detonate it. Peter grabs the grenade and shoves it into Sangdo's mouth before he even realizes it. He then explains how a grenade works, saying that Sangdo can't open his mouth or he'll die. After pulling the pin from the grenade, Peter clenches his fists, saying that this is what a real threat looks like. Our protagonist takes the opportunity to beat Sangdo while he has the grenade in his mouth. Afterward, Peter puts the pin back in and tells Sangdo to stop crying and get up. Peter mentions that he's not done yet as he holds the grenade he took from Sangdo's mouth. Sangdo says he didn't want to resort to desperate measures as he tries to get up. Yuna once again worries about what the kidnapper's next move might be. But at that moment, Sangdo kneels down crying, begging them to call it a draw. He promises to pretend that he never fought them and would release all the children as long as they end the fight right there. Finally, Guan Yu arrives at the kidnapper's hideout worried about his students, but he's greeted by a completely destroyed Sangdo, nowhere near the terrible man he once was. Peter appears, supporting his colleagues while Yuna stands beside him, smiling slightly. With that, the incident was resolved and the kidnapped children were successfully rescued. Meanwhile, Sangdo is placed in a black bag, complaining and asking them to say it was a draw. He is then taken to the Glory headquarters and Guan Yu's nightmare finally ends. Peter's group gathers, with the Dako brothers boasting about their teamwork. While Guan Yu wonders what might have happened, Peter tells Yuna to cover up properly to avoid catching a cold. Sometime later, they are promoted to D-rank assassins. But this leaves the Dako brothers furious for not getting a higher rank, and Yuna gets annoyed with them. They take the elevator, descending several floors until they begin to worry about how much further they will keep going down. When the elevator doors open, they are met by 2 enormous women, causing the brothers to believe they're going to die. They try to close the doors, saying they'll come back another time. But then a beautiful woman appears between the two, welcoming the group. With that, they change their minds, saying they are the guests that were expected. The woman asks them to follow her as she guides them through the place. She explains that the president is interested in them for saving the life of his son, who is the heir to the Dana group. She then leads them to a dining room, saying that the president has ordered them to be well taken care of. After that, she takes them to get changed, and the group is given suits. While waiting, the brothers simulate boastful conversations with others, saying they know the president. The girl opens the door to continue their way, making everyone excited. She explains that the main event would be beyond this door. The room was filled with weapons, and the girl explains that the Dana group is responsible for supplying armaments to the Glory Assassins. As a reward for the rescue, the president decided to give them as many weapons as they desired. The brothers wonder if they really need firearms. However, since they're being given for free, they decide to take as many as they can. Yuna gets excited about the models of knives they have and that she could take as many as she wanted. But as soon as she reaches out to grab them, she remembers that she didn't do anything that day and doesn't believe she has the right to take anything. The girl asks if anything caught Peter's attention, trying to figure out what he might choose. Peter simply picks up a fountain pen, saying it's all he needs, especially since he's used everything in that arsenal before. At that moment, she receives a message from the president saying that he would like them to be brought to his office, which makes the brothers complain about how long he's taking. But then she corrects her statement, saying that the president asked for only Peter to be escorted to his office, which irritates Hyun, since they fought so much for him. So Peter goes up in the elevator alone with the girl, who comments on the pen he chose, and Peter mentions that he likes using that model. However, she recalls that the model was released 40 years ago and was discontinued early, forcing Peter to improvise, saying it was a gift from his grandfather. When the girl thinks about asking if he came from the orphanage, Peter changes the subject, asking about the president and why he was the only one called. Finally, they arrive at the president's office, and the girl mentions that she has brought the protagonist as requested. With that, Peter meets President Choi Uncheng. He asks if Peter liked the rewards, and Peter simply thanks him for everything. Our protagonist asks what Choi wanted with him, and the answer is that he just wanted to meet him. But then he gets closer, saying that he did have a reason to want to bring Peter to his office. Choi mentions that he knows who Peter really is, which worries the protagonist. Approaching Kim Sung-gu, the man examines him closely and says that, in a way he can't quite explain, he looks a lot like Peter, a comparison that in fact is not unusual. A faint smile escaped his face. On Christmas Eve of 1978 in Namsan, electricity surged through the head of an unsuspecting man. The men want him to reveal the whereabouts of Choi Uncheng, but he refuses to give any sense of information. He had already endured a lot and still did not intend to give in. After smiling, he said that he had already told them the way they had to go to save the boy. They from Korea would have to hand over their missiles to the Soviet Union. This is the only way. Refusal necessarily implies the permanent disappearance of the boy, who would be killed by someone. The president of the company feels unwell upon hearing this, but learned that the United States is sending its best prepared troops to Moscow to rescue the boy. On the phone, the boy is speaking to someone. An armed man is outside the train. He is pointing his gun at a helicopter in the sky. The aircraft explodes into several pieces, lighting up the night sky. The Delta team had been eliminated, and the company president is losing hope. So he decided to go to the Church of Honor. Someone is calling for the priest outside repeatedly. It is Choi Dae-ha, and he says it is an urgent matter. The priest wants to know why the confession is so late, and he then says that his son has been kidnapped by the Russians. With this, the Daega group would give him the necessary support for 10 years or even 100 years if he wished. He only asks that among the 12 disciples he has trained, the best one be sent for this task. However, the priest says he does not understand what he is talking about. Once again, he says that his son has been kidnapped, and the priest tells him not to worry, for God's will shall be done. He only needs to say his prayers, but the man says he needs more than just prayers now. God's missile had already landed in Moscow. Faced with this, the man doubts, as 3 well-prepared teams have been obliterated, and 1 man alone seems insufficient. But he does not know who this man is. For even alone, he is more than enough, because his son is the strongest of them all. On the train, the Russians want to know how he got there and if he is alone. In Russian, he tells them that he is alone. Even they don't believe it. Without further delay, the shootout begins as if they were in a slum. One of the Russians tries to hit the intruder with his pistol. However, his agility is such that he passed through the carriage, taking lives with his physical integrity completely intact. He said that their head count matches perfectly, with a number of bullets left in his pistol. Opening the carriage door, a man shouts for him to drop the weapon immediately. If he doesn't do it, the boy's brains will be splattered all over the carriage wall. He had heard of this guy before, the only one left alive wherever he goes, and he didn't expect him to be so young. This is him, the disciple Peter. Now in Korean, he speaks to the boy who is being held hostage. As soon as he counts to 3, he should duck. The boy didn't understand at first. The countdown starts, and the Russian becomes apprehensive about their communication. Halfway through, he orders the intruder to kneel. The countdown ends, and he threatens to kill the boy. With that, the coin was thrown with brutal force. The boy managed to duck, while his captor was fatally struck by the coin. In Russian, he apologizes to the KGB agent and bids him farewell. Terrified, the boy thanks his savior. Asking if he is Korean too, he said he would never forget this kindness. In fact, he would repay him for what was done. Placing a hat on the boy's head, he said he wasn't there to save him. He was there to ensure the future of the Daha group, and if he understands that, he should stand up immediately. Because they had a long way to go before they reached home. The boy thought the guy was really cool. 40 years after the incident, he hasn't forgotten the face of his savior because he is only alive today thanks to him. Looking at the boy, he asks if that's correct and calls him Peter once again, and says that he must certainly be a relative, a grandfather, for the resemblance is very strong. It's been a while since someone made him feel so scared like this, however. That fragile boy he once saved had turned into a very bold man. I heard that he chose only a pen among the armaments, and the young man says that it's enough for him. But he can't let that man's grandson leave like this. It's a modest gift, but he hopes it will be accepted. A long time ago, his grandfather used something similar to save his life. It is the pinnacle of this company's technology, the St. Petrus V4. Its engine is powerful and it reaches over 500 kilometers per hour unofficially. It has a stealth function with a signal blocker. And with it, there's no need to worry about GPS or anything of the sort. I sold the motorcycle, he says, asking if that was really necessary. The other two talk, exchanging subtle barbs. They ask the woman if they could exchange all the weapons they had taken, but she refused. A helmet is thrown into his hands and he asks what she's waiting for. He should hurry and get on the bike, and the other guy says he should be the one to drive it. There's a call from Professor Guan Yu on the phone. Answer it. He asks if his student managed to have some fun. People from Glory want to speak to him, and he assumes it's a meeting of assassins, wanting to know more about the newcomers who are already well employed. This made them a bit suspicious. They didn't like being called newcomers in the business. They are dedicated rookies, and they follow the motorcycle with their electric scooters, which are too slow. At the end of the call, the professor told them to go and show everyone that the rookie is a monster and is here to stay. Being popular is tiring, and indeed, they are curious about them because they assume they were ranked S. He wants to know if Yumen is ready, but he thinks the other two are too impatient. The door in front of them is still closed. It was time for them to go inside. Yuna is impressed by everything she is seeing now. She didn't expect that this was the place where the revelations are received. Revelations are the missions that Glory's assassins receive based on their rankings. Simply put, it's where they receive their revelations. In the center of the church, the faithful line up to receive the host. Attached to the small piece of bread is a note with the mission details. Low-ranking assassins receive their missions this way. The two fools are curious to know what ranking they received. However, they don't understand the message. Behind the bread, it just says, fight. This is their first time and they don't give missions to rookies. One of them thinks they weren't recognized, and the other says that if they were, they would have received something. For rookies, they are given a little of the new blood, which at first glance smells really good. Thus, the content of the chalice is poured over one of their heads. The priest asks if he liked it and if it tasted good. They were already expecting these two Class D buffoons. They're just two idiots who can't tell the difference between chocolate and poop. Irritated, he asks if the priest is one of them. It doesn't take long for the assassins to gather in the center of the church. Stretching, they are preparing to beat them up, and they won't go easy just because some of them are elderly who rely too much on the ranking classification. Trying to intimidate them, they say that the fools have no idea what it really means to be Class D, and of course they have no idea at all. Delivering the first kick, he says they weren't born to be Class D. They should remember the Dako brothers who will become rank as disciples. Now it's time for them to stop wasting time. The priest needs to defend himself, and they begin to praise the boys who weren't intimidated in front of the seniors. The girl is impressed with the progress of the brothers who seem much more confident. One of the assassins is preparing to retaliate now. The smaller one had disappeared from his field of vision. Then one of his legs is suddenly grabbed. One of the brothers is now holding that man. With him immobilized, he shouted for his brother to act quickly. This is the perfect opportunity for him to use all of his physical prowess. While blood drips on his face, they ask him if he dreamed of being like Peter, because he did the same thing when he was their age, but now he needs to show them the real world. And he will also stop wasting time now. The two just watch as the screams echo in the air. He is worried about Ja. However, his face is already being punched before he could react. Yuna shouts for them to stop. Then an assassin stops behind them and asks how it feels to see the real world. His director Jang ranked B. That old man trained his whole life to reach rank B, and those who achieve it are known to be special. Rank D only targets regular people. There are a total of 336. The C rankers deal with mafias in similar groups, and there are 200 in this category. Those in the B rank encounter other assassins in their missions with a total of 100. In A rank, the jobs have a national impact, and there are only 36 people at this level. As long as you're an assassin, you must hold your knife until death. You must give your all until you're vomiting your own blood. To reach A rank, a lifetime of dedication is required, however. Effort alone won't take you to the top. At the top are the 12 disciples. They stand above everyone else. Already beaten down, the old man asks if the boy wants to know how to become a disciple, but he doesn't understand what the old man is trying to say. Continuing the beating, he says that one needs to be reborn. Once again, his face is smashed into the ground due to the blows. Then he asks if he has any idea how arrogant he is, and that if he wasn't an orphan, he should go back to his mother's lap. Yuma is still terrified by the scene and tries to intervene. And the director says she should be grateful for being D rank, as she has no skills to be an assassin. But if she does half of what her former boss did, maybe she could buy medicine, and then his hand is grabbed by someone. The young man tells the senior not to cross the line, and he doesn't know who this boy is. Irritated by what just happened, he asks if the boy wants to fight him, to which the boy remains silent. Then he remembered when he defeated Park Sang-do. Because he is talented, it's only a matter of time before Glory suspects him, and everyone would be at risk because of it. And to take down these guys, he needs to hide behind the image of being a mere D rank. The director slaps his face, saying that he's too arrogant while adults are talking. Continuing to hit him, he says that he just wants to appear strong in front of the woman beside him. Then he told the director that he could hit him as much as he wanted, and the director paused to listen. But he didn't say anything more after that. All he wants is to take the other two to the hospital, because one is unconscious and the other has a deep wound and their lives are at risk. You don't speak of the disciples, he learned this well, so he asked please. Hearing this, the director lost his motivation and said that they were done there. However, he extended his hand to the boy, asking him to give up his volunteer license. He looks at the director without showing any reaction. He should come back to get it when he's grown and strong. Thus, the four are outside the church. The most beaten among them asks what that was all about. They don't know what to say to the teacher when he learns that they lost their licenses. Then he apologized to Yuna, Kim, and Sungo because they couldn't protect them. But it was good that they didn't get involved. Otherwise, the situation would have gotten worse. As the leader, he wants to show them only the cool side of life. With a helmet placed on his head, someone calls the leader to go. because it was time for them to get something to eat. At least that managed to cheer them up a bit. On the highway, the motorcycle makes its way. Yuna is riding at the back. There are a few questions she would like to ask Kim. She wants to know what she could do to become stronger. In response, he tells Yuna not to ask him stupid questions and wants to know the reason why she desires this, but Yuna says she's just asking. Continuing, she wants to know if Kim is okay, but he wants to know in what sense. All of their licenses were confiscated at the church, but Kim says that if you're weak, things get taken away, and Yuna didn't like this response, yet doesn't change the fact that they're weak. On the back seat, Yuna holds him tighter and tighter. Everything that happened at the church was too complicated. Then she clutches Kim's jacket, feeling desolate. He continues looking at the road ahead of him. This situation was too annoying to deal with. At night, thinking about it is refreshing. Fighting for their place against idiots is too boring. If anything, they can find another job, but among them, there was something special. Without knowing exactly what, the director says it was the one who was with the woman. His gaze was especially violent, and he realizes that there's a man there. And this man says that the boy won't be able to become a man now. They want to know if he came back to take more hits, but he says nothing, and they ask if he ignored them on purpose. Kim wants to know what they really intend to take this matter so far. For the director, the boy hadn't been beaten enough. Kim was going to teach him a lesson, but Kim interrupted because he was there to show them something. Skills they had never seen before and would never see again, the skills of a rank S disciple. For now, they still don't understand what's happening inside the church. So he asked the boy if he had mentioned anything about the skills of a disciple. He then began to laugh uncontrollably, as he's been in the business for 14 years and has never seen one. The boy doesn't know how the world works, so they are going to beat him up and send him away to reflect a little. But when he looked at his friend, he was met with the unexpected. He's standing in the same place, completely still. There's no expression on his face. In front of him stands a high school student who's ranked D, whose name they don't even remember. Not only is he unarmed, but he's carrying only a rosary that doesn't even serve as a weapon, and there are many openings in his stance. Feeling apprehensive, he doesn't know what to do in front of this boy. Those eyes definitely don't match the information he has on him. His friend asks if he's really afraid of a mere child, then Jong diverts the conversation, saying that's not the case. He's just a young man with a different look. It's not logical to hesitate before him. There's an unspoken rule. Inferiors who rebel against superiors allow the latter to be justified in correcting them. Execution is the right thing to do, so he threw the book towards the boy, expecting a reaction. He already anticipated that one of the arms would be used to block the object. This way, his ribs would be exposed to a surprise attack that would naturally cause him to bend over in pain. Despite all that planning, the boy's ribs weren't his target. What he truly aimed for was to reach his eyes. Now it's the end. Before he could deliver his fatal blow, the rosary beads inexplicably flew through the air. He still doesn't know what happened, but his hands aren't where they should be. That thing in his hands wasn't an ordinary rosary. While contemplating what happened, the rosary's thread is nearly wrapping around his neck. Its thickness is so thin that it's almost imperceptible to the eyes. In the back of the church, various objects begin to shatter. Around them, the pews are being destroyed without any apparent cause. Everything is happening too fast, and he still can't grasp what's going on. Indeed, there won't be time for him to understand what happened, as his head is asking for a divorce from his body. It was almost a hallucination for him. Terrified, he puts his hands around his neck to ensure that his head is in the right place. Then he's scolded by his colleague, who said that Jong was too distracted at a crucial moment. But it wasn't just distraction in his head. He was utterly terrified. Looking at the young man, he knows he can't do anything against him, because in his mind he's already died thousands of times trying to attack him. With nothing happening so far, the three of them are staring at each other in the church. With his years of experience, he learned one thing. He can sense if he's capable of defeating his opponent before the fight even begins. Even so, he had never felt that before. That boy is simply terrifying. He's on a completely different level than anything he's ever seen in his life. Never in his imagination did he conceive of someone with that kind of murderous aura. Remembering the slaps he gave him earlier, he doesn't know what to do. He'd rather die than face the consequences of that. Still lost in his thoughts, Kim looks at them without any hurry. However, he had approached Jung, who unexpectedly says that he was wrong. He desperately begs for forgiveness, admitting he was wrong to behave that way. However, Kim just gives him a few pats on the face. He said to him that the ability to sense the presence of death is a fundamental knowledge for an assassin. Saying this, he leaves as he knows Jung learned an important lesson that day. Even though he's gone, inside the church, Jung's friend asks what he had done, because he must be crazy to have allowed that to happen. Outside, a woman says he shouldn't have gone, as he could be discovered if he fought with someone. But Kim says that's not going to happen and that she should think about it. The rank B assassin lost to a rank D rookie. He won't be able to continue in this business. Losing like that to a rookie, who is still almost a kid, she wants to know if she would be able to talk about it if she were in his place. Jiwon only went there because she was worried. She just wanted him to stay quiet and not make her hate him. Kim revs his motorcycle a few times and speeds down the highway, leaving the place behind. The man is furious that they lost their identifications as they are their lifeline. That's what the brothers are thinking, and they're sure they're in serious trouble. Various thoughts are running through the heads of the two, who don't know how to explain what happened or if they should even talk about it. Someone calls them, pulling them out of their sad moment of reflection. It's the assassin from the previous day standing there. The two are terrified, even thinking he's a ghost. Scared, they want to know if he came there to beat them up, and he tells them not to call him sir because they're not in the army. He just came there to return their identifications. The brothers start celebrating so much that Jung asks if they want to die. But the truth is, being there, he can only notice that peculiar boy. That one is definitely a very strange citizen. The brothers keep thanking Jung, who asks them to at least be more discreet. Holding Yuna's identification in his hand, he thinks of returning it to her as soon as possible. After all, he hadn't seen her yet. Meanwhile, the brothers brag about what happened. In the training room, someone is struggling with their own effort. It's Yuna, relentlessly striking the dummy. A fight involving one of the brothers flashes through her memory. Her opponent was much more experienced. There was nothing she could do to help. The same thing happened inside the church. She just watched the action unfold. It's been bothering her a lot. She doesn't want to feel useless. Furious, she plunged her knife into the training dummy's neck. Thinking about what happened, she feels pathetic for not being able to do anything. If she continues like this, her younger brother, Yujin, will be in danger. Entering the room unnoticed, Kim asks what is so pathetic that Yuna is talking about. Before she can answer, he says he came there to deliver her license. But Yuna says it's okay, she doesn't have the right to have that. Kim wants to know if she said that because of her younger brother. She says she is pathetic, but still tries to be an assassin, something she has no potential to do, and Yuna yells at him to shut up. He always talks as if he knows everything, and Kim apologizes, then Yuna tells him not to talk about things if he knows nothing. However, he did know something about her brother. They aren't biological siblings, and Yuna wants to know how he found that out. Actually, Kim wants to know what happened to her brother. Yuna looks at him as memories start surfacing. Her little brother wants to go on one of the rides at the park with her because they're family. But she doesn't agree with that statement. They are relatives. She told the boy to go away as they aren't real siblings. From the day he was born and abandoned at the subway, he had no family. He didn't die only because he was taken to an orphanage. There were many things lacking, but they weren't miserable. Growing up alone, she didn't have the courage to make friends or build a family. The truth is, she didn't want to go through the experience of being abandoned again. Being alone is good, that's what she thought every day. However, she wanted to die soon, and that almost happened to her. During one of her missions, she was hit, and they were struggling to stop the bleeding. Not knowing what to do with her, as there were no proper treatment facilities, they said they could just dispose of the dying body. And since resources were scarce, it wouldn't be a complete loss. Maybe it would have been better if she had died right at the beginning of her life. She knew what kind of place that was, she just wished that day had come sooner. Even so, she carries no regrets. Unexpectedly, she woke up. The doctor said a miracle had happened. After that miracle, Lee Yujin had disappeared from her life. That boy was really insubordinate. The teacher tried to stop him, but his efforts were in vain. That boy said he needed to save his sister, and it would be fine if he died. Lying on a stretcher, he asks if his sister is safe now. She swore that because of her life, she had no family at all, but he was there every moment taking care of her. This moved the girl deeply, as she didn't want Lee Yujin to put himself at risk for her to be saved. The man says that a bag of blood costs a lot of money, and the boy is draining all of their reserves. They wanted to throw the boy away and stop his treatment. Yuna had just bumped into them and asked the doctor not to throw the boy away. She was already feeling better and said she could pay the hospital bill with her own work. No matter how much it costs, she is his sister and needs to do this. It was the first time she had a reason to live. Remembering this, she says it doesn't matter if they aren't biological siblings or if they are a bit different. Yuna is willing to do anything to save him. Kim said he had meddled in her affairs carelessly, so he was going to leave so that she could finish her training, but there's something Yuna wants to tell him. He is the strongest person she has ever seen in her life. Stretching out her hand, she tried to grab the sleeve of his jacket. It's not time for him to leave yet. Looking at him, Yuna asks for help so that she can become stronger. That wasn't just a request. She was truly begging him to help her. It was everything she desired the most, and she was waiting for Kim's reaction. It didn't take long for her to regret the request and feel ashamed of saying those things. She thought of many things and tried to retract her words after asking for help. Then she pointed at Kim and called him teacher, saying he would be her mentor. Even so, he still didn't show any reaction. Faced with this, she wants to know if that's how she should be asking for favors, and Yuna wonders if she needs to be more sincere than that. She quickly responds, saying she's getting by just fine without help, and Kim says he was considering the possibility of accepting her as a student. Yuna quickly approached him, asking if the teacher had called her, and Kim says that imagining her as an apprentice is horrible. Then he tells her that she is weak, with a mediocre body, easily frightened, and with a terrible temper, all traits an assassin shouldn't have. But there was something in her that could be developed. For Kim, Yuna has the best eyes an assassin could ever wish for. Since the incident at the restaurant, she had shown something different, even amidst the chaos of that day, or during the fight against the brothers. In every tense moment, whether it was inside the assassin's church, Yuna was there with them. During every conflict in which she was present, her eyes never strayed from the fight, no matter the circumstances, as if she was trying to absorb all the techniques she was seeing. Her visual acuity is far greater than that of ordinary people, and upon hearing this, Yuna felt embarrassed by the compliment. For Kim, he was merely stating the truth, but there is something that could help the girl in her quest for strength. A weapon that could turn her disadvantages into her greatest asset, one that she could use to defeat anyone. And he threw the weapon to her. If she learned to master it, she wouldn't even need a teacher. That object would turn her into a true assassin. Looking at the item in her hands, she couldn't believe its potential. Someone is sniffing money and says that it's very valuable. The brothers are quite pleased with the weekly payment and want to know how much a disciple earns, while Kim thinks that disciples don't care about money, because they can have whatever they want. With money in hand, they argue about what they should buy first. Kim wants to know where Yuma is because he hasn't seen her, and he hears that she went to her part-time job. She's had it for a few weeks now and must be cleaning around this time. She cleans up what the assassins leave behind. It's a job that requires a strong stomach because there are always disgusting things left. Even though she's an assassin with a weekly salary, she continues to do it. They have no idea why she does all of this, while Yuna looks at her brother's picture. They assume it must be to pay for her food because the girl eats a lot. But she eats so much at the cafeteria because the food there is free, and she does it to save money. The fool says that to be successful, one must spend a lot and advise Kim to heed his wise words. He completely ignores them because he thinks Yuna must be doing it for some reason and probably hides it even from her brother. Looking at the phone, they notice that Yuna just sent a message. She asked for a scarf, but the weather is too hot to wear such a piece of clothing. Inside a warehouse, the temperature is quite different from outside. In the place, the brothers feel firsthand how cold it is. Yuna called them to go there just to deliver the scarf to her. She says they complain too much and just want to hand over the item quickly to get out of there. They ask if she's working, and if so, she must be earning well, but Yuna says that she's training. If that's the case, they ask if she's breaking those ice blocks with punches. Indeed, she's breaking them, but with that small object. One who gave it to her was Kim himself. It's a rope dart, an extremely uncommon weapon. Yuna is a bit skeptical that it will help her become a real assassin. A traditional wushu weapon, the rope is tied around the body, and the dart is thrown towards the enemy. A strong, fast, and extremely unpredictable weapon. The brothers make fun of her, saying that if she's going to use that, the idiot might as well use a firearm. Indeed, the dart is strong, but compared to a firearm, it's just a toy, because every shot from a gun is a guaranteed kill. Hearing the criticism, she says the guys are not wrong. Kim says that to kill 5 people, 5 shots are needed, but with that, it's different. Then Yuna shows them what the dart is capable of. The brothers watch, completely in disbelief. In Yuna's hands, the dart is becoming a devastating weapon. With just one throw, she managed to break much more than just an ice block. That should have been impossible, and they think Yuna might have just gotten lucky with her throw. Discreetly, they start looking up the weapon on the internet, and the girl tells them they need to be less obvious. Outside, the day goes by. The owner of the place is a D-rank assassin, Park Bingsu, and he asks if everything went well. Yuna says yes, and that she'll leave as soon as she cleans up everything. But he says she doesn't need to clean anything, but wants to know if she's really Lee Yuna. He says he has seen many people there breaking ice as training, but destroying it like she did was the first time in his entire life. She tries to apologize, but the man says it's not necessary. Yuna tries to pay the man for the ice she destroyed, but he says it's not necessary either. A few hours ago, a friend of hers came by and paid for the ice, giving him 1,000,000 won. She didn't expect that. This is the value of their weekly salary. He also gave him an item to deliver to Yuna, an ointment for burns, and the friend said for her to apply it on her hands so she doesn't get hurt. Indeed, it was a great concern shown for her. With the conversation over, there was nothing more to do at the place. Yuna leaves the ice storage. Looking at her phone, she doesn't know how to thank Kim for everything. The more she tries to think of something, the less confident she becomes. Since that's the situation, she called him and Kim answered, asking what's going on. Not knowing what to say, she asked what was for lunch that day. He says she's annoying, but mentioned that it was her favorite, and as soon as she hears it, Yuna says goodbye. However, before the call ends, Kim congratulates her for training with a real weapon, and says they'll see each other soon. In the background, the brothers are trying to master the rope dart without success. Kim wonders if Yuna knows that the strength and weapon she's perfecting have been within her reach for a long time because she was a gymnast. Inside a room, someone is being beaten. A degenerate screams among them, asking them to face him all at once because he is Park Sang-do. A truckload of B and C rankers isn't enough to contain him as they are nothing compared to him, and things were already becoming boring. Indeed, to take down Park, who is an A rank, none of them would be able to do it. So it's necessary for a disciple to appear and solve the situation. As he enters the place, the living assassins bow before him. Park watches him, unsure of what to make of it. As soon as the man approaches him, he lets his mash sheet fall to the ground. The disciple picks it up, saying he'd heard that the man likes to gamble and wants them to make a bet together. He returned the mash sheet to Park Sang-do and says that he was already close to becoming a disciple. The man wants to know if he could win a fight against a real disciple. In his eyes, the intimidating figure of a formidable assassin is reflected. That is Nathaniel. A child is thrashing on the ground because she hates all types of kneels. The brothers say she's weak and will have a long way to go until adulthood. The truth is, just like the child, they are also terrified of hospital environments. They start complaining that the nurse is taking too much blood and that they are not donating. But Kim knows that when one becomes an assassin, it's necessary to undergo several tests at the Divine Honor Hospital, managed by Glory. When asked about his year of birth, he almost made a mistake by 40 years. Everything is going well, there's only one thing that worries him. And that thing is the blood collection. It's time for him to do it. The reason they collect blood is very simple. They're marking the assassins because DNA and fingerprints don't change over time. Those who betray and abandon the organization are found this way. It's only a matter of time before Kim's DNA and Peter's DNA are identical. In other words, what's going to happen is the complete exposure of his true identity. Looking closely, the woman wants him to say what he did that day. But Kim has already told her everything. He had his blood collected at the hospital. She starts slapping the boy, saying that because of his old man, she's going to end up dying. As if it wasn't enough to fight a rank B, now they might discover that he's actually Peter. This wasn't good, and the woman wants to know if he wants to die that badly. But he doesn't want to sit idle, and has a plan to make them get confused during the chase. Full of confidence, he says he's going to blow up the hospital. Once again, Ju-won starts hitting him because she thought the idea was completely idiotic. She said he's gone crazy for not being older and the hospital is huge, but he's aware of the difficulties. Moreover, it's the place where Glory keeps valuable treasures. The Divine Honor Hospital is much more than it appears to be. It's one of the largest in all of Korea, and it looks ordinary from the outside. Inside, they disguise murders as accidental deaths. They hide bodies and dispose of injured assassins. It's a hospital made by assassins for assassins. Now this DNA is in the hospital's data center. There's no other choice but to blow up the place. Accepting the idea, the woman asks if he knows who is protecting the hospital now. The one in charge is the disciple Nathaniel. This guy is so bizarre that he might not even be human. Inside the room, someone is doing their research. That codename, Nathaniel, has a reason to be. His social role is that of a doctor. Even though he's talented, he got involved in a problem and had to go into hiding. 4 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, a policeman was patrolling near a community, but he ended up seeing something unusual for the region. In front of the precinct, someone had hung clothes out to dry. Only upon getting closer did he realize what it was. So great was his shock that he crashed the patrol car he was driving. Those were bodies all belonging to the leaders of the gangs in the state of Rio de Janeiro. This triggered a war operation aimed at wiping out the remaining members. Before they entered the place, they smelled gunpowder as if a conflict had just occurred. The officer in the lead asked them to stop the infiltration. All that was there was blood and twisted weapons. There were no bodies. More importantly, the scene didn't even seem like it was done by humans. It was unexpected, and they should report it to their superiors. While talking, the officer saw someone approaching the surgeon. The terrifying hand was already within the officer's reach. He had been captured, and they immediately thought they were caught in an ambush. They immediately called for reinforcements, but he could only hear the cries for help from his colleague. It didn't take long for there to be only puddles of blood on the ground. Frightened, the officer asked about his friend. He has no idea what kind of monster could be behind that door. A terrifying voice came from within, asking for more victims. An object was thrown in his direction. It was the boot of his colleague who had been there. Looking at the shoe, he still didn't understand the situation, but he was certainly terrified by all of it. In front of him was the assassin, and on the ceiling, his victims were hanging by their heads. He only desires more victims, preferably some that are more resilient. The trained officer screamed in fear as he fired his rifle at that grotesque figure. He decided to empty his weapon on that person. In one day, Nathaniel took down the crime bosses and the best crisis team of the Rio de Janeiro police. The woman carefully knocks on the door. It's hard for her to get this information, and Kim wants to know if it's humanly possible to bend weapons with one's hands. She says the information she has is highly confidential and that it's not a lie. Since this monster is at the hospital, instead of confronting him head-on, it's better to look for a gap. And thanks to her, Kim managed to think of a way to infiltrate the hospital. The woman just hopes he doesn't die soon, but Kim says that his life is privileged. However, he'll need her for that, which leaves her both surprised and scared. In the middle of the city, people are going about their daily lives. A little girl points upwards and asks her father to look as well. Looking up, people wonder if that is Peter. Kim looks too and knows it's nothing. In his hands, there's a flyer asking for donations for elderly people. That's just a small greeting. In celebration of the hospital's 30th anniversary, Peter is going to visit Dr. Nathaniel. As requested, he hacked Glory's server and posted the advertisement that was sent to him. If Glory finds out their lives are in danger, all because of a joke by a 19-year-old boy. Even though it's risky, it's an approach she's never seen before. Even if it's reckless, that old man hasn't failed a single mission in 50 long years. Inside the hospital, a commotion had formed. They don't believe Peter is really alive, and many of them there are D-rank assassins. Even though he's old, they know they can't handle him, but they're just the doormen. The important ones are further inside, Brazilian assassins under Nathaniel himself, likely at least A or B rank. Assassins of that rank who are already difficult to encounter, not to mention Nathaniel himself. It's a privilege for them to witness a fight between disciples. They want to know which one will win. They don't think it will be the old man, who is already 70 years old and has cancer. Before they could continue discussing, someone mentions Peter's name. They want to know why those two are rooting for the man they should be capturing. The truth is that many among them hope the old man doesn't show up. He definitely won't show up, but Kim, who is Peter, is already among them in the hospital. The Brazilian assassin instructs the others not to face Peter. They should use tranquilizers and be cautious. As soon as he's spotted, they should hit the emergency button, and the A-rank assassins will come to support. After giving the instructions, he wants to know if everyone understood, and they respond affirmatively. Observing everything, Kim finds the situation quite interesting. Peter is in the group of people tasked with capturing Peter. Now everyone was supposed to take their positions, and so they did. Kim was going to carry out his task, or rather, Peter was. A declaration of war from the old man is definitely unexpected. The buzz among people grows as they want to know if Glory is doing well and if its new boss is a capable person. One of them started worrying since he began fighting with Peter, and now they can't even find him. It would be unfortunate if he caused a huge mess, and they know how talented the old man is. So it was time for the young man to act. If he's not able to capture the old man, he should speak up so they won't have to take the lead. The tattooed man apologizes to them as he hadn't thought that far ahead, and said that from now on, he'll stick to his competencies, because his hospitality towards the elderly made him forget his place. If he's the chief of staff of the army, he should at least be able to understand that environment. He should be fired from his job. Drowning the old man, he wants to know if he really thinks he's stupid, because he wants to know if his father's best creation is capable of dealing with his own best creation. In human resources, an anonymous person is working quietly, but he quickly realizes that someone is going to end his life. Then his neck is easily broken. Kim is really skilled at what he does, but it was just chiropractic. The man didn't imagine that young doctor was so skillful, knowing vital points was part of his job. Talking to the patient, he wants to know if he knows a doctor named Nathaniel, but he has never heard of that person. In disguise, he continues walking through the hospital. He needs to find Nathaniel soon, but the person named Nathaniel doesn't exist. It's possible he hid himself after getting rid of his identity. One thing he's sure of, the disciple is somewhere in that hospital. Now it all comes down to speed. Who will be found first? Near him, the brothers ask what he's doing. However, he tells them that the one with the injured leg should be sitting in the chair. Asking about Yuna, they say she's not at their level, even though she's a rank above them. But if she sees anything suspicious, she should call them, as the brothers would protect her without hesitation. To which Kim says he'll remember that. Looking down the hallway, the two think they found Peter. Seeing an old man wearing the same shirt, they believe it must be a correct target. Kim tries to tell them that they have the wrong person, but they're already bothering the man. They whisper to him that he shouldn't be there and that they would help him escape. But the old man doesn't understand anything at all. A nurse asks if he needs a syringe. Kim doesn't get it, but she thinks that's the reason they restrained the old man. But Kim says it's fine and that they've already collected his blood. The hunt for Peter is ongoing and they're taking blood from all the patients. The old man does everything he can to escape from the brothers, who swear that he is the real Peter. While they are distracted by him, someone bumps into one of them. Irritated, he called the person out, asking if they were blind. But it's Yuna, to his surprise, as she wasn't supposed to be there. With a face that looks like she's making something up, she says her younger brother is in the hospital. They've never heard that before, and she quickly tries to leave, sparking their curiosity. Watching the scene, Kim wants to know why Yuna is at the hospital. On the earpiece, Ji-won says it's not the time for him to be worrying about students, and Kim realizes that she knows him very well. She wants to know if he already knows how to find Nathaniel, but Kim is still figuring out how to do that, because at the moment, they're both looking for each other. Right now, he wants Nathaniel to expose himself without having to reveal his identity as Kim. In front of him is one of the disciples' assassins. This is Rodrigo, who tells him to do his job properly if he doesn't want to die. Approaching him, he introduces himself to the man. He says he found him. Since he's not showing his face, he wants to set a trap. On the earpiece, the woman thought that was absolute madness. It's time to use it, he says to Ji-won, and she should be ready to act. If that's the case, his men are ready to get their hands dirty. Elsewhere, a doctor is preparing for surgery, washing his hands. He performs his ritual calmly. Leaving the bathroom, he opens the door with one of his feet. In a room, Rodrigo seems not to have understood what he heard. He wants to know who that person is who's preparing for surgery. Kim says it's his surgeon, ranked the assassin, Kim Seung-gu. More hostile, he ordered him to get out and go look for Peter, but Kim said he's not the one he's looking for right now. Looking at the assassin, he asks where the disciple Nathaniel is. Rodrigo wants to know why a piece of trash like him would want to know that, and Kim says there's only one reason an assassin asks about someone. When they do, it's because they want to kill that person. Rodrigo was already bored and is quite pleased to have someone to try to kill. Running through the corridors, a man says he has something to tell the professor. He wants to know what it is, and the man says he should take a look at those documents. They are recordings from one of the operating rooms. The professor watches the footage carefully. As it progresses, a slight smile appears on his face. Rodrigo is having difficulty dealing with that doctor. The action is too fast, but he manages to notice everything. Kim had quickly gained the upper hand in the fight. Soon it turned into a one-sided beating session. Rodrigo was being hit from all sides. It didn't take long for him to be completely neutralized. In fact, everything happened and ended in just 10 seconds. At the end of the confrontation, Rodrigo is lying on the ground, motionless. That was all the time needed for a rank B assassin to be killed by him. As if that wasn't enough, he looks at the room's security camera. Nathaniel didn't expect to see that. Pierre was really there in that hospital. No more doubts. He wants to know where he is now, and they are waiting for a response from the security team. Moreover, the hospital's video files are being deleted in real time, and they aren't able to stop the attack. Faced with the bad news, he asks the professor to spare him. However, he's excited that Peter is indeed in his hospital. So excited that he can hardly wait. Grayson, Sawyer, Carter, Robert. These are bodies inside the tubes. They were all waiting for Peter's arrival. The VIP chair has been prepared, and he hopes his guest enjoys the experience, because he wants to put his body in one of those tubes as soon as possible. They certainly took the bait. The expression and the wrinkles were all perfectly identical. She's sure of her work was very good. With that, Kim believes that Nathaniel will reveal himself now. She really wanted to know what he looks like, but wants to know what Kim will do. Now that the bait has been set, it's up to him to sit and wait for his victim. And that's exactly what he'll do now. On the rooftop, Yuna is having her meal, unaware of what just happened. The one they call Professor is the disciple Nathaniel, and he seems to want to meet with Yuna. Feeling anxious, it's impossible that he found out about what happened between them. It would be better if she didn't go to meet him, or she might put everyone at risk, especially Kim, and she doesn't want to do that, so someone calls her. As soon as Kim touches the girl's shoulders, she screams in fear, and he asks her if she saw a ghost. Yuna says she was about to leave, but Kim holds her back and tells her to stay there. She wants to know what's wrong. He says he's Kim, and D-rank assassin, and that he came to eat, but she wants him to eat somewhere else. However, accidentally, she ended up ordering food for 2 people. Yuna knew that the minimum order there was 2 chickens. Kim wants to spend some time with her since he arrived too early to meet someone. Yuna wants to know who. All she can think is that if she's found talking to him there, she'll put everyone in danger. She says she won't talk to him and wants him to leave, but she takes all the chicken he brought. Trying to find a middle ground, she says she'll leave after eating 1 piece, and Kim tells her to do as she wishes. However, she ends up eating all the chicken pieces, and Kim says she's too shameless. Yuna wants to know who he's waiting for, but Kim says if he tells her, she'll be in danger. The girl insists and wants to know the reason that brought him to that hospital. She knows it's hard for him to trust her because of the way they ended up meeting. She knows that he and that old man are connected. Even if they can't find him, she's going to say something she's sure of. Then she remembered the past and felt the urge to apologize to Kim. That old man was seriously injured, and that only happened because he tried to save her. Peter is probably already dead. Kim interrupts and says he's looking for someone. Yuna asks once more who that person is. He didn't want to involve her in this, but she must have definitely seen him in the hospital before, the disciple Nathaniel. Showing her a photo, he asks if it's familiar to her. He knows she knows him as she was called there separately from the other assassins. Calling him an idiot, she says that the person in the photo is not Nathaniel. Before she could say more about the real one, someone approached the two of them. She wasn't supposed to walk around there without an escort, as that man was wandering through the hospital. Looking at the girl, he said she should remain in the infirmary. Yuna began trembling just by looking at that man. This is the moment Kim had been waiting for. Nathaniel had revealed himself. However, he still doesn't know Kim's true identity. Looking at her, he waits for Yuna's response. He had already warned her about this, but looking at the table, he wants to know who's accompanying her. Kim looks at him without any fear. He stands up from the table to introduce himself, and Yuna is hesitant about them interacting in any way, because she's sure they might end up fighting, but Kim bowed and greeted the professor. He said he is a D-rank assassin assigned to that mission. His name is Kim, and he's honored to meet a disciple in person. He promised to deliver Peter's head to him, and continued his pleasant performance. In response, the disciple showed no sign of emotion. Before leaving, he ordered Yuna to go to his room and said he would send someone to escort her, and that he would definitely see her later. Having had contact with that man for the first time, she is now certain that Nathaniel is not an ordinary man. A nurse stops Nathaniel to talk about the person who captured Park Sang-do. But according to the instructor, the students were just lucky, and you shouldn't worry about it. But the professor says he's the one who decides that and wants to know where his report is. It was already printed there, so he extended his hand to take it. The guy next to him got nervous and let the papers fall to the ground. In response, he began to apologize profusely, saying the papers slipped from his hands. His luck is that Nathaniel can't stop thinking about Kim, who introduced himself to him. Ever since that handshake, his hand is still trembling. Then he asked what his name was, and the guy said that if it's the young ones from before, they're Yuna and Kim. Kim Seung-gu, he immediately remembered, wanting to keep an eye on him, but he believes the young man will be a good sample. On a radio, she doesn't believe Nathaniel's men are going to escort Yuna. He must be focused on Peter now, and even so, he accepted his offer to be one of his bodyguards. It's going to be fun because he's not going to find Peter. The woman is very upset with the risks that Kim is taking. She warned him to get out of there quickly, as the danger he's facing is only increasing. As soon as he goes, he'll find out what kind of place this is. Before leaving, he congratulated the kid on his victory in chess, and the other brat says the doctor went easy on him. The man gave him a card that grants free access to any part of the hospital. He usually doesn't make this type of offer to rank D individuals, but he must remember 3 things. Only speak if spoken to, don't get suspicious about anything he does, and the most important of all, never refuse his favor. But Kim doesn't know what that means. Also, he wants to know why the man is so nervous while explaining. Now they should hurry as Nathaniel hates being kept waiting. As the professor requested, Kim is there now. He's happy that he didn't arrive late, but Kim senses that the scene is off. The rounds are about to begin now, and Kim knows this won't be easy at all. These assassins are different from the others, because their loyalty doesn't lie with glory. They're Nathaniel's team, his personal assassins. Asking about Peter, one of the goons says measures have been taken as he requested. All exits are sealed under the excuse of a small quarantine. They're gradually narrowing down the area, and he wants to know about the DNA tests. The examination for people around his age will take 2 days. It's not possible that he's left the hospital yet. Even if he's skilled, there's no way to cheat DNA tests. Now he's trapped like a rat. It's only a matter of time before he's found, and Kim is very happy to hear their plans. Even so, he knows that Nathaniel isn't the type of person to make things easy. Walking through the hospital, he starts talking to some patients. He tells a boy that he needs to do this if he wants to play soccer again. Talking to nurses, he discusses matters related to the surgeries that happen on that floor. He knows he was summoned with a purpose, but he doesn't know why he's doing his rounds anyway. Then Nathaniel asks if he's disappointed because he didn't call him to do anything specific other than be his bodyguard. However, he thinks it's because he's not showing his nature as a disciple, but Kim says it's fine. Seeing the boredom on his face, he asked him to follow as there's something he wants to show him. That path isn't marked on the hospital's floor plan, so he has no idea what might be at the end of this route. They're just descending the stairs in silence, and he wants to know what Nathaniel is going to show him. Then the professor swipes his card through a digital reader. Finally, Kim comes face to face with what he was hiding. It's too horrific, and Nathaniel said that this is where his ideal world becomes a reality. He asked if Kim is interested in biology, to which he replied that he only knows the basics. He simply stated that organisms evolve through natural selection, and that it's sometimes a great coincidence. However, Darwin is wrong according to him. Evolution is caused by nothing but him. There at the hospital, he could eliminate the weak, as well as preserve the strong and develop them even further. This is a more honest way to care for people, which is why he's been keeping an eye on Kim. While they were talking, a loud beep echoed and a code red was initiated. A specimen had escaped, and they should take shelter until the security team contained it. The man runs desperately while the alarm warns everyone of the imminent danger. Given the circumstances, it would be impossible to stop it with just tranquilizers. The guards know they need to stop it and prevent it from escaping that place, but it's very skilled and pass through them without any difficulty. It's almost at the exit, and the gates will remain closed until the specimen is captured. It knows it needs to reach the gate before it closes, or it won't be able to escape. The countdown is almost over and its dream of escape is slipping away. Suddenly, debris flies from the wall towards its face. It was the professor, who had smashed through the wall with one hand and grabbed the specimen. This interruption left him annoyed, as he was talking about something very important. Crushing his specimen's head, he said it shouldn't have interrupted him. Only screams can be heard from the other side of the wall. As soon as silence fills the space, it's clear that the situation has been resolved. Looking at Kim, he apologizes for what happened and says he will now continue from where he left off. He removes his bloodstained hand from the wall and says he likes strong people. That's why he dissects these bodies himself with his own hands, because there is someone he wants to surpass. Looking at Kim, he said he saw great potential in him. Having all that strength at a young age is rare, and through him, he wants to see the result of his evolution. He asked if Kim wasn't curious to see how strong he could become and asked him to accept his grace. He said that Kim could become an A rank, and with his potential, he could be as strong as a disciple. Kim knew he was abnormally strong. Breaking the wall with his hand was surreal, said the woman on the earpiece, but there was something even more surprising. He felt Kim's presence through the wall and grabbed him by the head, crushing his skull. She wants Kim to get out of there immediately, but he says he can't stop now. After all, he has even more questions now, especially about the source of that absurd power. She says the blood samples are being analyzed and his time is running out, but there's still a way, and she wants to know what it is. She suggests swapping the results. He just needs to break into his office, because she has received a card that grants unrestricted access to the hospital. She says he's completely crazy and could get caught, but that won't happen, says Kim, because he has all the time he needs to do this. While following Nathaniel during his rounds, he carefully analyzed the route he takes. This way, he has an estimate of the time spent on this process. At the moment, he has 4.5 minutes to do his job. He just needs to swap the results within that short time frame. Without hesitation, he began working in the room. Outside, Nathaniel talks to his patients. Following his route, he also interacts with one of the nurses. On his way out, he speaks with another nurse who provides more data. He learned from his henchman that the blood test results should already be in his office. However, until now, not a single sample was compatible with Peter's. The blood analysis of the elderly patients, none were compatible. The henchman thinks Peter might be hiding in the ceiling duct. Thinking of the possibilities, he wants to use his imagination to consider what could be possible. One of his conjectures is whether Peter no longer has the same appearance as before. Nathaniel wants to know how a mere D rank is in a disciple's room, especially in his master's absence. For the past 2 days, he did his rounds at the same time. He was supposed to have 2.5 minutes of available time left. Nathaniel wants an explanation for what he found, and Kim wants to know why he appeared there already, unless he did all of this on purpose, and perhaps offered his grace to him, and showed all of his secrets in the hospital's basement, just to make Kim believe his plan was working. That way, he was underestimating him from the beginning, and Nathaniel asked the boy to give him an answer. There's not much that can be said, but he concentrates to think of something. Then he extended a folder to him, saying he was going there to deliver it to him. Nathaniel wants to know what it is, but he said Dr. Hong ordered it to be delivered and didn't provide further details. With that, he said he was leaving, but Nathaniel asked him to wait and grabbed him by the shoulder. He wants to know how Kim doesn't know what it is, since the document appears to have been opened. Thus, Nathaniel asks if he is curious about the blood samples of the elderly. If that's the case, he wants to know what made him so interested in them, since he doesn't even know what they are. He wants to know what Kim was looking for in his room since he sneaked in. If he has no answer, there's only one conclusion to be made, but Kim interrupts the professor. A person can modulate facial expressions, but there's one thing that can't be masked. And that thing is DNA, and since they haven't caught Peter yet, he thought that the old man might not look the way they imagine. So he compared it with patients who underwent plastic surgery or changed their gender, but none were compatible either. Besides that, he wanted to take another look. Then he intensified his performance and apologized to the professor, as he shouldn't have done it without informing him. After hearing the explanation, Nathaniel asked him to raise his head and place one of his fingers on Kim's forehead. Indeed, he has something in his mind, but he shouldn't forget that he is a member of Glory and should maintain his dignity. He is now free to leave. Thanking, he said he would leave now. Touching Kim's face, he realized that this skin is real. It's not makeup. The texture is that of a young person's skin, so he ended up dismissing Kim as Peter's possible identity. Having returned to square one, he became deeply irritated. All Nathaniel wants to know now is where Peter is hiding. This is Carter Podman, the champion of Mexico's underground and no-rules fights. His nickname is Slasher, and it's said he has the strongest legs on the planet. Many have succumbed to his powerful kicks. Nathaniel wants to know if what he heard about him is true, and the fighter asks if the Asian guy came there to die. The world's strongest legs couldn't withstand a single blow from the disciple, who now flaunted them like a trophy in the middle of the arena. In the same way, he encountered the world's strongest fist, whose arm shattered into pieces after being struck by him. There was also the world's strongest gang, and they had their heads mounted on the ceiling like chandeliers. Nathaniel's pursuit of the strongest made him defeat them all. Not even he knows exactly why he did this, and in agony, the young man tells the Asian that he will not be the best. At first, he didn't understand what he heard. As long as Peter is alive, he is not the best of all. Nathaniel is already tired and sick of having to hear that name. All he wanted was to know who this Peter is and what he needs to do to find him. It's unfortunate that the body before him can no longer say anything. Nathaniel is furious, as it seems he is the only person who cannot meet Peter. To be the strongest man, he needs to find him, and the last person who saw him must know how to locate him. Calling one of his henchmen, he told him to bring that person to his office. The brothers want to know what Yuna is doing there. She has her reasons, and told them to pretend better that they are patients in the hospital. They saw her in Nathaniel's office and want to know if she has a secret mission, but they don't suspect anything. While they are talking, the man calls her by name. He said that the professor wants to see her immediately. She asked why, but the young man told Yuna not to ask questions. That left the brothers impressed, as he is an A-rank assassin, the Undertaker Santos. After the interaction ended, Yuna goes to the professor's office. Inside, he presents a photo of Peter to her. It must have been her first time seeing him. Not even other disciples had this privilege, and besides, she left there alive. She even thought that Peter let her escape, but she also managed to escape from an A-rank assassin, and there's nothing special about her. Yuna just thinks that maybe he has no proof, and she just needs to stay quiet. Nathaniel asked if the girl had witnessed a miracle. Certainly not, and some disciples propose a hypothesis about what might have happened. He must have helped her during the incident with Park Sango, and in return for that, she must have made a deal with Peter. But she's an orphan and has nothing to offer him. Given that, he wants to know if Yuna is a double agent working for him. Yuna wants to know why there is all this suspicion, but Nathaniel says it doesn't matter because she can't do anything. Because he knows she can't just die and leave her brother behind. Due to his hemophilia, he has been bedridden for a long time. With his health condition, living 3 more years is practically impossible, however. Nathaniel says he can save her brother. With the serum he developed, which costs $4.5 billion, with 1 dose the disease is eradicated, and he hopes she understands as she is smart. She needs to choose his side, and Yuna wants to know what she has to do. Nathaniel said that Peter told him he would come to meet him. On August 24th, no matter what he asks, she is to reveal everything. But that must be done on the 24th at 2 p.m. in the hospital lobby. She will be the bait. She will never have the money to pay for the serum, and he wants Peter, a situation where both win. First, he will give her a place to stay in the hospital with his diagnosis, but she didn't understand this second part. Immediately, her eyes widened at what happened. He had broken her arm effortlessly. That made Yuna writhe in pain, and the professor said that healthy people cannot be admitted to his hospital, and he pressed the injury with one of his feet. Not to mention that if she refuses his offer, another person will end up with the same diagnosis as hers. Leaving her on the ground, he said he would see her again during his rounds. With a broken arm, she was now placed in a room of the hospital. If he discovers that the person helping her is Kim, they will all end up dead. But there's a chance she can save her brother. She just doesn't know what choice to make. Outside, someone asks about the patient in room 604, and Yuna responds. Her eyes couldn't believe who had arrived. It was Kim, saying it was time to get her injection. Yuna says he shouldn't be there, but the National Singing Championship is on, and she insists he should watch it somewhere else. She scratches her head, unsure how to explain things to him. Yuna tries everything to take control and push him away, and Kim asks if this is all because of Nathaniel. After all, he's her professor. Even so, he doesn't remember breaking his apprentice's arm. Now he wants her to tell him who did it. Yuna is a bit hesitant, so she's thinking about what she can say to him, and she asks what he'll do on the 24th. Wanting to know the reason for the specific question, she says she has something to ask him, but can't tell him now. On that day at 2 p.m., he should be in the hospital lobby. He should stop asking questions and just do it as she says. For Yuna, it's the only choice she has. As he looks at her, he insists once more that he needs to go. So he said he would be there at the appointed time. Outside the hospital, the rain pours heavily. On Yuna's phone screen, tears fall on her brother's picture. She still doesn't know if she did the right thing. Outside, Kim hears that this is the only thing she can do. The hospital's birthday banner is still outside. The 24th has arrived, and the professor says he's been looking forward to this day, because Peter said he would meet him on this very day, and he can't wait to finally see him. With an earpiece, he tells Yuna what she must do. After all, he wants to know where Peter is. Thinking for a moment, he says he's probably on his way to meet her in the lobby. The clock is almost marking the time agreed upon between them. The minutes are passing slowly. Finally, it's 2 p.m. sharp. The girl is saddened by what may happen because of her decision. Meanwhile, Nathaniel waits attentively for Peter's arrival. Kim walks through the hospital corridors on his way to Yuna. The boy asks if her brother has a boyfriend. He said he saw some guys in her profile picture and thought one might be her boyfriend, but she said they're just friends, which surprised him even more. The guy in the middle is really handsome, and he even liked to play soccer with him. And in 3 years, he wishes he could watch the World Cup and cheer for Korea with him. That would be his first trip abroad to the other side of the sea. All these are just the delusions of a bedridden young man. Dreaming like that is the only good thing left in his life. With his eyes closed, he continues to dream about their trip to the World Cup. She told him that the new medicine could cure his condition, and he only needs a single dose. It was the brief conversation she had with him while feeling the pain of her broken arm. Thinking about her brother's state, she can only imagine that there was no other way out for her. In the earpiece, Nathaniel wants to know where Peter is. He must be on his way, and Kim is also at the hospital. She's waiting for him to fulfill the promise he made to her. It's already 2 p.m., and she waits for him in the hospital lobby. The moment Nathaniel has been eagerly waiting for. However, a few minutes go by, and there's no sign of him. The professor's mood is no longer as friendly. He wants to know from Yuna what happened, because Peter hasn't shown up at the designated place. Meanwhile, she wonders if Kim really won't keep his promise to her, because it's already past 2 p.m. But he's at the clock outside, not the one in the lobby. The old man got the meeting place wrong. In their conversation, he asked if it was the lobby clock, but she said no. He should go to the clock outside in the garden. If he went to the other one, she would kill Kim, who ended up agreeing. And there he is, looking at the clock's hands, waiting for his friend. Nathaniel might end up killing Kim if he discovers that it was him and not Peter who killed Octopus. The professor's henchmen are all over the place in that building. No matter how skilled Kim is, the situation is completely dangerous. Any precaution in that environment is still too little compared to the risk. The only thing she wants now is for Kim to escape from that trap. He had appeared mysteriously in her life. She doesn't know where he came from, and because of that, she became suspicious of the young man's intentions. But with him, she discovered how nice it is to share a meal with someone. In his company, she ended up experiencing many new things, and they shared many good moments together. Besides, she learned to trust him in times of need. And that wasn't all about them. Kim cared about Yuna up to that point, and he was the first person to sincerely think about it, about what she is good at doing. Because of that, there's no way she could betray him like this. Definitely, she couldn't betray someone as important as he is. With Peter's delay, there isn't much time left for her. Using the earpiece, Nathaniel asked what happened. Trembling with fear, she began to explain. She said that she had lied as she never saw Peter again after that day and was tempted by the offer of the medicine he made to her. But she knows that if the old man knew she was there, he would have come. Without knowing what to say about the situation, she asked the professor to ask for anything she can do, and she'll do her best. Crying, she only asks that he doesn't do anything to her brother. In the face of that emotional confession, he said his first words. She can bring Peter there, it's unfortunate, but there's nothing they can do. Now she has to die, unfortunately. If she can't bring him there, she's useless, and he had already warned her about who would be next. As the henchmen approach her, the fire alarm rings throughout the hospital. The alarm called for the evacuation of everyone from the building. Even the assassin brothers flee the place, forgetting their mission. During the escape, one of them notices something. The exits began to close. The doors are blocked on all sides. There's not a single emergency exit that isn't sealed. Everyone who hasn't left the hospital yet won't be able to get out. The brothers can't understand how that happened, even with the fire alarm. In the hospital lobby, Nathaniel is with several of his henchmen. In response to the alarm, he doubts that a fire really happened, because he doesn't smell anything burning, so he orders one of his henchmen to investigate the situation. Even for Yuna, the fire alarm is completely unexpected. Near her, someone asks why she is crying. His steps approach her slowly. It's Kim who's there, and there's no reason to cry now. Yuna doesn't know why he is still there, but Kim said he had promised her that they would meet at the clock. During a fire, sane people try to run to a safe place. So if none of them had fled yet, it means that none of those people are doctors or patients. In fact, the man in the lab coat is an assassin. Another patient has a baseball bat in the middle of the hospital, as well as another pair carrying melee weapons. Now he has a message for the assassins who are there for him. Yuna doesn't know what Kim is doing now. Nathaniel still doesn't understand what he meant and asks if his intention is to save Yuna. If that's the case, he had already suspected it. It wasn't just sympathy that he showed. That handshake wasn't from a normal person. Nathaniel suspected that something was going on. Because of that, he wants to know if he is capable of dealing with all those assassins. They all come from a violent community in Brazil. The life expectancy of the youth there is 16 years, and thanks to all that violence. Very cruel people are able to develop. Most young people die before they even reach 10 years old. Because of the unstoppable flow of bodies, the community received the name of the City of Funerals. In that harsh reality, the weak die, and to survive, you have to be strong. From the various kidnappings that occur in the city, the unstoppable drug trafficking, even prostitution, the funeral agents control the city. They are the most powerful and violent organization in all of Brazil. For him to know the 100 strongest members of that organization are in the hospital now. Nathaniel is curious to see how he's going to deal with 100 people at the same time. Witnessing the impossible scene makes him smile. And as he had said before, he saw potential in him. He's like a tiger cub. If he grows under his guidance, he will become the greatest of predators. However, he cannot win against adults right now. It was time for him to join the professor, who would secure his future as an assassin. But Kim isn't impressed by the offer at all. Thinking for a bit, he even shrugs at it. Nathaniel realizes that he has made a choice. Moreover, he seems to desire the imminent fight. Two degenerates charge at the protagonist of the story. The bald one can't wait to let his blade sing. Finally, after a long time, gratuitous violence emerges and Kim took down the two extras. Those who were still alive can hardly believe what they had witnessed. Even Yuna couldn't believe it. He killed his opponents without looking at them, without missing a single vital point. Handling the pen, he asked the professor a question. After that, does he still see him as a tiger cub? Nathaniel asks if they know how long it takes for a person to die. 1 minute if it's a major vein and only 12 seconds if the carotid artery is damaged. With 100 people and taking 1 minute for each of them. The truth is, Nathaniel is very curious to see what will happen, because he wants to know if it will really last 100 minutes. The Brazilians say that Korea is a terrible country, too peaceful, no legal betting, no football, no Paraguayan cigarettes, a joke. And that he felt alive in the community, exchanging gunfire with Germans and already missed some good old violence. But there was no time for nostalgia as he was killed before he could feel it. The second one was already on a one-way trip to find out if God exists. They try to intimidate the boy, saying they'll put him in the microwave. Yuna mistakenly thinks Kim is in trouble. Because now he's cornered in a dead-end hallway, Kim realizes that even with some punks dead, the rest don't care. They laugh and say that growing up in the community made them tough. Every day, another punk ended up in a grave. Someone who grew up in South Korea would never understand what 20 minutes in Rio de Janeiro during rush hour are like, especially when Flamengo is losing at home. Still outnumbered, he skillfully evades his aggressors, but they know he can't dodge forever. Once again, he's trapped and without a way out. Nathaniel wants to know what he will do in this situation, because there are dozens of guys from Rio blocking his exit, ready to collect on him. Indeed, there are many Brazilians and he doesn't know what to do. If it were a soccer ball, it would have already perished. However, staying in that position was exactly what he wanted. In the cabinet behind him, there seems to be a record. The guys from Rio start to watch curiously, waiting to see what he's doing. Kim and pull out a fire hose from there. The guy from Rio can't believe he's going to lose his life to a water jet, This is unacceptable. While he was thinking, the water started to sweep the punks down the hallway. Kim tells them they shouldn't be surprised yet because they're just getting started. The mass of Brazilians is pushed through the hospital. Now with a little more space, Kim looks at something. His hose has run out of water. It's been depleted. It seems their water play ended sooner than expected. The Brazilians praise his cleverness but say you can't kill anyone like that. But once again, he tells them they're just getting started with this game. Now in his hands, there is a defibrillator. Placing both paddles on the wet floor, he said that this is the true beginning. Immediately, all the Brazilians nearby receive a formidable shock. Kim was standing on a dry platform, and in front of him, there were now a few more bodies. Nathaniel is quite impressed with the boy's performance and can't wait to see more of it. The more he looks at him, the more captivated he is by his foolishness. Nathaniel corrects himself and says that if their numbers drop by half, Kim won't spend more than an hour playing. But he doesn't think it will take him that long to get through them. Even so, he thanked him for the generosity. Picking up a notebook from the ground, he began to write a few things. Throwing it to the floor, he startled the Brazilians who were still alive. He made a mark on what would be the drawing's neck. He said that it represented the excessive bleeding caused by a carotid injury. That's going to be the cause of death for all those guys from Rio. The first of them even saw it, but couldn't react in time. That scrawny Korean is not someone they can deal with. He simply turned into a killing machine more efficient than Rio de Janeiro itself. There wasn't a single exposed neck that could escape the reach of his little pen. They were snails and Kim is the salt. It doesn't matter if they were tough guys in their community, this is Korea and the pen is mightier than the rifle. His skill is simply transcendent. The further he advances, the greater the number of bodies and dying people on the ground. Passing through them didn't even require everything he's capable of. The discreet pen is much more dangerous than any knife in the place. There are more bodies than living people now, but the small portion of the remaining Cariocas decides to fight back. They leap and form a large human mass over Kim. However, they are all repelled by the power of the assassin. Yuna is still there and doesn't take her eyes off the fight for a single moment. That must be the legend of the strongest man on Earth. Near her, people couldn't stop talking about him. Contrary to what the legend said, this man was an ordinary old man like any other. She never imagined he would be able to fight all those people and come out victorious. When that happened, it dawned on her. She shouldn't believe in rumors. But what if the rumors were true? In front of her is Kim, who is Peter, doing something unbelievable. He's handling all those assassins alone without difficulty. And to do so, he's using only his pen. Now everything on the ground is just blood. Nathaniel, who watched everything, is definitely pleased. He doesn't know if he's a fan or a hater, but he expected Kim to be capable of doing that. Besides, the entire action began and ended in just 13 minutes. Kim says he's not done yet, and the professor didn't understand. He's still alive, and it's up to him to choose if Kim will go up, or if he will come down and throw punches with him. Like a JoJo villain, he descends to the ground floor, crushing the floor beneath his feet. Now that he's on the ground, he asked Kim if that answered his question. Since they're going to fight, there's something that makes the professor very curious. He wants to know how he is so skilled despite being so young. It doesn't make any sense to him. He even imagined that he could be from another country, but he's too young for that. But Kim is also curious about the disciple. He wants to know why those who lack confidence tend to talk a lot. Smiling at the provocation, he said the young man should know something as well. Arrogance and fighting spirit are completely different things. The attack comes with force and Kim puts his arms in front of him to block it. The impact is strong enough to lift him off the ground. Indeed, he is really very strong. Even the girl didn't expect the professor to be someone truly so powerful. Kim falls to the ground but manages to maintain his stance. He looks at his opponent, focused. All that superhuman strength, he doesn't seem real. Yuna knows that things are much more dangerous now. Nathaniel imagines that Kim used all his strength fighting the 100 assassins who were there. It's only a matter of time before he loses. Yuna says that blocking all those attacks is very dangerous and he should dodge soon. Nathaniel asks if he's already tired since they've only just begun and armed himself with the bodies of his henchmen. That is definitely unexpected and caught Kim's attention. Even though he blocked it, he was struck by two massive Carioca bodies. Nathaniel says he can't do anything because he's exhausted, but he won't accept that as an excuse to go easy on him. He threw Kim against the wall using just one of his hands. More impressive than his strength is only Kim's physical resilience. He had never seen someone so strong before and he would like to know what the source of all that strength is. While standing still and reflecting, Nathaniel will land a flying knee strike. Yuna is already in tears because she's sure Kim will die at this rate. Going to the elevator, she saw that it had gone down. Since he is very quick, Nathaniel thought for a moment. In a confined space, there's no way the young man can escape him. Kim says nothing in response to the provocation. Meanwhile, the disciple is engaged in trying to finish him off as soon as possible. Striking his face several times, he asks if he's really going to stay like that, doing nothing. He wants to know where his fighting spirit is, as he swore it would be a challenge. But from what it seems, he is no different from ordinary people. The blows are so strong that the elevator is being destroyed from the outside. Its walls are already completely dented. There's so much violence in the strikes that even the steel cables are breaking. The two had to leave there. Otherwise, it would have become their coffin. Thus, the elevator hit the ground, finishing destroying itself. It doesn't take long for the dust to start rising in the place. On the ground lies the elevator door, marked by the disciples' blows. Yuna screams from above, worried, but she needs to find a way to get down quickly. There are many things that pique Nathaniel's curiosity. He was supposed to have found Peter, but it was Kim who showed up, and he wants to know what the connection between them is. Could that boy be something else? Like just an inanimate body now because he's no longer alive. That's what always happens to his opponents. Everyone who fights him ends up dead because he is always sincere in his battles. But the more he thinks about these results, the more frustrated he becomes. Looking closer at Kim's body, he notices that there are no wounds on his face. That's a good sign for him. The chaos hasn't ended yet. Earlier, he had put a lot of violence into that flying knee strike. Not just in that one, but in every single blow he threw. And he has been blocking attacks from the beginning, or simply dodging them. Kim stands up and apologizes for his rudeness, because he had taken a small nap just now as he found it all too boring. That simple provocation made Nathaniel lose his composure. Now the violence was about to start. He said something about being sincere earlier. If that's the case, it's fine. He should come at him because Kim is going to return a little sincerity as well. Nathaniel charges at him like a husband who just found out he's been cheated on. Now is the moment when things will be settled. Then Kim countered the disciple's punch with a punch of his own. The scene ended up being recorded by the cameras. His team sees the recording and worries about him, thinking Kim is being pressured. But the woman isn't worried and says she heard an interesting story some time ago. About 55 years ago, someone asked the children what the source of strength is. Many answers were given by them. Indeed, they were good answers among those she heard. Now she wanted them to try to break that huge boulder in front of them. They had gone through the toughest week and should be able to handle something simple. One of them thinks the task is impossible. One of the kids says that Peter won't be able to break it and that the bandages won't help at all. Even so, he hit the boulder and the snotty kid said he would never break that stone. Time passed and he continued striking the stone. At night, he was still there hitting the stone. In the first minutes of dawn, someone went up to him. It had been a month since he showed up to train with them, and they imagine he must have given up. Not to mention, the stone remains intact, and they don't understand why Peter is still being favored. The girl tells them to look to the side. They knew that wasn't there before, it's a different boulder. There are several broken stones, and they wonder if Peter was the one who did all of that. In the present, the powerful fists collided. Nathaniel asks if he knows the maximum force a person can exert. In a deadlift, a record-breaking strongman can pull over 500 kilos from the ground. That guy is no challenge for him. Because of that, he wants to know what Kim does, as he's many times stronger than a normal human and doesn't even seem to be using any enhancement. Kim asks if he's ever been hit by a car before, and Nathaniel says that's very specific. Then he said his punch would hurt much more than being run over. With the impact's force, the disciple flies like a ragdoll, destroying the wall. Even so, Kim wasn't satisfied with just that, and started returning every punch he had to dodge. Nathaniel doesn't even know what hit him. At this moment, he's getting beaten by Kim as if he owed him money. It's all open hand slaps, so as not to leave marks on the guy's face. Whether open or closed, the beating session seems to have no end. Kim is standing calmly, waiting for the professor's reaction. The old man thinks Kim has won because a head that gets smashed into the wall like that doesn't come out intact. But his joy quickly disappears. Even Kim is a little surprised that he's still alive, and says that Nathaniel won't understand why he's still breathing, while the hands he used to hit him are already marked with wounds. He said he had already told him about who controls evolution. Now he will be the first not just to hear what he says, but the first to witness the father showing off his form. Throwing his clothes on the floor, he reveals his body. Kim looks at all of that and wonders what he had done to his own body. He wasn't supposed to be shocked. This is Nathaniel's legacy for evolution. He took the concept of being ripped very seriously. That was truly a stunning and horrifying body. He didn't have nipples. Nathaniel says he is the epitome of anti-fragile. If he isn't killed, the pain he feels only makes him stronger. His muscles get even stronger when they are damaged, and he created a drug that significantly reduces anabolic recovery time. The more he gets beaten, the stronger his body becomes in case it wasn't clear. Because of this, the probability of him losing this fight is 0. Kim knows he must not get caught. He thought this as he was getting caught. Enraged, Nathaniel prepares to slam that skinny body into the ground. The force of the impact simply made the floor shatter. A devastating blow, the dust from the debris rises like a mist. Until now, no one who received that grip on their neck lived to tell the tale. Because of this, he should congratulate Kim for managing to escape. But he knows it's impossible. He is certain he grabbed his neck. There's no way in a tenth of a second he could have reacted. But he managed to place his hands inside the grip, creating just enough space to escape. In such a short time, he made all those decisions and acted in perfect harmony. His reflexes are not human. However, Kim knows he narrowly escaped death. If he had been held for just one full second, he would have died. Not to mention that his hands hurt as if they had been pierced by nails. He had broken the wall with one of his hands, as if it were absolutely nothing. He crushed the skull of a grown man like someone crushing a fruit. The certainty he has is that if those hands grab him again, there's no way he'll get out alive. Nathaniel says he saw Kim's medical data, and judging by that, he should be stronger than most A-rank assassins. Even so, he wouldn't be able to beat him because he's always evolving. However, if he begged like a dog, maybe he'd change his mind. The truth is that he can't wait to make Kim embrace the juice and become even more incredible. That possibility had been discarded a long time ago. But seeing the boy raise his hand, Nathaniel thinks he's agreeing. For the cameras, the old man thinks Kim is surrendering, and this could get them discovered. Nathaniel knows he has potential and is willing to forget everything. That way he can satisfy his desire to become even stronger. Looking at the boy, he wants to know what he is doing. For rude kids, discipline is the best response. And that's what Kim intends to give him. It's so much arrogance per minute that he might just win the fight by driving Nathaniel insane. The lunatic charges forward, breaking the ground beneath his feet. Kim doesn't lag behind and also moves. The fight between them is fast and violent, taking the entire place as the arena. More technical and faster, Kim manages to land several clean hits. Practically every blow he throws hits its target. Unfortunately, the muscular wall in front of him doesn't seem to suffer any damage. Through the cameras, his team can't tell what's happening, only that violence is being unleashed. In fact, it doesn't seem like a fight between two humans. Nathaniel looks at the boy and acknowledges his strength, completely different from all the people he had fought until now. However, the undeniable truth is that even during the fight, he keeps evolving. The sensation is so good that it's the first time he really takes pleasure in fighting. This makes him think about how strong he could become or how tough his muscles could get. Thinking about all these things, he keeps fighting. But there is a question lingering in his mind: Kim's strength. There must be something else that explains it. His medical data must be hiding something. Nathaniel would like to know what he's holding on to that allows him to keep fighting. Because after all this time, he still hasn't given up. For this, there's certainly only one possible answer. Tired of getting hit, he grabs the boy's leg and says he has made his decision. Even if he cries like a dog, he will be dissected like a frog, from the smallest bones to the most useless cells. He promised that he would be thoroughly examined. It's unfortunate that the last thing he will see will be his fist coming toward his face. His team watches through the cameras, desperate. They scream, not knowing if he's still alive. But it was he himself who said that he gets stronger when he takes hits, and that he reduced his muscle recovery time. So all he had to do was wait, and he did so for a long time. Now Nathaniel is surprised. Kim waited until he became as strong as possible, so that his muscles would become so powerful that they would press against every nerve and bone in his body, eventually rendering him useless, and indeed, Nathaniel can't move. He was so focused on the fight that he didn't notice his entire body getting increasingly stiff. That boy had noticed the flaw in his body within just a few minutes, something that even he, the disciple Nathaniel, couldn't detect. With the battle practically won, Kim smiles. Then he says out loud that Nathaniel had asked for this, which makes him seethe with rage. It can't be happening. It must be a nightmare. He had killed countless people just to obtain that power, not to mention all the pain he had to endure to achieve it. All those modifications to become the perfect human being. Even so, that damn boy would be his executioner and would put an end to all his progress. Smiling malevolently, he says he didn't expect to have to use that. With the little mobility he had left, he pulled a rainbow-colored pin from his sandal. That drug deteriorates his muscles, but makes him the perfect organism. It's only fair that Kim witnesses this. After 3 minutes, Nathaniel won't be in the land of the living anymore. Knowing this, he'll make sure that Kim isn't either. His body began to move again, and blood spilled profusely from his mouth. His steps were so powerful that the ground couldn't withstand the force. Kim prepares to counter that charge. The apostle, if he wasn't human before, had now turned into a monster. His life would burn as fuel. This is the epitome of all his research and achievements. Even so, the fight continues. All of his moves are being read. Fighting against just one person, he still manages to be struck. The sensation is like fighting against 1,000, and battling with Kim awakened a new feeling. Kim is definitely not a D rank. He has an extraordinary amount of experience that someone like him could never obtain in a single lifetime. It's unusual that such a young man, even younger than him, is so rich in experience, as if he were in an unreachable place. The man closest to the position of God. It almost seems like that boy is Peter. In the year 2003, he made his vow. He would volunteer for the sake of humanity, maintaining his dignity and ethics in practicing medicine, not using his medical knowledge for malicious purposes. In the audience, some people couldn't believe it was him. Nahayen is a 13-year-old prodigy who had already entered medical school, but he wasn't truly happy. In 1994, he was bedridden in the pediatric ward. He was born sick, and they told him that he was born that way by God's choice. He just wanted to know the reason why he had been chosen to be born with a weak body. On television, he watched the molting process of arthropods, which allows them to grow and become stronger. Perhaps God wanted him to grow stronger like those creatures, unlike what humans do. Now he was motivated to become the person who would make that happen. In 2012, a patient with a gunshot wound was being treated in the emergency room. No one really wanted to treat him because that person was a murderer. Nahayen didn't care and did what needed to be done. For him, that shouldn't have been something worth mentioning. It was just a job, and he shouldn't get involved with ethics or morality. But it was his first time performing a surgery. His heart was racing, maybe because of that heavily built body in front of him, the strongest body he had ever seen up close. He wanted to know how he achieved that. Looking at all that vascularity and muscle volume, he wanted to know why he was so different from the others. His fascination was so great that he wanted to see the body from the inside. There were so many thoughts that he lost focus on the surgery. His hand hesitated, and he thought he should preserve and help humanity evolve. The patient's hand fell off the stretcher. He gave in to those intrusive thoughts and ended up dissecting that man. A nurse entered the room and was horrified by the scene. That made him take refuge in a small town in South America, but he did it for a reason, because there he had an abundant supply of bodies to conduct his research. He ended up noticing a phenomenon that validated his study. By killing strong people, he could confirm his own strength's progress. Then he began to strengthen those who were his weak points. A new existence, a new humanity. That was what he should have become, but he was obliterated by the young man in glasses. His body crashes onto the ground, bouncing multiple times. The entire place is destroyed after the fight. Dust and smoke mix in the air. Nathaniel is leaning against a pipe, his life almost at its end. His spine is shattered, his muscles torn, and truly can't move. Kim tells him not to try moving, as it would only add more nails to the lid of his coffin. Nathaniel wants him to tell him one last thing. For 30 years, all he's done is try to get stronger. But being defeated by Kim, he wants to know what that young man did that is so effective. Thinking for a moment, Kim isn't sure if he can explain it in a way he would understand. Kim acknowledges that he has a lot of tenacity, but the difference between them is that Kim dedicated himself to hard work for a short period of 65 years. This is an amount of time incompatible with the young man's age. Looking at him from a distance, he sees Peter's silhouette in him. Even being a doctor, there are many things he cannot comprehend, but he's happy to have met him before dying. Finishing his words, whatever life was left in that body was exhausted. Thus ended the conflict at the hospital. Nathaniel and his Cariokas, none of them remained alive. All information about the Glory assassins was erased. Life returned to its natural course. In the car, the twins want to hear something from their professor. To them, it was already time to become rank C. Being categorical, the professor says they should be less arrogant. They say they were just acting. Then they start to tell him how this fight against the Brazilian assassins went. They wanted Yuna to recount how it was, but she seems quite distracted. On the other side of the seat, Kim looks at her. Things ended well, and she should be at least a little happy. But with her brother bedridden, she doesn't feel relieved. That promise Nathaniel made that could save her brother made her think too much. A single dose would cure him, even though it was very expensive. Kim knows she's worried about her brother and asks her if that's the case. However, she says she couldn't eat at the school cafeteria, and that's what she's thinking about. Since the serum was destroyed, nothing makes much sense now. Even so, Kim believes that being who she is, she'll find another way to help her brother. Though still a bit skeptical, she thanked him for his words. Finally, the van arrives at its destination. Opening the door, the young man says that Korea's scent is the best there is. The professor tells them to cut the chatter and go to sleep, so they won't be late for school the next day. Kim notices something left behind in the van. He asks Yumin if she's not going to take it, but she says it's not hers. Kim says Yujin might like it, and she wants to know how he knows her brother's name. Opening the package, she wants to know what that is on her lap. Her eyes can hardly believe it. Yuna is immediately moved by the gift. There was the serum Nathaniel had promised her. Kim had taken the suitcase from the hospital. Apparently, Nathaniel hadn't destroyed the serum. Yuna cries, grateful for her friend's gesture. She clings to the suitcase, which is her brother's hope. In the hospital, things are no longer dangerous. Two men observe the destruction. No one can say what happened there, and they can't believe the results either. The level of destruction is so extreme that it's hard to accept it was caused by human hands. The hospital is completely vandalized in some areas. They even wonder if it was really Peter who did that. One man repeats his question, which is confirmed by the other. There is footage of him introducing himself to the camera. Besides that, there are no witnesses who saw him. It's as if they had encountered a ghost. The man tries to retract his words, and some hooded figures ask if he really said that. He tries hard to retract his statement, but his effort is in vain. Thus, he collapses in fear on the hospital floor. Suddenly, several cuts are made on his body. Putting away his sword, the assassin asks if Peter is truly a ghost. That word should not be said in his presence, and he wants to know if he stirred up anger in the other for killing the boss's subordinate. But this man, in turn, felt nothing. He's already used to it. It's unfortunate that Nathaniel died before receiving the disciple's new training. On the other hand, Peter deserves something. A session of merciless beating that is the ghost of the sword. A bald man asks them to pay attention to what he's about to say. From now on, they are volunteers. The siblings are happy because they already wanted to go on a mission. Kim and Yuna still can't get used to the way these siblings act. It's a comedic relief full of secondhand embarrassment. He doesn't know why this mission was assigned to them, but he hopes they'll do a good job. At a port, a few small boats are docked. The siblings want to know what that is because they still don't understand the nature of the mission. This wasn't the kind of volunteering they were expecting to do. The truth is that real volunteering is also part of the job. The siblings make a scene on the ground saying they want to volunteer for glory and not for this situation. Soon, a beautiful woman appears, asking if they are the volunteers for the day. She is Yejin, the student's teacher. The siblings glance briefly at her. That was enough. Now they're working extremely motivated. Watching them, Yuna says that their behavior is untreatable, and Kim agrees with her. What she doesn't understand is why they were sent to a place so far from their school, a place 500 kilometers away from the capital. The professor told him that he doesn't know the reason either, but that they should remain discreet and not reveal themselves. So they proceed discreetly. Walking around the area, Kim reflects on the reason that might have brought them there. Looking at him, Yuna wants to know why Kim is feeling down. Resting in the shade after working, they talk with the teacher, asking if she's a student. The woman understood that it was a compliment meant to say she looks young, but they ask her not to say such things, and turn it back on her, saying they are just students while she is already a teacher. Yuna didn't like that, thinking they were being insolent. Knowing that the volunteers have arrived, the janitor introduces himself to them. That's the only school in the area, and he makes a dad joke. But the young ones couldn't find it funny. The place is very well taken care of, and Yuna wants to know what they can do to help. Then the janitor tells them to follow him because he'll guide them around the place. Yuna is suspicious. She doesn't believe they were brought there just for this. Two mobsters start extorting them, saying that they live in peace there because of them. But they don't have money to keep paying this kind of tribute, and the mobsters don't care about that. Instead of money, they offer something else, which seems to please them. There are several potatoes which are grown and harvested there. Suddenly, they throw the potatoes at the janitor and say they're still going easy on them. They say they're businessmen and don't like it when rules are broken like that. Yuna tells Kim not to get involved, but he wasn't planning on doing anything. The teacher says they have no money and that the school survives on donations. Then a mobster approaches her and says there's another way to pay. She could get money in other ways, and with her looks, she'd make a lot of money. Suddenly, a hand appears between them, saying that a man's hand doesn't exist to hit women. It's meant to protect, and for that reason, he can't forgive him. The mobster tries to say he didn't do anything. Before he could say anything else, the mobster reacted. He said his hand exists to hit clowns like him, and the teacher begs them not to fight. Sitting down after being hit, he says a mosquito is still flying around him. It even makes him scratch. A mobster says he's bleeding a lot, and the young man says they shouldn't focus on the small things. A brief beating session ensues. Now the two brothers are bedridden at the school. Taking care of them, the teacher asks if they're okay and apologizes. They tell her not to worry about them, but rather about the fists that hit their faces. The janitor said they were unlucky, and that those idle mobsters go around charging others. But thanks to the volunteers, the school was a little better. He asked them to rest, and they talk tomorrow. Kim asks if the captain is okay because he's recovered a lot. Then he remembered other situations. Intimidation they have faced before. The conflict inside the church with the assassins. Kim said that a strong person holds back when needed and that today they were pretty nice. He tries to say something more, but Kim tells him to keep resting. In that place far from the capital, the sky is filled with stars. Yuna is sitting on the swing alone. It seems she's reflecting on the past few days. Many things have happened to her recently. She remembered the bag Kim left for her in the car. Inside it was a different briefcase. Inside it, the serum that would be able to cure her brother. Crying with emotion, she wants to know how Kim was able to do that. That suitcase could change her brother's life. She should have thanked him when she could, but now she doesn't know how to do that. Kim asks if she's thinking about her brother after having seen the children today, and Yuna is greatly startled. He asks if she saw a ghost, but he always shows up in unexpected ways. With him there beside her, she wonders if she should bring up the topic. Calling him, he turns his attention to her, but the words don't come out of her mouth. She tries to explain to him what she wants to say, and Kim says it's a thank you, to her surprise. Looking at the sky, he also remembers a few things. She had told him to go to the clock, but the one in the garden. She had been adamant about that. He also remembers her crying in the hospital lobby. At that moment, she must have been really scared, yet she was able to protect him. Her bravery at that moment was truly incredible. She says it was nothing, but Kim says he's very grateful. Yuna is curious about something she wants to ask. She wants to know if Kim has any relationship with Peter or something similar. She's seen many strong people, but Kim had defeated Nathaniel. It doesn't make sense for him to be a rank D. Sighing, Kim says that when the time comes, he will tell her everything. She becomes downcast after hearing those words. She really hoped to hear the truth right away. Now she's anxious, as she's very curious. Kim insists on knowing what's wrong, and Yuna says she had already thanked him. Faced with his persistence, she lets out a loud shout, saying she's grateful. After that, he asked her to calm down a little more. She leaves thinking he did that on purpose, and that she should be careful around him. That's why she never knew how to properly apologize to men. Kim is happy that the Dako brothers and Yuna are progressing. Since things are being resolved, he should be on his way too. Inside the school, the light from the lamps passes through the window. Kim walks down the corridor, heading to his dormitory. The light from one room catches his attention. He wonders if there's a way he can help. The guard said he should go to sleep, as staying awake will only make him weak and age faster. He cracks a joke about losing weight, and the guard laughs too much. The joke wasn't that good, and Kim doesn't react to it. Since he couldn't help, he said he would leave, advising the guard to rest as well. Before he left the room, he said the boy is clumsy. He smelled blood for decades in his life, and the boy wouldn't be able to hide that scent from him with that behavior. His scent of blood is very strong. Kim could only go there as a volunteer, and he did so with a goal in mind. His objective in going to that school is to find the disciple Simon, the one who handles a sword better than anyone on the planet, the best swordsman of glory, the saint of the spinning blade. It seems he did his research properly, and if so, he must also know that he won't be alive for much longer. A single strike is enough to create a small opening. That is the opportunity given to his opponent to strike back. But it wasn't easy with that man. It seems like he's reading his mind. He can't find any openings. No matter the strength of the weapon, a bullet can be avoided, but there's no way to avoid a sword. They are simply deadly within their range. In a short time, he cornered him and blocked his movements. Kim wants to know if the one before him is truly the best swordsman in the world, or if it's just a rumor. Simon says that only 2 people have seen 10 of his strikes. The boy should be happy, since he is one of those people. He doesn't know how it is for other beings, but humans are made up of habits. Walking, talking, scent, even people's breathing is different. He wasn't sure before because it couldn't be true, as it was impossible. But during the fight, he became certain. Then he planted his sword into the ground before him, and he, the disciple Simon. The night sky did not expect this. The samurai is bowing and salutes the disciple Peter, who is in front of him. He said he missed his big brother. Perplexed, he asked if he had reincarnated, to which Peter says in a way, yes. He's relieved because he thought he had died, but even Peter doesn't believe it. Simon wants to visit the place where he's hiding, but that's not possible yet. He said that now he seems cool and acts cool, something he didn't do before. Either way, he is grateful, because the title of the Saint of the Spinning Sword suits him well. Peter says he almost died, but Simon, knowing it was him, thought it was impossible. He said that Peter is very skilled, considering that for the past few years all he has handled is a broom, and holding a sword felt a little strange. And all of this only happened thanks to Peter, who taught him how to use a sword. He wants to know why he went to that part of the country. Peter asks if he's heard the news about what happened at the hospital and with Nathaniel, and indeed he heard about the chaos. He could hardly believe that it was Peter who did it, and was wondering who was responsible for that. Now he wants to know why Peter did all of that. Without beating around the bush, Peter says he plans to take down Glory. Simon says that even for him, it's too dangerous. Glory is not the same organization anymore, so he hopes to join him in this task, but Peter tells him he has to stay there and clean the school. Simon wants to go with him, but Peter asks if he really wants to throw away all the time he spent there hiding. The samurai says he still dreams about that fateful night. If it weren't for Peter, who stopped him, he certainly wouldn't be alive today. Just like that child wouldn't have reached the highest step, even if it cost him his head, he would have done it gladly. and he asks if Peter doesn't agree with him. 60 years ago, the honor orphanage was established by Father Gabriel. Among the children who grew up there, 12 were selected, with Peter being one of them. Every day was a battle for survival. After being treated like animals and going through the worst training, the 12 who survived were promoted and became the nation's secret agents, the 12 disciples. Before anyone knew it, they made great changes in the world. One day, something happened. A young boy appeared at the orphanage, and the priest decided to adopt him. As time passed, that child began to covet the crown. And in the end, he took the crown for himself, arousing Simon's fury. It was on that night that Peter stopped him. It wasn't the right moment for him or for anyone to do that. In his hands, glory turned into an organization of assassins stained with blood and corruption. And Peter, who was powerless back then, obtained the greatest weapon of all, his youth. So if he wanted Simon not to get involved and just watch, for everything would be destroyed. The person in charge of doing that would be him, Peter. Morning finally arrives at the school. The siblings want to know what happened. They had done all the hard work, yet the children are idolizing Kim. The teacher thought things would get chaotic, but the mobsters didn't return, and the brothers said they won't come back. Shaking hands, the man asks them if they need to go further than that. The mobsters murmur that they won't mess up again and are warned not to return to the school or approach the teacher, because if they do, they'll witness the wrath of an S-rank assassin. But the siblings say it wasn't a big deal, and only they will remember it. With the volunteering finished, it was time for them to return to the capital. The teacher thanks them for giving the children good memories. The janitor makes a really bad dad joke, and Yuna had to be restrained. Before leaving, they call out to the teacher. They affirm that they will return every year, and she's happy, but thinks it's because of the volunteering not to see her. Before Kim leaves, the janitor calls for him. He said that if needed, he has the disciple Simon at his disposal. If necessary, he'll come to his aid immediately. Peter thanks him and hopes he stays safe and well in that place. Before the day ends, the rain starts falling from the sky. Soon, it becomes more intense, turning into a storm. The waves begin to rise and become much stronger. Lightning descends from the sky, shaking the walls of the school. Meanwhile, the janitor calmly reads his newspaper. That was quite unusual in his life. He's been receiving things that made him very happy lately. Standing up, he didn't expect to receive visitors. They don't seem to be volunteers, and he wants to know what they want by visiting someone who lives in isolation. The woman identifies him and says that's where he's been hiding. One of Father Gabriel's sons, the saint of the spinning sword, the disciple Simon, the best swordsman in Korea. Simon knows they are from glory, both the woman and the man accompanying her. From what he's heard, she seems to be the most powerful swordswoman in Japan, the Sword Phantom. The man is happy that Simon knows who he is. He doesn't know the reason for their visit, but if it's to steal a title he holds, he's not interested in that. The woman said she only came there to earn a lot of money and nothing more. Simon says they seem to have come from far away, but they won't get that money. Moreover, they are wrong about one thing. It was very presumptuous of them to say that the Saint of the Sword is the strongest in Korea. Seeing his fighting spirit, the man says it was worth coming all the way there. Simon tells them not to worry because he treats all his guests well. Now it was time for them to start fighting. The woman reacts immediately to Simon's movement. They are going to fight to the death. The rain continues falling heavily. A beam of light can be seen in the window of the janitor's room. The clash between them is extremely fierce. Their swords collide violently. Simon is thrown back by the impact but manages to stay firm on the ground. The woman is equally skilled. She was eager to meet Simon because of his reputation, but expected more from him and thinks it's due to his age. Simon has a cut on one of his arms. Indeed, he hasn't been training and is a bit rusty. If it were his past self, she would no longer be alive. Hearing this, she lets out a sadistic smile. She says Simon shouldn't think so highly of himself. She is good, but what concerns him is the guy behind her. He needs to move to a more open space to fight them both. Seeing her approach, he moved as well. Once again, the swords clash, producing light with their sparks. Simon says the school is public property and that he's going to report her for what she's done there. But she says she doesn't care because there will be no witnesses to that, and that Simon will soon cease to live. To escape the strike, he jumped out the window of his room. This irritated her because she thinks Simon is running away from them. Since it's raining heavily outside, the man wants to know if everything is fine, and the ghost of the sword says there are no problems. The rain keeps pouring down. Simon runs through the nearby forest with agility, sharpening the sword to cut things. This is the essence behind the sword. But her essence is different. That's a saw made to cut human flesh. Even if it hasn't cut him many times, the saw's teeth are wide and cut deeply. Not to mention, they definitely give off a bad feeling. There's definitely something they're hiding from him. The chase continues through the forest. Simon is now at a point that prevents his escape. He patiently looks at his pursuers. The woman says he's more romantic than she imagined because there he could try to die with a cooler aesthetic. Simon wants to know if she's interested in finding out why they call him the Saint of the Spinning Sword, but she doesn't want to know as she's a busy person. But the man behind her showed interest. He said Simon had become dangerous now. Indeed, practical knowledge is much better than theory. He is the Saint of the Spinning Sword. Focused, he can feel the air, the waves of the sea, even the rain, and he is capable of cutting all those things. All thanks to his sword technique. The man tries to tell the woman to dodge, but she takes a moment to understand. The cut had been made at the height of her neck. Didn't even give her time to react. The trajectory of his sword continues endlessly. An incredible technique refined over decades of training. The technique that made every swordsman tremble in fear. Simon is in his divine state. The woman can only scream, feeling the pain of the cuts on her body. It had been a while since he had so much fun, so he called the next one. It was time for the big guy to do something too. He says the technique is excellent. If Simon hadn't stopped training, it would have been formidable. But now it's too late. Simon doesn't understand that they already lost. Then he encounters a strange sensation. He looks slowly at his abdomen. There was a cut there, and he didn't even realize when it happened. There's no way he was wounded because he didn't see anything happen. The man asks if Simon really thought he had won. That's too funny. Hearing the voice, Simon is certain he had cut the woman. He even thought he might have been possessed by a ghost or something like that. It's impossible that this really happened. Maybe he was just hallucinating there. But the pain he feels is real. Searching his memories, he remembered when the woman used a perfume. Maybe that was the hallucinogen used. If that's the case, he says it's pathetic, and he's prepared for it. His preparation is complete. If he can't see a ghost, he just needs to close his eyes. He had repeated that technique thousands of times. For someone at his level, vision is irrelevant. In front of his sword, he senses the presence of his attacker. Then he approaches him with his sword. Seeing it once more, it's clear that his skills are terrifying. The infamous disciple Simon. To think that he ended up like this. Simon swings his sword aimlessly, completely disoriented. The woman smiles at the scene because he can't even see her. Now she will show him why she's called the Phantom. As her name suggests, she's a phantom who carries a sword. In the capital, the day dawns with a clear sky. One of the siblings has a question for his friends. Yuna wants to know what happened, and he asks if love has always been this painful. He sent messages to the teacher but never got a response, and Yuna said he doesn't deserve one because he doesn't know how to communicate. However, she used to reply, and he showed the old part of their conversation. She sent him a picture yesterday, and since then, she hasn't responded. He asks Yuna what they should do in a situation like that, but quickly changes the subject, saying she's not a girl. Listening to their conversation, Kim became very thoughtful. They asked for Kim's help because Yuna is oppressing them. He had called Juwon and asked to meet her. It's very cold, and they met on a slope near the sea. Kim is looking for pirates in that area. The girl notices what's going on because even her dogs sense something different. She wants to know what happened as Peter isn't responding. If Simon had gone back with him that day, or even if he had stayed with him. If a few things had been different, he would still be alive. Thinking about the possibilities, Peter is genuinely angry. Far away, they are being observed by someone. The informant says the target received the gift, and his boss wants to know if it's really Peter there. He says there's an older man there and that he's not alone. There's a woman with a dog and a younger guy who's not there anymore. While talking to his boss, Kim snatches the phone from the observer's hand. This startled him because Kim got to his position too quickly, and he couldn't do anything. On the phone, Kim asks if the person is the new Simon of Glory. The woman wants to know if it's Peter. On the other side, he asks if she's the one who calls herself the Phantom. He says he doesn't know why she's acting so confidently, but hopes she stays safe, if she isn't already. Meanwhile, he crushes her henchman's hands, who screams uncontrollably. She had signed her own death sentence. She would die painfully at the hands of a real phantom. A yacht sails across the sea. Someone asks if the man is okay, but he knows what kind of place he's heading to. It's her home, a genuinely dangerous place. An invisible vessel, everything about its crew. No one knows a thing. It's known as the Ghost Cruise. Whoever kidnapped Simon is inside. How they got the ship and how they maintain it is a mystery, but Peter knows who they are associated with. If Korea has glory, Japan has them. An ancient organization of assassins, not to mention the Oriental Yakuza, famous in popular imagination for having inserted the story of the sword Phantom into the case of the lost Yamagumi. On the day of the incident, they were celebrating the leader's 60th anniversary. That day, 2,000 people lost their lives at the hands of just two individuals. An event that became well known. The incident doesn't do it justice. It's more like a massacre. But that's because it was 2 against 2,000. In the place where such a battle unfolded, there wasn't a single body left. A reward was placed on them by the Japanese police, but as their name suggests, they'd vanished like ghosts. After years, they reappear, and now she is the new Simon of Glory. She says that if he knows all this, he shouldn't go in there because he might have a futile and insignificant death. And she's worried if everything will be okay, since he doesn't have any support. But Peter only cares about the number of people he'll have to face. No matter how many he has to kill, there won't be any survivors. He'll make sure they regret spilling his brother's blood. And he has helpers there as well, but that's exactly what the woman was talking about. The siblings didn't like their clothes and want to be bodyguards too. That's why Kim told them not to come along with him, as he's not joking. This is serious. But they say he just wants to monopolize the fun. Kim says again, they could end up dying there, but they don't care. Death for assassins is the final achievement. On the yacht, a man asks if he liked the vessel. It's Choi Eun-chang, president of Deha, a corporation that manufactures weapons. Kim tells the president that it's cold outside and that he should come in quickly. Then he asks why he's so nervous, to which the man replies that he should be. There are drugs and smuggled weapons on board, missing art pieces, and even trafficked people. This ship has things that an ordinary person can only imagine existing. Even though he's rich and powerful, he only boards with the permission of that person, and Kim says he's indebted to him once again. But it's fine. He owes him nothing. Finally, they can see the ghost vessel more closely. Peter can't wait to find out who this person is, what kind of person they are, to know exactly what they're like so he can bring judgment to that soul. Already on board, someone asks to call the boss over there. The man had struck the woman in the head with an ashtray because she didn't understand a word he said. The woman tells him not to call the woman by that name, and if he keeps calling for her, she'll get angry. It's not a boss, but a lady. She is Simon, the ghost of the sword. Her appearance doesn't seem dangerous. The same could be said of the man who always accompanies her. While the woman is escorted by the man, Simon invites the Hafed to talk in her room, but he says she must have forgotten who he is. One word from him could have her thrown off the ship. He's the CEO of a large company. Since he doesn't want to go to the room, they can do it right there. Even though he's already drunk, she'll make him even more intoxicated. Suddenly, he feels something is off. His hands are trembling violently. His body is sweating cold, and he's sure something is wrong. Within seconds, he's already collapsing to the floor. Simon begins to lament what happened. What he likes is his business, but he was doing really well squeezing his neck. With him writhing on the ground, she orders her henchman to throw his body into the ocean. They immediately obey, removing the man who is still convulsing. She wants to know if her companion thinks Peter will come, since this is the first auction since that phone call. After receiving her gift, he will definitely appear, and he wants to know what the ghost would do if Peter were on the ship. She coldly says she would find him, kill him, and take her money, and she can't wait for it to happen. The brothers look on in amazement because they don't know what that is. That is an enormous and wonderful club, not to mention the massive pool on the ship. It's simply an incredibly luxurious hotel. The wealthy from all over the world are there. People who must wipe their butts with money. Then he looks at Jay and asks if he's ready. Without hesitation, he tells his brother that he's been ready since birth. There must be no dirt in front of the important people, and they dedicate themselves to cleaning the ship's floor. A big shot calls for them, and the brothers immediately offer their services. He gave them a bunch of money because they were working hard cleaning the floor. It was way too much money. They didn't expect such a generous tip. They received the equivalent of $1,000,000. All that just for cleaning the floor. They're already thinking they'll get rich. If that's the case, they won't need to be assassins. In the middle of the hall, a man asks for everyone's attention and thanks them for being there. For the auction that's about to start, they have a special product for them. Simon's first impression was written on a piece of paper, a woman with a sword and a man who looks like a bear. Peter, looking at her, knows that this woman is the new Simon of Glory. The first item to be auctioned is Fotorak. She urges people to imagine what that might be. It's capable of killing thousands of people in just a few minutes. A biochemical weapon. Peter, observing her, can't believe she was a match for the Saint of the Sword. Among the audience, one of them knows that shouldn't exist because it was destroyed by the Soviet Union for being too dangerous. It's quieter than a bullet and more lethal than a bomb. An old man wants to know where they managed to get it. Victor Egora, one of the largest Russian arms smugglers, claims the item was stolen from him. He orders his men to grab the woman and bring her to him, but her henchman says they can't cross that line. Even so, they push past him, threatening him with death. Approaching her, they told her that if she obediently went with them, she wouldn't get hurt, while she asked them to slow down. If they understood what that meant, she said it would take a while for them to feel it. Soon, they were both on the ground, writhing in pain and agony. Peter was incredulous and wondered if he had really seen that. The audience didn't understand why they ended up like that out of nowhere. Peter also watched closely what was happening to the men. Their faces were literally melting. The guy on the stairs had touched their faces. That must have been enough contact. Even with that unexpected turn, the event continued. The Phantom apologized for what just happened and resumed the auction. That item would indeed be auctioned the following day with a starting bid of 200 million. In fact, she didn't want to say this tonight, but she'll say it for all of them. There is one more special item to be auctioned, an item none of them would imagine to be there. The curious attendees wanted to know what it could be, but she asked them to quiet down a bit. All special items would be shown the following day. This left the buyers very interested, as there must be several intriguing items there. The only thing Peter can think about is where Simon might be on that ship. On stage, they watch as people leave. He wants to know if Peter was among those people, but the Phantom says they'll find out the next day. The company's president is hungry, perhaps just because he was nervous earlier, so he suggested they go to where dinner is being served. He also advised being very careful, especially around that woman. No matter who you are, you have to listen to what she says on this ship. Of all the people he knows, she's the most unstable person he's ever seen. Just as he was about to mention the man accompanying her, someone calls President Choi. It's the woman, saying it's always difficult to meet with him, and that he didn't come when he was invited, but it seems Fotorak was enticing. Since they hadn't seen each other for a while, she invited him to dine with her. He tries to say that he wanted to avoid dinner that night because the drink was too strong. Approaching him, the woman told him to relax. This made him even more apprehensive. That woman is dangerous. Then his bodyguard's hand pushed her back. Kim said they should have dinner another day because the president isn't feeling well today. And if she insisted on having company, he could go with her. Kim looked at her with a coldness that only Peter could have. In front of him, the Phantom seemed frustrated. She observed quietly while Kim escorted the president through the corridor to his suite. The Phantom didn't expect a bastard with a young face to do that. That made her consider showing him something, and she told him to wait. He's right. She does want company for dinner, and she invited him on a date. When he comes, she suggested he leave his belt in the room, because her dinner will take quite some time. Getting close to her, he noticed that there was something strange about the scent she was giving off. That fragrance wasn't normal. Then she said that men are all the same and can't control themselves when they're near her. After saying that, she sensually ran her hand over Kim's lips. Then she asked if he didn't agree with her, but some people started calling for her now. It's the brothers, saying they are the new staff in charge of cleaning and will clean anything she asks them to. While Kim tries to regain his composure, the two argue for her attention. He's still deep in thought after getting close to her. Trying to avoid that distraction, she turned her attention back to Kim and said that he's a lucky guy after all. After that, she walked away, leaving the area. Kim doesn't know what just happened because he almost lost his senses. It happened too quickly. Looking at the brothers, he starts to think. Seeing that they're part of the cleaning crew, he seems to have put the pieces together about what's going on. The brothers are engaged in cleaning, hoping to receive hefty tips. The Yum Inspector asks them to wash her feet, to which they promise they'll make them shine. In her suite, the Phantom is taking a bath while the young man stands guard. She asks if he's not curious to know how hot it will be, but he doesn't seem to understand what she's implying. Then she says she's heard about the event where 100 Brazilian assassins were killed, and even the disciple Nathaniel is no longer alive. That's Peter's ability, a 70-year-old man at death's door, while his opponent was a disciple in his prime. Given that, she has her doubts if it was really him, and the young man says that getting into the ship isn't as easy as entering a hospital. The chance of him getting in there without being noticed is non-existent. Maybe someone is impersonating him, so the question is their motives and why they want to destroy the organization. And to get close to them, she has a very effective method. This made the young man thoughtful. The ghost wants to know if that person is bothering him somehow. It's amusing because she doesn't even know if it's a man or a woman, but she wants to know why it bothers him and if he's jealous of her. Sighing deeply, he chooses his words and says he's not jealous of her. The ship continues on its unknown route lively inside. Kim is dressed as a waiter, pushing a cart. At no moment does he forget his focus. He remembered a conversation he had with Simon, who said he was relieved. The person closest to the concept of family he has is Peter, and now he would be the first of them to die, the first to have a funeral portrait. Because of this, Simon asked Peter not to get hurt, because he's worried about the one closest to him. Then Peter tells his friend that he will not die. He will fulfill what he promised him and recommended that Simon drink less and stay healthy. If it's that promise, he didn't expect him to still remember it, but Peter has a good memory. Indeed, there's no fooling him. Simon was his brother, his family, and for him, he would gladly kill as many as necessary. All of this just to have him back. Peter is definitely determined to do so. The auction is taking place now in the main hall, and everyone is focused on it. During this time, he needs to find any clue that leads him to Simon, and he walks through the corridors looking for details. Two men ask who he is, and Kim says he's with room service. Then he continued his route through the ship. It seems he didn't know about this, but they don't have any Asians working on the ship right now. They decide to capture him and take him to the madam, and Kim says that's interesting. Maybe because they are pirates, but everything ended too quickly. In the kitchen, looking for his friend, he left another large trail of bodies. The same happened in the ship's engine room. Wherever he passed, he left bodies, but he didn't find any clues about Simon. There was only one place left to search. That place is the only one he hasn't inspected yet. The auction continues, and soon another piece will be presented. An 18th century Czech painting, a unique and genuine piece that captivated the audience. The starting bid for the painting was $1 million. It didn't take long for its value to rise steeply. Reaching $1,300,000, the painting is apparently sold. With no further bids, the painting was sold. Now she's going to auction something everyone there desires. The last item of this auction day, her precious baby. The crown jewel of the day, something more valuable than any item presented so far. It can't even be compared to these things. An item more cherished, an art and rarer than biological weapons. And soon, they will see what it is. An item prepared for a special person among them, who will certainly recognize its value the moment they see it. The precious item of the day, the only one of its kind in the world. The former disciple, Simon the Sing of the Sword. In the past, he was called the strongest swordsman, known as the Sing of the Spinning Sword. People think that maybe he's just a corpse now, and she hopes to have provoked Peter enough, and wants to know if that makes his blood boil with rage, because she can only imagine that he must be furious, and will soon reveal himself to her. Because if he doesn't, she will simply hunt him down within the ship. There are only two types of expressions when people look at Simon that way. Either they are completely in shock at what they're seeing, or they have a peculiar look. Even a young man who accompanies her is scanning the crowd, because among those faces, there must be one that stands out. One that will be easy to spot because it stands out. The ghost found what she was looking for, the face of someone filled with hatred. With that, the ghost achieved what she wanted. The young man asks if she found him, and indeed she did, but there's something strange. After finding him, she lost sight of him. However, she's certain he's there among them. In the middle of the people, she saw his expression of hatred. Not only that, but she sensed a murderous aura. She even thought she might be wrong about it, but that shouldn't be the case. From now on, it doesn't matter anymore. She wants to see if he's capable of making it through all this. The presentation is over and the auction for Simon's dying body is about to begin. The starting bid is $10 million, and if Peter doesn't buy him, Simon will die right there. It's a delicate choice, and the lives of both of them are at stake. Peter knows that his friend has become bait to lure him out. Besides not having the money for the bid, if he participates in this, he'll draw too much attention. Not to mention that there are too many spectators for him to try to take Simon by force. The situation is utterly detestable. Peter doesn't know what he should do to save his friend's life. The Phantom says that a disciple's life used to be worth more than a weapon of mass destruction, and now nobody wants him. And for him, it's especially worse because he was abandoned by his own. Once more, she turns to the audience, asking if no one wants him. She even asked if they didn't want him because he was defective, missing an arm. If no one buys him, she'll throw him away. She'll count to 5 and then end his life right there. The countdown begins. Every second that passes feels like an eternity. Peter coldly thinks about what he should do. It seems there's no more hope for Simon. There's only 1 second left to prevent his death. In the middle of the crowd, someone places a bid of $20 million. It wasn't Peter who made this bid. It was the person who is supposedly his boss, the president of the Daha group. The offer is serious and he wishes to buy the disciple for that amount. Moreover, he will pay the amount in cash. This ended up complicating the Phantom's plans because she didn't expect this interference. Not to mention that he is very close to Glory's leader due to their weapons dealings. Seeing this, she seems to understand the situation. She asks if anyone else wants to place a bid, and Peter notices his boss's trembling hand. The Phantom did not like what happened. In the absence of other bids, he had won. She wants to know if he's hiding something from her now. Simon is bedridden and receiving care. He asks if this is the person Peter was looking for. Indeed, it is him, and Peter is worried about the president's safety, but he says he's always been involved with Glory. If it weren't that way, they couldn't have avoided the trap. Buying him made them suspects, and not buying would have meant Simon's death. It remains to be seen if that was what she intended from the start. With everything that happened, staying on the ship is dangerous, and leaving it will be risky. But Peter says he has a way to get out safely. He had already prepared something for a situation like this. Peter has an ace up his sleeve. Walking through the ship, he found who he was looking for. The brothers, wearing expensive clothes, want to know what their friend needs now, and he would like to know what happened to them over the past few days. They say Kim needs to make money, and if he stuck with them, he'd be rich. Kim asked if they weren't there to become legends like Peter. Hearing that, they realized they had a greater focus. And indeed, they got distracted because they made a lot of money from tips. Remembering the dreams they have, they ask Kim what he needs now. The situation is dangerous. The only ones who can solve it are them, who have cleaned the ship from top to bottom. He wants to know how much they cleaned it, and they say they cleaned the feet of everyone who is important. That's good, and it will become the fruit of their hard work. From now on, the two are assigned to carry out a special A-rank mission. Kim is in the room where Simon is. He looks at his friend, who seems feverish. This is not the situation in which he wanted to meet him. He looks at Simon, and they're in another place. It felt good to wear a uniform and bring a meal prepared by their mothers. And it was great to be able to go to school with that group. Thoughts like these are ridiculous, says Peter. They can't go to school, and Simon said it would be hard to hold a pen with bloodstained hands. Maybe he's feeling melancholic because it's autumn and Peter tells him to make one, which Simon doesn't understand. A school built by them where the poor and orphans could be welcomed. They would build the first exclusive school for people like that. He should go to that school and study there. As for Peter, he'll cover all the operational costs and wants to know what Simon thinks. His eyes lit up before giving his response, but he ended by saying that he hated the idea. Peter wants to know what he didn't like about it. Simon said that he would buy his own books. He remembers the conversation they had as he looks at his bedridden brother. All she wishes for now is that he wakes up. Simon had promised that they would go to school. Outside, the president listens to Peter's words to his brother. In another room, the ghost is absolutely furious. That bastard Choi ruined her entire plan, and she always hated him. Enraged, she throws some sculptures on the floor. She screams that he shouldn't have meddled in her plans. The young man tries to calm her down, saying she might get hurt, so the ghost suggests they simply kill him. Rip off his head and hang it somewhere for everyone on the ship to see. Like he is the head of the Daha group, and doing that without the Glory leader's permission would be risky. Then the ghost asks him who is the master there on the ship, and you shouldn't forget that on this ship, she is the law. She then orders her henchmen to eliminate Choi as well as Simon, who was bought by him, because she's sure that after that, Peter will reveal himself. There's a knock at the door. Choi doesn't know who it is, but Kim says he had ordered dinner, so it must be room service. Since he's the one who ordered it, he goes to the door to get the dinner. He praised the young man's initiative, and even though he didn't know what was ordered, he was excited to have dinner. When he returned, there was only tea. He sent the steak back because it was too cold. Now Choi is sure that the woman hates him for doing that to his food. Skipping a few meals wouldn't be a problem for him, but he thinks the young man should eat because of his age, but Kim says he's fine. Serving the tea, he is sure that he'd be back before it gets cold. Then he heads outside and enters another room in the same corridor. That particular room is quite messy, and the mess consists of the bodies of the ghost's henchmen. Handling some seasonings, he says that 60 degrees is the perfect temperature for tea, but what they were served was at 75 degrees, which means they failed to be good hosts. One of the henchmen didn't understand anything, but said they were more than 20 and all armed, and that the bodyguard is armed with just 2 salt shakers. But Peter says they clearly understand nothing, and now he's going to show them just how terrifying those objects can be. The thug thinks the Asian man is far too confident to want to face 10 armed men. 10 against 1, and the target isn't even armed. There's no way anyone could defend themselves with just grinders, so it's obvious the target is bluffing. Having strength to defeat an opponent is essential, but the thug can't help but feel that something's off. Peter asks if something is wrong. The Asian man wants to know if there's anything stopping the men from shooting, and the thug can't shake the feeling that those men's eyes are seeing right through him. Peter moves out of the line of fire and tells the man that being confident just because he has a gun actually limits him as a fighter. At that moment, the assassin charges and mentions the curious fact that the lid of a pepper grinder is tougher than a bullet. The thug is unsettled by how the Asian man shows no fear of firearms and is rushing the group without hesitation. Peter strikes the temples of all of his enemies with speed. Seeing this, the pirate wonders if the man in front of him is even human. The reason the thugs can't shoot is simple. They surround their target in a circle. Desperate, the group's leader orders them to fire anyway, even knowing what's going to happen. Peter knows the pirate thinks there's a chance the target will dodge, and even if he's brave enough to shoot, the consequences are obvious. The shooters end up hitting their own allies. Now it's time for the protagonist to put on a show. The assassin is about to demonstrate what the grinders are capable of. One of the grinders explodes, creating a smoke screen. The pirates are blinded, their eyes full of pepper, and they lose sight of their target. Peter grabs one of the thugs' faces. No one can explain how the assassin moved so fast. In the smoke, all you can hear are punches flying. The protagonist's voice says that if the pirates had chosen to use close-range weapons, maybe they would have survived a few more minutes. It's a shame. Now these men are going to miss the best part of the night. One of the ship mistress's servants arrives with news about what happened to the men sent after Choi. The woman wants to know if they perished or something like that, but before her servant can reply, she concludes that's exactly what happened. All the men she sent were professional assassins, and even so, they were defeated, which can only mean one thing. She knew all along that her target was hiding behind that old man. The servant brings her another piece of news. Peter also passed through the restaurant, and now everything there is destroyed. The woman finds this strange. She thought the assassin was supposed to be in Choi's room. Just then, more reports come in by phone stating that Peter was seen in the pool area, the control room, and the casino, all at the same time. More updates roll in saying the target is in engineering, the east lobby, and so on. Somehow, the infamous assassin is in multiple places on the ship at once. The ship mistress is intrigued by what kind of trick the protagonist is pulling. The thug asks what they should do. Fights against the pirates are happening in various parts of the ship. The mistress yells at the man to go find out what's going on aboard her ship as fast as possible. A voice says that no one should have any idea who caused this chaos, that this was the work of the Dako. Peter asks the brothers what a VIP means, and they both reply that it's a bourgeois, a rich person. The protagonist says that the rich folks are in danger right now, and the brothers want to know why. Peter says the ship mistress eliminated the guards of a VIP and then took the rich guy somewhere. No one knows where to this moment. That same woman is planning to get rid of all the other VIPs aboard the ship, but the Dako brothers are furious at her insane plan. The protagonist agrees with their concern. Peter announces that it's time for the brothers to reap the rewards of their efforts. Now the two of them are getting an A-rank mission. They'll disguise themselves as janitors, allowing them to move freely and spread rumors around the ship. Jay whispers loudly enough into his brother's ear about the rumor that the ship's owner is planning to kill all the VIPs. They pretend they want to warn the rich about it, but they quickly give up to avoid getting into trouble. Yet this conversation doesn't go unnoticed. Kung thinks they should move forward with the plan, but his brother reminds him that they were supposed to wait for the protagonist. Peter checks the time on his wristwatch. Then he cocks his gun ready for action, and gives the signal by firing a shot into the air. All the rich folks hear the gunshot and panic. People on the ship start running, thinking the rumor was true. Kung says the signal has been given. Peter reminds them that after the shot comes the most important part of their mission. The brothers shout as loudly as they can, calling for help. Then they both claim an old Asian man is fighting the crew, and they warn everyone that Peter is on the ship. The thug reports that the situation is bad. Some say the assassin showed up. Others claim she herself is planning to wipe out the crew. He says they're trying to control the situation, but the VIPs aren't listening. But before the thug can continue his report, Yuka hits her servant in the face with an ashtray. She keeps hitting the man, yelling Peter's name non-stop. Yuka insults the assassin, calling him old, a corpse, and worse as she continues pounding her thug. The furious woman slams the ashtray into the guy's face so many times that it breaks. A piece rolls to the feet of another man watching the rage unfold. Keijo says he'll capture Peter. Hyuta finally stops the attack and hears her favorite servant say that he's definitely going to catch the assassin. The ship mistress smiles again like before. She stands up, tries to brush some of the filth off her dress, and tells Keijo he doesn't need to do anything. She says there's no use trying to catch a mole with your hands. They'll just run into another hole to hide. Yuka, full of excitement, says she knows a way to solve the situation. The ship mistress says she'll succeed. Keijo already has his assigned role, and a servant is only useful when he follows orders. She reminds him of the promise he made, and the man knows what's coming next. She only needs to use one thing. Yuka breaks a glass and says that to lure a mole out of its hole, all you need is bait. The ship mistress licks the cylinder and comments that at least 200,000 people will perish. Gas starts leaking from under the door. The same thing happens in several other parts of the ship. Peter immediately realizes what that woman is doing. She released foot-out gas on the ship. The protagonist knows that if someone breathes in this gas, they die within minutes. There's no time to waste. Peter must get everyone to the top of the ship. Not all civilians will die. And not just the civilians, his friends will share the same fate. However, the protagonist has been in situations like this many times before. Footer-up, the worst invention of the former Soviet Union, capable of annihilating tens of thousands with a single drop. That deadly weapon has been released on the ship. The symptoms range from hair turning white to vomiting blood, but what makes this chemical weapon truly terrifying isn't its lethality. In fact, the worst part is when the gas is released and the collective panic it causes. The entire ship is turned into hell. People trapped inside can't make rational decisions. To save all the civilians, the protagonist must get everyone to the deck, and the fastest way to do that is through an emergency announcement. But after walking through the whole ship, the hero discovered that this cruise doesn't have emergency sirens or broadcast system. Peter can't yell to each person to head to the deck, and on top of that, his friend who's lying unconscious is in the most danger. The assassin tries to push through the panicked crowd because there's only one way back to his room, but the desperate crowd won't let him through. The protagonist doesn't know what to do, and then he sees something he didn't expect. The president was carrying Simon on his back unconscious. Peter even offers to help, but Choi asks the assassin if he knows how Dahi became the best in the world. Skill and people are the answer, and once you have them, you never let them go. That's the foundation of his business. Choi says the tea hasn't cooled yet, so he'll keep carrying the injured man while the young one does what he must. The protagonist is actually moved by the president's gesture. Who could have imagined that young child would grow up and become an adult in the blink of an eye? Our hero agrees to leave the injured one with the president and promises to return soon. But Choi notices something is wrong. The assassin is heading straight toward the poisonous gas. Choi has no idea what the young man is thinking or why he runs toward danger like that without a second thought. The president knows he should stop him, but there's a part of him that hopes Peter will do something impossible today. Choi hoped he would be like Peter and capable of anything, and that thought gives him a strange sense of déjà vu. The same feeling he had when he was a child with Peter. In a secure room, an old record player plays classical music. Even the shipmistress's own henchmen are succumbing to the poison. Yuka proposes a toast and pours a drink for one of her servants. This toast is to her victory. Peter, the VIPs, even the Saint of the Sword, are now melting outside that sword. Yuka wonders if her boss will even be able to recognize the body. And for some reason, the chandelier, until now completely still, begins to sway. Then the whole ship tilts. The furniture in the room flies in every direction. Yuka doesn't know what's happening. Maybe the ship is listing. She screams in rage, demanding to know what the hell is going on with her crews. 5 minutes ago, Peter was activating the administrator permissions. Then the protagonist accessed the ballast tank in Area 1 and received confirmation that he wants to open one of them. These tanks are what allow massive ships like this to float safely, because they're filled with water balancing the vessel. But if the water in one of those tanks is drained, the ship will lose balance and start to tilt. This place is practically a ghost cruise without emergency sirens or a broadcast system. Maybe even if those systems existed, they wouldn't help. Everyone is too panicked to listen to any kind of alert. Manual command confirmed. Ballast tank in Area 1 has been opened. The plan is to make everyone believe that if they don't run forward, they're going to die. A man says that even though this group was defeated by his fist, he has to admit one thing. Dako says they were impressive nonetheless. The president arrives at just that moment. The crew celebrates the brothers' victory over the thugs. Watching the people on the deck celebrate the janitor's victory is none other than the ship mistress. She's absolutely furious about it. A pirate shows up and informs his madam that Peter is in the auction room. Now that the assassin has appeared, Yuka will personally put an end to this story. She changes clothes and tries to pick up perfume that will go well with her target. Maybe a special fragrance that once Peter smells it, he'll become addicted. Or maybe that one's too strong. Perhaps the one she used on the Saint of the Sword could make anyone drunk and drag them into their worst nightmares. Actually, she already knows which one to use. Yuka is giddy with excitement, imagining what that old man will feel when he smells the fragrance. Even Peter won't be able to resist it, and so the ship mistress walks off, dragging a bag full of perfumes. At the center of the empty hall, only one man is waiting. The door opens and both assassins enter the casino. Yuka is now convinced that Peter and Choi are working together. What she doesn't understand is why is this kid standing here instead of the famous assassin. The protagonist just stares at the crazy woman while she yells, demanding to know where Peter is. Yuka begins to lose her patience from being ignored and goes to draw her sword. At that moment, the hero announces over the microphone that the final auction of the Ghost Cruise is about to begin. Today's item is the new apostle chosen by the new leader of the Glory Club, though it's wrong to call this person an apostle. In truth, the more fitting title would be Fraud Among the 11, the Ghost Sword. Yuka says he's talking nonsense. The protagonist continues and says the other titles she received aren't all that relevant. At best, she's a rusty blade. So the opening bid is 101, and that drives the woman mad as she tries to charge him, but she's held back. Since nobody wants her for 101, maybe someone will take her for 50. Not for 30 or 20 or even 10. It's unfortunate, but nobody wants to buy the Ghost Sword. In that case, our hero will make sure Yuka gets exactly what she deserves, a value of 01. The ship mistress is already losing it with this kid mocking her to her face. But before anything else, the protagonist wants to ask a question. That night, did she really believe she had defeated the Saint of the Spinning Sword? No, she still has a lot to learn. Now both of them are starting to better understand their situation. Peter says he's going to show the best of his spinning slash that's been passed down through generations. Yuka thinks all this performance is nonsense. Keijo is still shaken, but he understands his partner is right. The man in front of him is just a boy, and capable of using that technique. And yet, he still resembles the Saint of the Spinning Sword so much. Keijo's instincts are on edge. He senses that this is a very bad situation. This man is extremely dangerous. The assassin tells his mistress that he'll be the one to fight, but she says something about the hand. She wants to prove she's capable. Once again, she asks him to get his hand out of her way. The bodyguard knows he should stop her, but that look in her eyes disturbs him. Yuki wants to prove she can take this man's head, because that's the same look she had when she defeated 2,000 people. No one ever thought the assassin organization called the Wandering Phantom Blade would betray the Yakuza and annihilate them all in a single night. And ever since then, the young madam who swore revenge has been training for this very day. A man says that veterans used to say that before they even realized what was happening, the enemy was already defeated. That's where the name Phantom Sword comes from. What this boss wants to know is why she still carries such an outdated weapon like a sword in these modern times. And then the man cocks his revolver. Now he challenges her, wanting to see which is faster, his gun or her sword. The Yakuza leader says he recognized the daughter of the organization's boss because she looks just like her mother, and full of hate. He wants to see if the rest of the girl's body resembles her mother's too. Yuka says the Yakuza boss is trash. She explains it's a lie that her name comes from those who die before they even realize they absolutely knew she was coming. She makes sure to be noticed when she strikes. The boss is already tired of this girl. Being is what she wants. Then he'll send her body to where her mother's is. The moment the man pulls the trigger, both swordsmen vanish. But that's not the important part. What the boss really wants to know is something far more vital. Why is he looking at his own body from such a strange angle? She remembered to make sure she'd be noticed when ending his life. That very same day, the 2,000 Yakuza who saw that look met the same fate. They were all torn apart by the same weapon. Yuka asked the protagonist how he wants to perish, head sliced clean off or ripped from his neck. Peter watches his opponent take off her shoes and concludes it's to reduce her weight. This girl's main weapon is speed, but is that really enough to earn the title of apostle? Yuka tells the brat not to overthink things. Her title is only given to the strongest to lead the next generation of her family. The true weapon of the Phantom Sword was something even the Saint of the Spinning Sword couldn't foresee. The apostle is determined to show him her secret technique. The catch is, it'll be too late for the protagonist to see anything, and as soon as she says this, her silhouette becomes a blur. Wearing bandages without shoes reduces friction, allowing her feet to glide. But more importantly, she's so fast that the protagonist's eyes can barely keep up, and she's also incredibly powerful. Yuka laughs because she knows what he's thinking, how strong she is. The swordswoman says every man thinks speed equals weakness, and our hero is no different from the others. Her attacks are so fast, it's like she's creating multiple clones, striking all at once. She didn't take off her shoes to reduce weight. In fact, it's the tips of her bandages. But before the fight can continue, Yuka notices interference. She kicks an intruder away. The apostle warned Keijio to stay out of this fight. Peter tells the crazy woman she should accept help. She must be out of breath by now. The protagonist even admits she's fast, but she's nothing compared to the Saint of the Spinning Sword. In the end, she's just a cheap imitator. And once again, Yuka loses it with this brat. Again, she vanishes in an instant. She attacks from all directions, eager to rip out the tongue of this bold boy. Completely unhinged, she dares the kid to dodge her next strike. But Keijio senses something is wrong. Peter remembers his friend saying that there are still many people out there in the world. The young Saint of the Sword explains that before he went out into the world, he was nothing more than a frog in a well or something like that. But what he truly wants to know is whether he'll ever be as strong as the protagonist. Simon dreams of becoming the greatest swordsman in the world. Peter already knew his friend was strong. He created something no one could defeat. Our hero enters his deadly strike mode and Yuka keeps charging at him without hesitation. Peter unleashes the spinning slash toward his target. Then both swordsmen clash blades. The protagonist tells the bleeding woman that she's not even curious how he blocked all her attacks. She needs to push off the ground to leap and fly toward her target with speed. And yes, that's powerful. But it has one critical weakness. She must lift off from the ground. Since she has to step first, it's easy to predict the direction of her attacks. And when the apostle comes close, all the protagonist has to do is raise his sword. Keijio is in shock at what just happened. Because this is for the Saint of the Spinning Sword, now both have lost their dominant arm. And in total desperation, Yuka can only scream in denial. Keijio runs to try and help the ship mistress. Amid her cries of despair, she gives an order. The former swordswoman demands the bottles of perfume be detonated. Peter admits he was surprised that she was faster and stronger than he expected, but still nothing compared to his friend. The protagonist says the Saint of the Sword is not someone she has any right to disrespect. Yuka, still seething the hatred, yells that she's going to kill Peter. A purple explosion erupts behind the protagonist. Our hero remembers. It's just like last time. Still lost in madness, the apostle calls out for the young assassin. She says that no matter what he does, this is the end. Now she wants Peter to show up. She's dying to see his face. Actually, it doesn't matter anymore. There's no stopping what's happening. Even if Peter were here now. The perfume fills the entire room, there's nowhere to run. Yuka bursts into laughter. For her, watching her target squirm is the best part. You know the Saint of the Sword wasn't useless, but once you smell the perfume, there's nothing you can do. Unless he smashes through the wall and jumps into the ocean, there's no escape. The apostle says that until Peter shows up, he'll be breathing in that perfume, and then they'll both hallucinate and be defeated. But something is wrong and it wipes the grin off Yuka's face. Amid the purple mist, the assassin is still standing. The protagonist grips his sword tightly. The blade is wrapped in a tie and a suit. Keijio doesn't understand, he should be staggering from the poison. Yuka knows the protagonist is holding his breath, but she wants to know how long he can keep it up. The apostle suddenly charges at full speed toward her enemy. Peter knows the perfume has saturated the entire area. There's no escaping it, so he pours a liquid onto his sword. The swordswoman doesn't hesitate for a second. The protagonist says he's been waiting for the moment she used the perfume. Keijio already understands what's about to happen, and with the lighter, the blade bursts into flames. To Peter, Yuka is utterly mediocre for hiding behind her perfumes. The apostle can only watch as her perfume is destroyed. The hallucinogen is made from flammable liquids, which means it catches fire extremely easily. Keijio can't understand how this assassin figured out the perfume's ingredients, but then something clicks. Just by tasting the perfume once, he was able to identify what it was made of. Yuka gets flustered by the hero's tricks. She laughs, saying the perfume has already spread through the room. The apostle tries to keep talking to act unaffected, but Peter interrupts her. She can pretend all she wants, but Yuka is watching her plan unravel before her eyes. The protagonist plunges his sword into the floor and sets the entire place on fire. The woman can't understand why the floor itself is burning. Keijio has already realized the assassin had planned all of this from the very beginning. During the fight, Peter didn't throw the claws on the ground to stop the assassin's movements. Instead, he filled the hall with alcohol. Once again, Yuka loses her composure and screams in rage. She darts across the hall, leaping at extreme speed. Our hero defends easily, since the arm helps with balance. The swordswoman lands multiple attacks, but they're deflected without effort. With her balance compromised, both her speed and power drop drastically. To Peter, this fight has already become easy. The ship mistress has reached her absolute limit. Amid her furious screams, Yuka seems to lose her strength. Peter finds this an unexpected decision. Keijio knocks his mistress out with a strike. Without a doubt, it was the best thing to do. If her blood pressure rises, she'll be in real danger. With that, Yuka collapses and passes out on the floor. Peter wants to know if Keijio will be his next opponent, but the swordsman only lifts his mistress in his arms and tells the protagonist that he's made a huge mistake. And then he flees with the unconscious girl. That's not the ending Peter had in mind. The fire begins to spread across the rest of the ship. Keijo escapes through the flames as fast as he can. While fleeing, the servant remembers an old conversation. A voice asks why Keijo wants to return a mysterious item. The swordsman replies that when he's done, he wants to go back to Japan with his lady. The man finds that an interesting proposition. What sparks curiosity is what Keijo wants to do once he's back, perhaps revive the Wandering Phantom Blade organization. But the swordsman refuses to answer. The man finds it amusing how that group is full of secrets. Peter followed the plan perfectly, but there's something he still hasn't realized. It never crossed the protagonist's mind that the Wandering Phantom Blade was involved in this story. Ji-won shares the information that Yuka became the leader of the organization while still young, defeating hundreds, maybe even thousands, of men. But what the informant doesn't understand is how she became Simon. To her, it doesn't make sense. Ji-won knows that apostles are orphans sent to glory to be trained, and in many countries an apostle is more valuable than a nuclear weapon. That's why the informant finds it strange. She knows Yuka must be amazing, but she doesn't deserve the title of apostle. When comparing them side by side, Yuka's swordsmanship indicators are far inferior to those of Senior Simon. Peter realizes that man assembled new substitute apostles who are weaker than the previous generation, but Ji-won still questions why the leader acknowledged Yuka with the highest ranking. Peter now understands what his partner was trying to say. There really was something off about the ship mistress. Ji-won digs deeper into her research, and she figures out why Yuka became Simon. But this new information is even stranger. The protagonist doesn't understand what that woman did. Peter is now on the upper deck of the ship. Now it's clear, Yuka was living in the shadow of the Phantom Sword name. But unlike her, this man doesn't need to do the same. Now everything clicks for our hero. The real Simon is Keijo, former affiliate of the Wandering Phantom Blade, and as such, the true apostle ranking. Keijo says he once heard a saying, "In this industry, those who are too curious don't live long." Peter admits that's a good saying. Besides the fact that this man is an apostle, nothing else is known about him. He's a true ghost. It would be great for the protagonist if he had some hint about his fighting style, like he did with Nathaniel. The only thing Peter knows is that the man in front of him is the shadow of his master. Flames engulf one of the beams, which soon collapses. Surely Keijo must apply tremendous pressure on his opponent. The apostle wants to know what the assassin's relationship is with Peter, because clearly he's not just a bodyguard. In fact, the protagonist is tempted to tell the truth to his enemy. Peter observes that his opponent is indeed a curious person, so during the fight, he might be able to learn more about him. Our hero simply replies that Keijo already knows the answer to his question. Peter charges into the fight and says that those who are too curious in this industry are usually the first to perish. The two men exchange powerful, rapid strikes. In one attack, Peter is thrown backward. The protagonist can't read his opponent's movements. Maybe he trained in curate, despite having a very low stance. The only certainty is that the hero has never seen movements like these before. Peter wants to know what his opponent is hiding. Maybe this is the style of the hidden blade. But there are too many openings. He's not prepared for fast movements. Too many openings and a strange stance. The protagonist is quite confused at the moment. Most likely, the assassin never actually learned how to fight. It's a natural style, like an animal instinct for self-defense. Keijo managed to dodge a claw strike at an impossible angle just by reacting. Maybe there's something to that, Peter thinks. Simply put, the apostle is a natural genius. That makes Peter even more curious to see someone without any special abilities in action. Our hero wants to see if it makes any sense for someone at such a high level to have no distinct skills. But then Peter realizes something new. The way Keijo dodges involves abnormal flexibility. The assassin throws a chain at his target because now he also understands that his opponent moves unpredictably. And again, the apostle dodges in an impossible way. The two exchange more blows, and Peter also realizes that Keijo can perform irregular attacks continuously. Finally, the protagonist is beginning to understand his opponent as they fight on equal footing. Both step back at the same time during the last exchange. Keijo knows his enemy is strong, but he probably won't need to use his secret attack. Peter comments that the apostle is sloppy. It's obvious he never really learned how to fight. In fact, the conclusion is that Keijo is incapable of learning. But the protagonist doesn't understand how someone so talented ended up like this, hiding behind the Phantom Blade name all this time. The hero wants to know what exactly is holding the apostle back. Those words seem to affect Keijo, and he remembers someone saying that Team 1 completed the mission. On another night, in another place, the response to the boss is that yes, the mission is done. 23rd leader of the Phantom Blade, Rizuki Hideaki. One of the henchmen says it was the ladies' team that made this mess, but the boss doesn't believe it. The Phantom Blade style is to defeat enemies unnoticed, but these bodies don't show signs of that. This is the aftermath of a beast that used his own claws to shear the enemy. One of the boss's men asks permission to speak. The man admits this scene wasn't caused by anyone from the organization, and that already puts the leader on edge. In a small shop, a man pays the clerk in coins. Frightened, the employee has no choice but to accept. The henchman says this was a very difficult mission for Team 1, so Keijo handled it all by himself. Now back at the organization's headquarters, the leader admits that Keijo is indeed highly skilled and deadly. If he carried the blood of the Phantom Wanderer, he'd be perfect, because this boy is a genius in assassination. The henchman believes they should eliminate the boy before he becomes too strong and a threat to the organization itself. Basuki asks his subordinate if he knows the story of the flea. This insect can jump over a meter minus 200 times its own size. But there's an interesting detail about fleas. If you keep them in a sealed jar for more than 30 days, when you open the lid, they won't jump higher than the jar anymore because they believe that's their limit. The leader says he created a glass jar to trap Keijo, and the boy hears Yusuke say that it doesn't matter how high he might jump, because he will never be able to surpass his master. The protagonist understands now that boy can't do anything without his master. Peter is about to say more, but Keijio cuts him off and says he talks way too much crap. Right after, the apostle leaps onto his enemy. He wants to know if the protagonist fights with his brain or his mouth, since he never shuts up. So maybe that's a tactic that works. But the more Peter observes, the more curious he becomes, because Keijio's movements are careless. They're created at the same time. Our hero manages to dodge just in time, and he starts thinking that maybe this apostle never needed to learn how to fight. Probably, Keijio has never been in real danger his whole life. He's not just some beast. He's a predator that destroys his prey, driven only by primal instincts like an animal. But Peter knows his target is still hiding something. Keijio was already worried about the assassin's endurance being too high, but now he understands what's happening. The protagonist's attack patterns are monotonous. All he's doing is aiming for the leg, and at that very moment, our hero strikes again. Keijio already understands that his opponent is setting a trap, but his own unpredictable movements are feeding right into the protagonist's plan. The apostle has been through this before with his master. It's the same obvious plan, so this time he'll turn the trap against his opponent. Peter advances again in a low stance. Keijio plans to fake being hit in the legs to counterattack. And at that moment, the assassin uses his chain. But the apostle grabs his target's neck and goes in for a knee strike. But something goes wrong at that moment. His prey disappears right in front of him. The chain snaps back and wraps around the apostle, tightening around the beast's neck. Keijio doesn't understand when his opponent managed to trap him with a chain. It's a little late, but he realizes he's been caught. That was the real trap all along. Peter says that for someone used to fighting purely on instinct, he was actually very cautious and thoughtful. So the protagonist took advantage and set up a snare right in front of his target without him noticing. The hero tells the apostle not to resist. Escaping from these chains will be very difficult, especially while hanging like that. But Keijio says it's not over yet. At that moment, the apostle activates his claws. This is a move Peter wasn't expecting. Still, the protagonist doesn't believe he'll be able to cut the chains using just claws. But Peter finally understands the trick the beast was hiding. The blades slit between the metal links, and Keijio manages to break the chains that restrain him. But it's more than that. Peter had seen it at the auction, something that comes from his body. He somehow has the ability to melt people. Yes, the protagonist was right. Keijio didn't just cut the chains, he melted them. And that also means Peter can't get close anymore. Now things have gotten a bit difficult. The apostle announces there's no escape now. He charges like a beast, without thinking. With claws in hand, he shouts that his enemy will vanish without a trace. Then Keijio stops and grabs his enemy's face. The apostle knows the fight will be over the moment he gets his hands on his opponent's face, but he didn't expect one thing. Peter manages at the last second to grab his arm mid-attack, and the protagonist put himself in danger just to see his enemy's hand. But for Keijio, none of that matters. The apostle goes in for a claw strike. Peter throws himself backward to dodge the blow. Now at a distance, the protagonist already knows his target cut off his own hand and is using the claw with the other one. But those aren't the most important details. The real secret lies in his blood. Peter directly asks Keijio what's in his blood that gives it the power to melt iron and flesh. The only response he gets is that if the protagonist truly wants to know, he'll have to capture the apostle. And for Keijio, that means the hero will never find out. And at that very moment, he attacks again. With the claw, the apostle lands multiple strikes, forcing the protagonist to only dodge. The claw is powerful enough to melt even the wall. It's frustrating for Peter. The true strength and speed of his opponent came with the claw. Because of that blood, the protagonist can't get close, and Keijio takes the opportunity to keep attacking relentlessly. Their speed is so great, it creates gusts of wind as they move. Peter manages to grab his enemy's hand once again, and it seems the protagonist remembered a type of person that vanished long ago, someone with blood similar to this. Keijio is probably part of the Golden Toxic Palm Legacy clan. The apostle is extremely shocked to hear those words. Peter continues, saying he knows the descendants of that clan shouldn't exist anymore. So the question remains, how is he still alive? A subordinate reports to the clan leader that everyone in the toxic leopard family has been eradicated from the world. The leader gives the order to leave, but there's one more thing to report. The ninja wants to know what they should do about it. A single survivor is still alive in a jar of poison, and the ninja wants to know if he should be eliminated too. The leader finds it interesting that one life remains in all that chaos. Maybe it would be worthwhile for the leader to spare just one. And that's how the relationship between Keijio and the wandering Phantom Blade clan begins. Inside the temple, you can hear the young ones training. Everyone in the dojo has been defeated by Keijio. Then one of the students has his leg burned during training. The boy's leg became necrotic immediately, and everyone wants to know what young Keijio did. But not even the boy himself has the answer. The leader knows that the now extinct ancient clan used to force children to eat deadly poisons to transform their own blood into acid. And that's how the descendants of the toxic leopard family were born, evolving into a type of venomous human. The clan leader has high expectations for this boy as he grows strong and with poisonous blood. Because of that, the chief must hurry and create the jar. A master teaches his students the phantom sword style. Young Keijio already knew his blood was different, which is why he tries to watch the class in secret. But no one wanted to come near him. After getting scolded for watching the class, he is forced to clean the floor. In the forest, in the middle of the night, young Keijio punches a tree in frustration. He hates being different, and that's why everyone hates him. With his own strength, he punches the tree so hard it falls over. At that moment, he hears something. It's a small baby bird that fell from its nest. Keijio thinks that both he and the baby bird are alone. So the boy climbs a very tall tree to return the bird to its nest. But without realizing it, he closes his hand too tightly. Between his fingers, there's nothing but crushed flesh now. Keijio can't stop feeling like everything he touches disappears. The boy starts to cry and apologize, thinking he'll never be able to get close to anyone. Everyone avoids him, hates him, and will abandon him. If that's the case, then Keijo will make sure he is feared. Peter keeps wanting to know why the last survivor of the Leopard clan is with their annihilators, but the Apostle tells him to shut up. He doesn't know Keijo and keeps talking nonsense. Now the one asking questions is the Apostle. He wants to know who this opponent is that was able to defeat his madam. He should know this person. And the protagonist replies that he's curious. If he really wants to know, then he'll have to defeat the assassin. And in that moment, Peter lands a knee to Keijo's face. The leopard is thrown back by the impact, but in the very next instant, he returns to attack. It's impressive that even after taking such a direct hit, the Apostle can immediately get back into the fight. The problem is, Peter can't use too much force in his strikes or he'll start bleeding onto his own weapon. Until the poison is neutralized, the protagonist won't be able to win. Keijo launches another attack that narrowly misses. Seeing the hole his blood made in the wall, the protagonist starts wondering what he can do to win. The Apostle lands a kick and throws Peter far away. He crashes through glass and ends up in another room. Peter is pretty annoyed with this tough situation. The hero looks at some mops in the corner of the room. Keijo says the protagonist has nowhere to run now. Again, the Apostle asks where Peter is. The protagonist stretches and compliments his opponent. No wonder, no one's ever beaten him. Keijo can't believe this. In the middle of this tense moment, his enemy is playing around with him. But Peter says he's not joking, he's going to fight seriously now, using a mop. Keijo even wonders if his enemy gave up, but of course not. Our hero responds and says he's going to steal the Apostle's weapon for himself. The Leopard assassin says it doesn't matter if the weapon is short or long range. There's no way to win. But Peter says this mop is going to become a deadly weapon against his opponent. Keijo finds it funny that his opponent believes just because he's holding a long weapon, he'll be able to escape his claw. And with a smile, Peter says that's how Keijo will find out how the Apostle fights. The problem is, Keijo knows his opponent is very tricky. He knows the assassin fights while already planning his next moves. There's probably some trick to that mop. Tired of waiting, Peter decides to attack. Keijo struggles to get close due to the speed of the attacks. In this case, the Apostle doesn't even care about taking a hit to the face if it means getting closer to the target. With that, he manages to land a claw to the protagonist's face. Something's wrong. Peter is smiling because the fish fell into his net. The hero throws the mop straight at the arm holding the weapon. Then he quickly twists the handle. And just like that, the mop gets tied to the claw. At last, Peter caught his target. But Keijo won't give up that easily. With one strike, he shatters the mop into several pieces. Angry at the thought of being caught like a fish, Keijo kicks his enemy again. And once more, the protagonist is sent flying. Peter taunts his opponent again, saying he's a disappointment. As before, Keijo replies that the assassin is spouting nonsense again, even on the verge of death. The Apostle charges at his prey, but something strange happens. And for some reason, Keijo collapses mid-charge. Peter jokes that he must have slipped on something. The Apostle wants to know what kind of trick this is, because Keijo's arms are burning. Peter says the boy has a terrifying ability. It keeps enemies from getting close, but unfortunately, he has a weakness. But what would happen if you mix extremely acidic blood with a highly alkaline detergent? A chemical reaction would occur and the acid would lose its properties. In other words, the weapons the Apostle is so proud of would become useless. Keijo feels like a fool for falling for this, using a mop as a trap. But even without that blood, he can still do something. Keijo gets up, charging in full force. But a voice interrupts their fight. It's Yuka again, out of her mind. Peter warned her, if she wants to live, she better turn back now. Weak and delirious, she keeps saying she'll rip off the protagonist's head, but the sword and its wielder fall to the ground. Keijo rushes to his madame at once. He holds her worried, not understanding why she's even there. Yuka keeps saying they need to defeat this assassin and then go after Peter together. Keijo promises he'll do all that for her. But the phantom sword insists it must be her. The servant must serve the master. Then she closes her eyes and the Apostle starts shouting for her to wake up. Keijo begs her to open her eyes again. When he was young, Keijo dreamed of passing through the gates of his dojo. That way he could be free from his tormenting master and all the weight that came with it. But there was a reason he never did, and Keijo remembers a little girl showing him the flowers she had picked. The reason all along was Yuka. The small girl shows the flowers to the boy she calls Big Brother, and says that when she grows up, she wants to smell nice things like that every day. Keijo remembers how wonderful that scent was. A smell that melted all the hatred and rage inside him, suppressing it. Even the barriers of social class. The boy tells the girl she doesn't need to call him Big Brother, but she doesn't care because he's taller than her. A man warns little Yuka that it's dangerous to walk around without the boss's permission. The huge guard orders the young lady to return, but the girl refuses to go back with the man. That same man beats the boy for having the audacity to be called brother by the boss's daughter. Someone like him shouldn't even touch her. Maybe it's about blood or perhaps nobility. That day, young Keijo knew he could never cross that barrier again. On a rainy day at the dojo, the young lady finishes a day of training and receives praise from her master. Being her shadow was enough for him. It's Yuka's birthday and she received dozens of gifts. She's especially happy with her perfumes. The young lady asks how much the perfumes cost, but no one knows. They only know it was expensive. Keijo throws away her birthday gift because it was too cheap for someone like her. And with a smile, Yuka disappeared after the incident. The night the Yamagumi clan ambushed the wandering Phantom Blade clan. Armed men attacked from all sides. Keijo held Yuka close to protect her from harm. He escaped with the girl, and after that day, the cheerful girl's personality changed completely. Once again, it's Keijo who has to hold Yuka so she won't get hurt, but now for different reasons. The man prepared herself to be avenged, fading day by day. It remained trapped in that cave for many years, and he watched his kind mistress trade away her life for the results of training. Until the day Yuka was able to complete her revenge with her sword and her blood. The two of them managed to annihilate 2,000 of them. But in exchange, both became fugitives from the police and could no longer return home. Now the two of them are alone in an apartment. Yuka asks Keijo where they will go now, and he replies that he will always follow her, no matter where. The lady commands her servant to leave, but he refuses. So she makes a proposal. One day they can go to a place where there's nothing, a place where no one will recognize them. That way they can pick fruit straight from the trees and sunbathe all day. Yuka says the beach sun will be really hot, but Keijo says it won't. The girl seems a bit confused about what he means. It's because Keijo promises to always be her shadow. Back to the young woman lying in his arms. She still has just enough strength to call his name. Yuka reveals the cheap perfume from years ago. Keijo recognizes the gift he had thrown away, but she doesn't understand why she has it. Yuka explains that she's been carrying that perfume for the past 10 years, but he never noticed. Not wanting to waste the gift, she ended up never using it, but the apostle refuses to spray expired perfume on his lady. So he sprays it on himself. His lady says it smells really nice. She says that all this time, Yuka has been beneath the shadow of her friend. The lady apologizes for not being able to keep the promise to run away with her big brother. As a final act, she kisses him. A kiss through tears. And suddenly, he remembers. His blood is lethal to others. Yuka accepts that she's done many unforgivable things in this life. This is a good ending for her. That was her last wish, to die beside him. With her final words, her eyes leave this world. In tears, Keijo cannot accept that this is the end for his lady. The cry he lets out, calling her name, is full of pain. Keijo's will now is to fulfill her final wish. He will carry out the promise he made to Yuko with honor and pride, which is to kill the protagonist no matter what it takes. Several explosions destroy the walls of the cruise ship. Keijo fights like a beast against Peter. The apostle charges like a missile trying to hit his target. Our hero knows this man isn't just fighting. He's deliberately putting himself in danger, moving that way on purpose. In other words, this man wants to die. It also means it's going to be an annoying fight for the protagonist. And there's still the problem that Peter can't get close because of his opponent's blood, which puts him in a tough spot. Blinded by hatred, the apostle charges like an animal. And midway, his opponent throws fire extinguishers at him. Peter takes the chance to toss cards in his direction. The extinguishers explode, and Keijo realizes this is a plan to block his vision. But the real goal is something else. It's to use the gas to stop the bleeding. Everyone Keijo has fought until now was the same, eyes that always lost the will to fight. No matter the plans or schemes, everything was useless against him. But against this man, it's different. And this time, it's Keijo who feels what others must have felt when facing him. He felt it when he saw the eyes of the man he was fighting. Peter lands an extremely fast and powerful blow, launching his opponent into the air. The fight is finally over and Peter is the victor. Keijo says that since the opponent is connected to Peter, then he must also be from Glory, and surely he's a rank A. Now defeated, the apostle is desperate to know who he is. But maybe it doesn't even matter. Everything has lost meaning to him. Keijo asks to be killed. The protagonist comments that the apostle clearly hasn't thought this through. What is the real reason the Yamagami clan attacked the Wandering Blade? What if this was all part of Glory's evil plan? Keijo doesn't understand what he means by that. 10 years ago, the current leader of Glory began recruiting new disciples. The world's greatest assassin clan must have looked appealing to that leader, but the head of the Phantom Blade didn't catch his attention. Even after being rejected, the leader of Glory swore the clan would be his one way or another. Once rejected, his plans changed, and the first person he visited after that meeting was the Phantom Blade's nemesis, the Yamagami. Using one clan against another in a single night, the Wandering Phantoms disappeared. It was certainly a terrible event. After that night, the two survivors finally took action, and the prediction that the clan would fall into the hands of the Glory leader came true. Soon after the two survivors lost their will to live, the leader appeared and offered them both positions in the organization. And that's how he got exactly what he wanted. The real plan was always to have Kagio and the remnant of the Wandering Phantom Blade clan. It's cruel, but it's the raw, unfiltered truth. The apostle is convinced the assassin is lying. He won't be fooled that easily. Peter says that if he doesn't believe him, then he should ask his boss. Better yet, ask Raphael, and at that moment, the apostle can't understand how he knows his boss's codename. Keijo refuses the Glory leader's offer, saying he'll only serve one person in this life. So the Glory leader makes a new proposal. He'll give the young man's master a name, Simon, and with that, Keijo will have to support his mistress. For the first time, the apostle begins to believe that maybe, just maybe, this story could be true. Keijo starts to question what kind of life he and Yuka have been living all this time. All he ever wanted was to stay by his mistress's side like a shadow and for her to be happy. Keijo begins to blame himself. If only he had refused to become an apostle, or if he had never joined the clan at all. Maybe Yuka would still be a smiling young girl. Furious and losing control, the apostle screams in rage. Peter tells him to calm down. Pushing himself too hard could be fatal. Keijo is more defeated than ever, but he gives the protagonist a warning. His friends are in danger. The apostle says he sent pirates after them. Another warning, the ship is going to be sunk soon. So if the hero wants to save his friends, he better run. The survivors are rushing to the lifeboats, but someone asks where all these people think they're going without permission. The pirate leader orders his men to shoot anyone in the sea and gather the rest. Big Dako asks his younger brother what they should do, and the younger says he's got it under control. But looking again, there are way too many armed men for the two of them to handle. There'll be 10 against each of them. It might be impossible, but they're not going to chicken out. One of the pirates warns that if either of the janitors takes a wrong step, they should be turned into Swiss cheese. Koi steps in to try negotiating with the pirates, but the henchman is losing his patience, but Choi insists he can really offer them something. So the pirate says he wants just one thing, his head. At that moment, the brothers charge into battle while saying goodbye and promising to meet again in paradise. Kejio asks why the protagonist hasn't gone to help his friends yet, but the hero says it's fine, there's already a glory assassin there. To the apostle, all these assassins can do is accept defeat in the face of weapons. But maybe that's not true. Peter says that normally he'd be right. But on this ship, there's one assassin who's anything but ordinary. The apostle starts slicing through the pirates' weapons before they can even react. Everyone is stunned at how he was able to break weapons in an instant. The bandits freeze, this man was supposed to be dead. One of the pirates even thinks he can take down the swordsman just because he's missing a hand. Peter talks to Simon and asks if he knows what the most critical moment is for a swordsman. The apostle doesn't really want to hear it, but he gets curious. The protagonist answers, it's when you lose your arm and can no longer hold your sword. So the hero asks what Simon would do in that moment and even jokes that he'd probably surrender. The swordsman says that if he loses his arm, he'll open a noodle shop and live off that. Peter loses his patience and Simon keeps joking that he'll cook for his friend for free. In another moment, a group watches someone training and thinks the guy is insane. Peter finds it funny, because that's not what he meant to say. Simon, with one arm bandaged, trains by slicing logs with a katana, because the madman broke his own arm for training. The protagonist walks up to his friend and asks if he really hurt himself just for training. Simon answers that he thought about it a lot and came to the conclusion that doing this is easier than making noodles. The swordsman says that one day he won't be able to use the spinning sword technique anymore, and when that day comes, he'll create a new version of the same move. Choi believes a swordsman needs both hands to wield a blade just like a shooter needs fingers to pull the trigger. Simon charges forward, attacking the pirates. That was the rule, until this swordsman changed everything. The apostle leads from corner to corner like a lightning bolt, and he manages to execute the spinning strike using only his left hand. Simon had warned them that he could do it. Everyone managed to escape safely, and with that, Glory's second base, the Ghost cruise completely sank. Elsewhere, a speedboat cruises over the ocean. Hyung and Jae greet Simon with the utmost respect since they didn't expect to encounter an apostle on this mission, leaving the swordsman a bit embarrassed. The brothers get all excited, acting out the special move, while the apostle wonders if that's really how he looked doing it. They take the opportunity to ask if Simon has met the legendary Peter, the one said to be able to destroy an entire city. But the swordsman says they're underestimating Peter. Simon claims the legendary assassin could only destroy hills and small towns, and the three burst out laughing, though the brothers laugh mostly because they're suck-ups. The swordsman then tells them that Peter actually spoke about the Brothers' Dam. So the apostle uses their excitement to his advantage and says the legendary assassin said they're going to be amazing. Even better, the brothers are going to become apostles in the future. The two immediately shout that they love Peter. Choi asks if the protagonist doesn't want to rest, but a bodyguard never stops while on duty. Simon thanks the president for saving him, but fears that the man could become a target, even though Choi doesn't believe that's possible. There are 3,348 islands in Korea. Yule Island is where Simon had been hiding. Even so, the swordsman was kidnapped, which means they had enough intel to pull something like that off. It's possible the organization didn't know they were all there together. Right now, Raphael is probably grinding his teeth in frustration over the humiliation the protagonist made him suffer again. But it's better if the leader doesn't act rashly, because this is only the beginning. Jo-won is totally shocked to see that even though Simon is old and worn out, he hasn't changed one bit. The apostle reminds the girl that about 20 years ago, she used to chase after him saying there was no man more handsome. Now here she is saying he's old and stinky. Jo-won loses it and starts hitting him, and Simon keeps yelling that his arm hurts, even though she's hitting his back. Changing the subject, the swordsman wonders what Raphael is plotting with all this talk about the cruise and the hospital. But everyone goes silent, and Simon doesn't understand what's going on. Jo-won explains that Raphael wants to get rid of Peter and everything he represents. The year is 2013 at the former Divine Cathedral, the Glory Club. A man explains that after Korea gained independence, the country entered a period of prosperity because the children did everything they could to uphold their word. No one knows there are children buried beneath the gravestones of this peaceful land, but perhaps one man knows the truth. From that moment on, the order was for the apostles to disband, that they should recognize the sweat and tears shed and move abroad. But there was one man who opposed Father Gabriel's orders, the current head of Glory and Gabriel's adopted son, Raphael. His son argued with the father he couldn't accept the command to end the apostles. What would happen to the honor and divine orphanage? He didn't want to quit now that the organization was finally growing, but the priest didn't see those children as his subordinates, but as people who made sacrifices to save millions of lives. Furthermore, the apostles themselves agreed with this decision. After that, the father dismissed his son, but Raphael didn't accept it. To him, they had all lived incredible lives, and now they wanted to leave without thinking about him. His rage completely took over to the point where he denied his own father, believing the priest had been taken over by a demon. The head of the Christ statue fell at his feet from the force of his strikes. Raphael truly believed that making the orphanage prosper was the best thing for the country. That's what he believed the Lord wanted, and God's will became his will. With that, he took the crown that had never been passed to him and sat on the throne. Raphael began to act quickly. Using the orphanage's reputation, he created the best assassin organization in Asia, the Glory Club. After searching for a long time, Raphael found the perfect replacement apostles. The leader's goal is to expand his business globally, But for that, he needs to get rid of one of the old apostles, the pillar of all the old operations, Peter. Just thinking about that idiot Raphael gives Ju-won chills. But the worst part the protagonist sees is her shaking with rage over these new apostles. And even so, he brought one of them into her home. The two lift her up like a toy and take her out of the room because she's making too much noise and the boy barely slept. Peter tells her not to worry, he's not going to show his claws in this hotel. At that moment, the bedroom door opens and Ju-won finds it strange that the apostle is already awake. It's far too early for someone so injured to be up. Immediately, the girl says she'll kill the guy herself. Right after, she hides behind Peter and tells him to go in her place since a blind girl can't fight. Simon asks why she didn't hide behind him, and the blunt answer is because he doesn't have an arm. The protagonist asks for silence and carefully opens the door. But unfortunately, the boy is gone, even though Ju-won injected him with a ton of tranquilizer. Peter tells her not to worry, he probably went for a walk, and he knows exactly where. A voice asks if the ghost cruise sank because of Peter. What intrigues Raphael most is the fact that the assassin did all this without ever showing his face. Then he asks the other apostles for their thoughts. All the members find it interesting that some old guy managed to defeat Keijo. One of the apostles says the leader should ditch the protein shakes and start training seriously. Another member tells the one talking to shut up already, but the apostle who started the debate keeps provoking his colleagues. One with a gun tells both of them to shut up. This is getting irritating. Raphael tells everyone to calm down. It's time to speak seriously. What the leader wants to know is how the strongest people in the world couldn't catch one old man, which sparks another argument among the members. Then suddenly, the ceiling of the room explodes. The gun-wielding apostle says the intruder should at least knock before coming in, because it's Keijo who just arrived. But the leader isn't exactly relieved to see his Simon alive. First, Raphael offers his condolences for what happened to Yuka. But more importantly, it's about Peter. The leader wants to know if you found him. And with that, Keijo starts confirming his suspicions. To be sure, he asks if it's true that Raphael planned everything, but the leader wants more context about what he's referring to. Keijo wants to know if he was the one who wiped out the wandering Phantom Blade clan. The apostle remembers that Yuka was grateful to the leader for giving her a new purpose. But Peter told him that the reason her life was destroyed by the Yamagume was because of Raphael's plans. Keijo says he's going to ask one last time if Raphael is responsible for the extinction of his clan. The leader summarizes everything Apostle Simon said to make sure he understood it all, and in the end, he's disappointed, because he wanted to be the one to give that news. But to be fair, from the leader's perspective, it was Yuka's temperament that brought all those problems on her. And there's also the fact that he took over Simon's position as apostle. Keijo had really hoped it wasn't true. With that, the boy makes an announcement to the other apostles. He orders everyone to leave the room, one by one. After 10 seconds, if anyone is still there, and they're all going to die by his hand. Raphael warns Keijo of the weight behind those words. The leader tells him to look around. No one here seems eager to leave. One member finds it strange that a nobody is threatening everyone like this. The one with the gun says this situation is very ungraceful. Another says they should just have tea to reward their colleague's effort. One of them refuses to feel sorry for someone who reeks of blood like he does. Keijo then realizes no one's going to leave. He attacks, vowing that even if he ends up buried tonight, everyone's going with him. One of the apostles counters with a kick. He thinks the kid's too noisy. The apostle says his ears are already hurting from all this whining. Keijo tells him that laughing won't help. A single drop of his blood is lethal to anyone. With his claws, Keijo tries to strike his opponent, but the apostle says he'll never be able to touch him. But a former apostle thinks otherwise. The assassin wants to take advantage of the fact that his enemy is too focused on his blood and plans to strike from a blind spot. And for a second, Keijo really believes he landed a hit, but somehow his opponent managed to dodge the attack. A shield comes flying toward him. Keijo has no idea who or how it got there. One of the apostles insults the assassin, calling him a useless nobody, and moves in to throw a punch. The hit lands directly on the shield, but it's so strong that it doesn't matter. It sends Keijo flying. When he crashes into the wall, a crater opens up. The blow really landed hard, leaving the boy wondering how someone could be that strong. Once again, the apostle comes in to attack, saying it would be easier if Keijo just died now. But a third member stops the fight using only his feet. He doesn't want any infighting. The big guy doesn't like those filthy feet touching him one bit. Tadyu, the apostle with glasses, says they should have compassion for Keijo. He's already weak and only wanted revenge for someone he loved. Surely the boy has lost a lot of blood, but he also gained a lot of new information that will help him later. With no other choice, Keijo escapes by crashing through the building's glass window. The one with glasses says the commotion scared the poor guy off, but the big guy says they can't let a deserter get away. Raphael says it's not a problem. Keijo's just at that rebellious age anyway. Besides, they'll meet again. Something is bothering the boss. Peter shouldn't know about Nathaniel, the cruise, or the wandering phantom. So it's strange that this old man knows those things. The leader starts to believe someone with access to a lot of information and resources is helping his enemy. But now he has to find out who that could be. This person's name wasn't on the ship's list, but there are rumors the owner of the data group was seen on the cruise. However, the leader doesn't understand why he suddenly boarded that ship, especially since he had shown no interest until now, and he even declined a business meeting. Raphael concludes that Choi is helping Peter. Now the leader believes the time has come. He was wanting a new weapons warehouse anyway. Raphael asks if he can request a favor. A mission for Apostle John. But he wants to know exactly what needs to be done. The leader says he does know what they're talking about after all. For someone who defeated one of the former apostles, taking out Choi should be easy. Raphael says if he wants, he can have backup because the Deha group is quite strong. But the man interrupts by saying 372. That's the number of guards in the organization, not counting the elite security from Spain that will also be helping him. But none of that is enough to stop the Apostle. Since the assassin is ready, the leader sends him off at once. Now for the next piece of news. A mysterious graffiti was painted on the Dava Group's building, but no one knows the reason or circumstances behind the act of vandalism. Simon wonders how the culprit managed to climb so high and paint the graffiti. Jo-won says it must have been Apostle John's doing. Peter agrees. He's the man who defeated the former John known as Alapide. A voice is panicked, not knowing what to do because Alapide marked him. The voice belongs to a crying child. One of the soldiers tells His Highness not to worry. A Divine Honor orphanage assassin is also protecting him. At that moment, the Apostle appears and introduces himself to the prince. With the code name John and a 100% success rate and over 359 missions, this is the Apostle. The assassin says things will be resolved sooner than expected, and the child doesn't understand why he's saying that, or why Alapide is standing right behind them. At that moment, the Apostle stabs the soldier. But the man manages to block the attack, and he asks the old man how he saw through his disguise. The assassin says it's because someone else's scent was coming from the uniform. Then the feared Alapide jumps and sheds his clothing, and the soldiers think he's running away. But that's definitely not his intention. He presses a button. The lights go out, and no one can see anything. They order the lights back on, but suddenly a scream is heard. Then John fires his revolver. Alapide says now he understands why his opponent is so highly regarded. He admits the assassin possesses incredibly advanced skills. Jo-won says he's been through hundreds of missions like this in his life. Besides having a lot of experience, he's also highly skilled. Alapide comments that the Apostle has thrown away his shoes, but Jo-won promises to get them back once the fight is over. Jo-won feels a very strange sensation. There's no sound or smell. It's as if no one is really there. But there's no way he can't feel his presence. At that moment, the Apostle sees something very strange. He sees a knife floating in the air. Jo-won remembers that this camera can detect even heat, but still he can't see his target, only the knife. Suddenly, an object hits the former Apostle in the face. On reflex, he fires into the empty space. Jo keeps shooting, but doesn't hit anything in the dark. The ex-apostle has no idea where Alapide is. Then the assassin's voice speaks to his opponent. Jo tries to locate the sound, but he fails miserably. Alapide says he's always wondered what an apostle's blood tastes like. Simon finds it bizarre that the camera couldn't detect anything, not even a glimpse of skin. The swordsman is furious that brother Jo could be defeated this way, but Jo tells him not to yell at her. She's just as confused. Simon tells Peter there's no way Jo lost to some random idiot. To the protagonist, the scariest part is that Alapide marks all his victims. So if the building's mark is real, they already know who the next target is. Simon loses his patience and says he's going after that guy right now, but the girl holds him back because he doesn't even know where to start looking. Peter says there's no need. Alapide always makes a point of leaving his mark with his own hands, and something tells our hero that he'll leave that mark right under his target's nose. Simon says he's only going to ask Ju-won this question once, since everyone wants to know if the girl is blind, how does she use a computer? But she just tells the swordsman to shut up. However, with enough persistence, she gives in out of sheer lack of patience. Ju-won shows that she has a screen reader in her ear that narrates and explains what's happening on the PC. Simon doesn't understand why she keeps looking at the screen, but the girl says it's because her other senses are sharper. Proof of that is she's about to cut his finger. Ju-won gets so annoyed that she slaps his back again, and once more, for some reason, the swordsman complains that his arm hurts. Peter stops the argument because he has something to say. The protagonist knows that Raphael is going to take more drastic actions now, and he's afraid the former apostles are in danger because of it. He's sure the organization will do everything it can to find the former apostles and eliminate them. That's why Simon will be responsible for finding them before Raphael does. The protagonist doesn't want his old comrades to get hurt. The swordsman isn't too worried about them, but since Peter is the one asking, he'll go after them. Now the group is being transported in an ice cream truck. Simon asks if they'll be okay without him, and the protagonist says it's better this way. His friend has already been exposed too much. The swordsman says that whenever his friend and brother need him, he'll be there. Now he leaves and promises to bring back their brothers and sisters safe and sound. Back with the Daha group. Peter arrives, worried about the condition of the company's president. Our hero introduces Ju-won, who has been helping him for a long time, and a hacker says she's the mentor of the brat next to her. Then she asks Choi why he chose Sungwoo, who is affiliated with Glory. The president replies that the decision came after the Ghost Cruise. Even working for Glory, he's the complete opposite of the group. Choi says he knew this day would come. Raphael never liked that Deha was close to Father Gabriel, so it was expected that the leader of Glory would act to take his company. Choi just didn't expect it to happen like this after saying that he seems to feel unwell, so the protagonist tells him to go rest. The secretary explains that the president chose the protagonist because he was very helpful on the cruise in many ways. But measures will have to be taken against Alapide, known as the best assassin in the world and extremely brutal. This man was even able to defeat the former apostle Joel. Peter understands that this situation must be kept secret and that Choi can no longer trust Glory. Because of that, they assemble a team to support the protagonist. The best security team in all of Europe, Escudo. One of the guards doesn't believe that a simple boy could be an assassin from Glory. He is the leader of Escudo named Costa. As a welcome gift, the leader throws something at Peter, and without any difficulty, the hero catches the object. Peter introduces himself as just a regular bodyguard and says no one needs to worry about him. Costa tells him to hold on to the pen. It's his favorite. The leader says he doesn't know what kind of connection the protagonist has to get this job, but what matters is that he doesn't get in their way. At the Data Group's control center, Ju-won says there's no way anyone could get into this building. Every floor, including the rooftop, is constantly monitored. Not even a fly gets past unnoticed. not to mention the hundreds of cameras that eliminate any blind spots, and they still have the Escudo team. Even so, the team is clearly nervous. Rumors say Alapid doesn't just hunt his target, he eliminates anyone who gets in his way. The leader of Escudo's Team B, codenamed Marco, thinks this talk is absurd. Marco says they need to work hard and do their best for the new lady who joined the group, but Juwon shuts him down immediately. The team leader says it's impossible for anyone to get past Escudo, but she tells him that if he keeps talking like that, she'll show him something that can get past Escudo. Marco loves her personality and invites her for Italian food, even though someone points out he hates it, but for her, he eat anything. To boost morale, the leader tells everyone to shout that they can do it. Another guard approaches and says it's time for them to move out. It's time to catch Alapid. But before leaving, Marco says that once the mission's over, he wants her answer to the date. Juwon says it sounds like something out of a cheesy romance audiobook. Still, something about that lazy charm stirred something in her. Someone calls the protagonist Kid. Casa asks him if he knows what the most important trait of bodyguard is. It's experience. And that's not something you just get handed to you. Peter agrees that the entire Escudo team is very experienced. They're not missing a single detail. But even so, something feels off. Even with all the security and surveillance, Alapid still managed to infiltrate the building and leave without a trace. Peter tries to think like his opponent. How would he get into a supposedly impenetrable security system? And our hero can only think of one possible way. Gunshots are heard coming from inside the building, most likely from the 36th floor. Costa divides the teams into different wings, then sends the rest toward the source of the gunfire. Peter watches the leader to see what he's doing. Costa is timing the response before Alapid escapes, and that plants a seed of suspicion in the protagonist's mind. The men move toward the screaming. One of the guards says someone was found. The problem is, he doesn't know who it is. The body has no head. The orders are to search for an ID to determine the victim's identity. Another guard is shocked by what he sees. He discovers that the body belongs to Marco. Costa wants to know how the apostle entered the building without being seen, and he also orders a check on Mr. Choi. All the guards are furious and unsettled. Peter continues his reasoning. If he were them, there's only one way to enter the building. The protagonist says he might know how Alapid got into the facility. Peter explains that it's impossible for anyone to enter from the outside. Then the realization starts to hit the Escudo leader. With no trace of a new person entering the building in the past 2 days, only one possibility remains. Alapid has been inside the building this whole time, disguised among them. So someone in the building isn't who they claim to be. At that moment, a video is sent to everyone present, and it's something even the protagonist didn't expect. It's footage from a security camera, with the lights off in a dark corridor. In the video, Marco is seen running. Then a pair of hands grabs Team B's leader by the legs. Marco was dragged away like something out of a horror movie, leaving a trail behind him until he vanishes into the darkness. A silhouette appears in the shadows. This figure walks forward, holding something in his hand. Everyone is shocked by what they're seeing. Peter thinks he's very different from the other new apostles he's faced. This one is extremely meticulous and confident. They may not be seeing where Alapid is right now, but that's because he wants it that way. Then the apostle shows the camera that on Marco's face it's written that no one will leave this building alive. And on his chin there's a challenge for Peter. May the best one win. The leader of Escudo shoves the protagonist against the wall and challenges him to say again that Alapid is infiltrated in the group. Costa is so furious that he proposes a theory. The group's leader says that the one accusing others of being a traitor is usually the real traitor, 78% of the time to be exact. Costa says the hero is talking like he planned this whole thing from the start. Now the leader wants the protagonist to prove he's not the traitor. Even under pressure, Costa realizes Peter is dangerous. Even in such a dangerous situation, the assassin is calm and ready to fight. At that moment, the mayor's assistant steps in, saying that this is exactly what the enemy wants, for them to turn on each other. She tries to talk to Peter, asking how he knows Alapid is infiltrated, but the protagonist tells her not to worry. But the girl doesn't understand what he means. One of the security staff is having a panic attack. After analyzing the security footage, the team concludes that no one has entered the building in the last 72 hours. Some members of the team are already gossiping about who could be the traitor. To them, it might be the man who was next to Marco. Jiwon thinks Alapid is much smarter than she expected. She knows he's turning them against each other, and that's how he completes his objective. The hacker knows that based on Alapid's personality, he must have left some kind of message. At that moment, someone screams. One of the staff members says she saw the target on the cameras. 2 guards have the intruder in their sights on the 14th floor. Right then, they open fire on the enemy. They announce over the radio that they've taken the target down. But for some reason, the 2 guards suddenly start screaming. All of a sudden, both begin to float, and the 2 guards are left hanging in the air. A voice of the darkness dares everyone to try again, if they have the courage. Everyone in the room starts to feel real fear, thinking they might share the same fate. Jiwon knew something was off. Normally, the cameras should have their audio disabled. But as soon as the hacker arrived, she turned on the sound to be sure of what was happening in the footage. Only the video of Marco's earlier attack had no sound at all. So Jiwon concludes that the death video was recorded on a different day. Now she's furious because she realizes she was manipulated. Then the hacker calls the protagonist to tell him what she discovered. Jiwon says the target is a rat. She tells the protagonist that Alapid has been sending her all the signs. The hacker says she'll explain what she found in person. And at that moment, someone runs past her. Jiwon suddenly notices something about that person. She feels manipulated, but she'll definitely make him pay for it. The protagonist asks where she is, and she gives her location. But Jiwon tells him not to rush because it's already too late. Peter shouts out in worry for his friend. He begs her to buy time. Desperate, the protagonist now has to run to save his partner. But the leader of Escudo stops him because to him, this only makes the assassin more suspicious. Peter knows he doesn't have time to explain what's going on. The protagonist still tries to explain that he has something urgent to do. With that, Costa comes to a conclusion. Precisely because of that, you won't let the hero go anywhere. The leader won't let him take a single step until he proves he's not Alapide. Peter warns that if he doesn't move aside, then he'll have no choice but to break the legs of anyone who gets in his way. Costa challenges him to try, if he can. At that moment, the protagonist is losing his patience. Jiwon enters a room alone. She says out loud that Alapide may be impossible to find for most people. Unfortunately for him, Jiwon turned on the camera audio. Then Alapide plays his homemade video. On top of that, he made a point to get close to the hacker for some reason. However, she recognized the scent of his cologne. Alapide says she's very clever and that she almost figured it all out through deduction. But Jiwon doesn't like being underestimated again. But it's fine. Now that this cat and mouse game is over, she's ready to hear what he has to say. She asks Alapide to speak. Or should she call him Mr. Marco? Jiwon knew what was wrong the whole time. It was that strange smell she kept sensing. It wasn't perfume or the scent of anyone she met before, but the smell of special effects disguise. She asks if he isn't feeling hot under all that makeup. He could take it off if he wants. She won't see it anyway, unless he thinks he's too ugly. The chameleon touches his face and his makeup shifts. To Jiwon, it's an honor to see the face of the real Alapide, but at the same time, she's lucky she can't see someone so disgusting and probably ugly. At that moment, the assassin removes his makeup and reveals his true face, the real face of Apostle John. Alapide says he'll explain why he chose to show his face to her right now. It's because he really wanted to meet her, but Jiwon says she's only interested in handsome men. The apostle says the girl's blindness will be a big disadvantage in this fight. The hacker tells the ugly guy to worry about himself. Jiwon has felt something off ever since she entered this room. Maybe it's a trap. But whatever it is, she's prepared her own trap too. At that moment, she slams the light switch hard enough to break it and shut off the lights. Alapide truly thinks this girl is clever. Jiwon uses that brief moment to disappear. The apostle says it was smart of her to turn off the light to level the playing field. The hacker says that when humans lose one sense, they enhance the others, and with her training, her remaining senses reached another level. Tapping her cane on the floor, Jiwon creates a wave. Using sound waves, she can locate everything around her. This won't be a fair fight. The whole room is touched by the sonic echo, and with that, the target is located. In the darkness, the apostle is prey to Jiwon. At that moment, with the same cane, the hacker lands a strong hit on Alapide, throwing him against a cabinet. After that strike, the apostle acknowledges that Father Gabriel's assassins really are formidable. Jiwon thanks him for the compliment, but says it's too late for that, because all eyes are equal in the dark, so the assassin throws her cane like a spear. At the same moment, an electrical shore is happening in the room. Jiwon knows people rely too much on sight, so the apostle shouldn't be able to dodge or block that attack. But this man was able to catch the cane as if he could see in the darkness, and the hacker has no idea how he did it. Alapide gives the same speech about how people who lose one sense enhance the others, and because of that, she was fated to lose this fight. That's because he was born blind. Now Jiwon understands what had felt wrong in the room all along. It's because the apostle has a very high-frequency device, even she couldn't detect it. Alapide congratulates his opponent for learning so much from this encounter. Jiwon strikes the staff on the floor again. The apostle says she can't overcome the sense of despair she's feeling right now. As he says this, he senses everything around him. Now it all makes sense to the hacker, why she was chosen. Alapide agrees with her. Then he charges forward, because having another blind person around would only get in the way of his plans. Costa says that if the protagonist tries anything, he'll break the assassin's neck. Peter replies that the leader won't be able to say he wasn't warned. At that moment, the protagonist charges at extreme speed. Peter comes in with a low hook, but mid-move he changes the attack. The hero leaps over the guard, and in a flash, he's already at the end of the hallway. Costa wonders how he did that. The other men want to go after him, but the leader stops them. Peter had his hand on his throat. If he wanted to, he could have ended it right there. Costa says to follow the kid. He's worried about him. Jiwon says that as fellow blind people, they should help each other, not fight. The apostle goes in to attack his target. The hacker manages to defend herself, but the blow is incredibly strong. She's thrown to the ground, frustrated for not realizing what was wrong with the environment. It's the extremely high frequency coming from his device, but so high that even Jiwon couldn't process it. Normally, only a bat could detect something at this frequency. He's definitely a superhuman. But it seems the hacker has discovered something. A man congratulates Jiwon for almost being the best at reading space through sound waves, but she wants to know what he means by almost. The instructor tells her not to be offended, she's still extremely skilled. The hacker asks if he's flipping her off because she felt 2 fingers raised, but he quickly corrects her. The trainer says there's one person she wouldn't be able to surpass. A baby with bandaged eyes cries. That person is a child who was born blind. Using all of his other senses to his advantage, this man went beyond the limits of sight. The apostle charges to attack with a knife. Accurately, the blade goes straight into Jiwon's back. The hacker finds his tracking abilities unbelievable. It took her 25 years to perfect her own powers. But this apostle is at a level she would need millennia to reach. He doesn't just see what's in front of him, he perceives the entire 3D space. But that doesn't mean she's defenseless. Alapide says Jiwon is truly incredible, but being born blind gives him an innate advantage. Suddenly, the assassin starts screaming in pain. The hacker knows that with heightened senses, his hearing must also be more sensitive. Jiwon grabs a metal pipe and scrapes it against the wall. She takes advantage of this moment of weakness and rushes in to hit him. For a second, the hacker realizes something. The apostle is faking the pain. Then he throws the knives in her direction. Too late, Ju-won realizes she's been fooled and caught off guard. She understands he's not strong because he's blind. He was always strong, then Alipede lunges with a knee straight to Ju-won's face. The hacker still manages to defend herself, but the hit lands hard. The assassin says that even though she's strong, she's not at the level of an apostle. He says the fight was fun, but Ju-won tells him to go to hell. Alipede thinks it's cool that she's aggressive until the end. At least she played her role as bait, which was to lure Peter out of hiding. And that's when the protagonist appears with a flying knee to the face. Alipede is thrown far. Peter asks if his friend is okay. Before she can call him by his real name, the protagonist reminds her that he's undercover. Ju-won tells the young guard that this man is Alipede, and he's blind. The hero says the apostle was bold to lay a hand on Miss Ju-won. But more importantly, the blind man managed to block his attack. For a second, Alipede thinks it was Peter who hit him, but then he recognizes the voice of a young man. At that moment, the men from Escudo arrive. The apostle tells the protagonist to mark his words. He promises to take our hero down, then Alipede throws a knife. But the protagonist quickly catches the blade before it hits Ju-won. Still, Peter knows this was just a distraction. The guards realize the assassin has vanished. All of them rush off, searching for Alipede before he disappears again. The apostle thinks the situation makes no sense. Even though he blocked the attack, the impact was still powerful. Alipede feels humiliated by this boy. Someone else feeling very humiliated is Ju-won for being stabbed. Peter tells her to calm down because she's way too hysterical. The hacker wants a little more attention from her friend, but he completely ignores her. Our hero starts wondering how a blind person managed to disguise himself as someone with normal vision. Costa reports over the radio that Alipede has disappeared, but they'll continue the search. Ju-won says that not only did the apostle fail to get rid of her, they also discovered his identity. But because of that, Alipede will speed up his plan to attack Choi. The leader of Escudo orders all men to their positions. Peter agrees, as tighter security will make things harder. Now there's only one way the assassin can complete his mission. The leader orders the guards to check anyone suspicious while he goes to see Choi. Costa walks toward the president with a briefcase. Or rather, it's someone else in disguise. Ju-won, desperate, begs Peter to run to the president. But the protagonist says they still have time. Our hero says he's prepared a sort of repellent for any kind of pest. Someone stops the leader from entering the room. Two extremely large women have orders not to let anyone near the room, not even the leader of Escudo. They know the protagonist warned that most of all, the security leaders are the most suspicious. Costa tells the woman to move because they're in a state of emergency, but she doesn't budge. And the disguised assassin is out of options. Anger starts to take over the man. Luckily, someone calls for Costa. Troy's secretary says that if the security leader has a message for the president, she'll deliver it herself. The apostle says he has an important document in his briefcase to deliver. As a warning, she says she absolutely cannot open it unless Mr. Choi is present. One of the guards asks if they should get rid of him, but the secretary says there's no need. Ju-won says over the radio that there's very likely someone inside the building helping Alipede, because that's the only way to explain the change of disguise. Peter agrees she's right, there's a rat in this story. The other guards look at the hero with suspicion, and the protagonist tells his friend to be careful. This apostle is very cunning. The elevator arrives at the floor. Peter stands face to face with Costa. Ju-won says she knows that in a fair fight, the protagonist would win, but Alipede plays dirty. She keeps talking, but the protagonist says he'll call her back later. The apostle realizes the man in front of him smells like the person who hit him earlier. The two assassins are now alone in the elevator. Alipede figures out that Peter doesn't know it's him in disguise, so he needs to take advantage of this chance to get to Choi. Our hero asks what the leader was doing on the president's floor, and the man replies that he was delivering a document. From the reports the apostle received, he knows this guard is ranked E, but the skills the protagonist has shown are very surprising. Based on the scent, he's a young man, but Alipede finds it strange that this person feels older than he appears. From his weight, breathing, and other details, there's no way this man is ranked D. He's at least an A. So the apostle starts arriving at a certain conclusion. Out of nowhere, Alipede says the name Peter out loud. The apostle asks the protagonist if he knows or has ever seen that famous assassin, because he'd love to meet such a legendary figure. The protagonist says he wouldn't have the chance to meet someone so incredible, but our hero also has a question of his own. Now it's Peter's turn to say the name Alipede. They say the apostle and Escudo have had a few encounters before, but in Europe. Why would he be in Korea now? Why does Alipede only fight from the shadows if he's really that strong? Maybe it's because he can't see. What the protagonist is trying to say is that yes, the apostle is a skilled fighter, but he'll never be anything close to the legendary Peter. Those words hit Alipede deeply. Peter continues, saying he has one more thing to mention. The protagonist returns the pen to the supposed Costa. On paper, it's a very rare European piece, but our hero has something else to point out. Peter handed over the wrong pen on purpose. The strange part is that the pen's owner didn't recognize his own item. Maybe it's because he can't see well. Alipede even tries to change the subject, but the protagonist goes on, saying that everyone has a certain tic that's hard to shake. For example, an ex-con always double-checks drawers, or firefighters wake up at the sound of any alarm. So Peter's been looking for what a blind person's tic might be. It would likely be searching for braille signs, just like the man did with the soda can. More importantly, the protagonist didn't see Agent Costa looking for braille signs earlier when he drank the soda. Now, with no way out, Alipede asks for the lights to be turned off, and instantly, the elevator stops and everything goes dark. At that moment, the apostle jumps into battle. The protagonist is slammed against the door. Peter can't see anything in the dark, and he's wounded. Alipede enjoys watching his target struggle. The apostle takes advantage of the darkness and lands several slashes on the hero. With no light, Peter can't react to the attacks, and each blow is incredibly powerful. Again, the apostle moves in to strike his target. Outside, things are calm. The elevator doors open and immediately something leaps out. Ju-won tries to contact the protagonist. She keeps trying, but Peter is badly injured. Still, he gets up as if nothing happened and says he just had a face-to-face conversation with Alapide. Peter gives the order to search for Kosta's body while he goes after the invader's accomplice. Our hero admits to himself that this apostle has an impressive ability. In a hidden spot, Alapide keeps replaying the situation in his mind. The assassin stabbed him 52 times in vital spots, and in the dark, there was no way anyone could have blocked those attacks. But that boy used the friction from the pen to get those few seconds of light. For the first time in his life, Alapide has a personal hunt, so he decides to use his secret weapon. Things are getting too risky for him. Peter asks Ju-won to listen closely. The protagonist explains that this whole chase is a distraction. The one going after Choi is the accomplice. Ju-won desperately asks if he figured out who the traitor is, and Peter says yes. It's the only person who was never around during emergencies, was always with the president, and even has full access to the building. And most importantly, she's the only one allowed inside the president's office. Ju-won has already figured out who the only possible suspect is, and the suspect is Mr. Choi's secretary. Peter runs to confront her face to face. The secretary calls out for Apostle Joel. She warns him that the guards are running toward his location, but the apostle says it's fine, he's already dealt with all of them. Now what matters is the condition of Mr. Choi. The secretary says the preparations are almost complete, but by the sound of her voice, something seems off with his assistant. Apparently, the secretary is not alone. Two security guards want to know what's in the briefcase, and they tell her it's better to be honest. To deflect, the secretary says it's just documents, and the two guards say they're only checking because everyone's being monitored. The traitor asks if she's being accused of something, but the women let her go. At least to the secretary, the guards seem like airheads, but without realizing, they snatch the briefcase from her hands. Now they both go back to questioning whether these are really the documents she mentioned. Inside, they find a needle, a syringe with a mysterious liquid, and a circular slot that's empty. The blonde now demands honest answers if she wants to leave there alive. As a response, the secretary pulls out a knife. She has no other choice. The only thing she's holding onto is her confidence. Their names are Grande and Ariana, rank B assassins. The secretary has come this far, now she needs to go all the way. With nothing but guts, she attacks with her little knife. Effortlessly, Ariana grabs the arm holding the blade. Grande destroys the knife with her bare hands. Finally, the secretary realizes she's screwed. Ariana explains that if she tries to fight again or run, she won't live, so she has only one choice. Desperate, the woman realizes she has very few options. She says she was following Glory's orders, that she's been a spy from the beginning, and then begs for forgiveness. Both promise to let her live if she tells them where Joel is. And the secretary is just about to spill the truth. But her fate is sealed by the apostle himself. He dares her to keep talking. Ariana and Grande think the apostle is pretty bold for showing up like this. But to him, it doesn't matter that they saw his face. It makes no difference. Ariana says she got word that he's blind and asks if he's really capable of fighting. Alapide says fighting in the shadows is the mark of an assassin, but what's even more important is making sure there are no witnesses. The protagonist tells Ju-won to follow him. The hacker hopes the apostle is really in that direction, but in that moment, she smells something strong. Peter knows Alapide was here because both of her guards were completely taken down. Ju-won goes to check on the president while Peter tries to help Ariana, who's still breathing and has information to share. On the phone is Alapide speaking, and he says he's in the mood to finish the conversation they started in the elevator. The apostle tells him to go to the weapons room alone. If Peter doesn't go alone, they can say goodbye to President Choi, and that threat leaves the protagonist shaken. Ju-won screams for help from Choi's office. The hacker curses the apostle and all his tricks. Even the protagonist is furious with him now. Mr. Choi is drugged and has a bomb collar around his neck. Peter gives Ju-won orders to carry out the plan they discussed in the elevator. Then he tells her to call the bomb squad and the firefighters. Peter says he's going after Alapide, but Ju-won thinks that's a terrible idea. The hacker knows the apostle is luring the protagonist to a place with no source of light. Our hero interrupts her and asks her to say his name, and she answers, Peter. Then the protagonist says that's enough for her to know how this fight will end. After that, he runs off. Ju-won has to admit he's pretty full of himself. Now at Raffles' base, a secretary asks if they shouldn't send another apostle to help John against Peter. But the leader says that if they do, Alapide will make a point of defeating the supposed help himself. In 2017, somewhere in the city of Malta, Alapide arrives home at night. The assassin senses something off. After all, he only raises rabbits, and not a slippery octopus hiding in his house. The man is impressed. He's a professional at hiding his presence. Raffle asks how he knew he was there, but Alapide knows this man is familiar with his skills. The leader likes the kid's attitude, but after being threatened, the guard pulls a gun, which the blind man can identify exactly by model and year. The assassin knows the weapon's weight and length, and even that the guard only brought one magazine, meaning he's already lost. Panicked, the thug draws his weapon, ready to fire. But before the man can react, Alapide is already on top of him. Like a machine gun of punches, the assassin unleashes a barrage of blows. The boy says that if he were using his knife, the bald guy would have died about 13 times already. Frustrated, the octopus-headed man doesn't have much to say. Raffle applauds Alapide for taking down his man so easily, but the boy says he wasn't anything special. Judging by the smell of expensive suits and a rosary, the assassin wants to know what someone from the Honor Orphanage wants with him. But the leader says Alapide missed a detail. They're no longer honor, but glory. Raffle tosses a piece of paper to Alapide. He says there's someone in Korea the young man would like to meet, and the boy already knows he means Peter. The leader says this legendary assassin might surpass Alapide, and with that, he hopes to spark the boy's curiosity. Raphael wants to see if he can surpass Peter. Back in the elevator, but alone this time, Peter is deep in thought about today's encounter. On the 810th floor, the doors open. The environment impresses the protagonist. Apparently, this is how this apostle welcomes his guests. Now the protagonist wants to know what the assassin wanted to talk about. The apostle says that ever since he met Peter, he's had a strange feeling. Young, the protagonist, seems eager to know the end of the assassin's story. Alipede says the hero's skill level is something someone his age shouldn't be able to reach. The protagonist wants to know what he means. John says he's not one to judge a book by its cover, but the assassin has already concluded that the protagonist is Peter. Our hero, realizing he's been found out, says there's no way out for Alipede now. But the apostle tells him to take it easy. If he presses this button, he can blow someone up 20 kilometers away. Peter says he better not press it. If he does, he'll be wiped from existence too. Alipede says that's exactly what he wants, and then presses the button. The protagonist is left speechless. At that moment, the bomb squad realizes something has been triggered. Joan also senses that something has gone wrong. The apostle announces the start of the party. Outside the building, everything seems calm until an explosion occurs. Alipede is disappointed. He didn't expect the legendary Peter to be shaken by something like this. Maybe he's not the real one after all. Our hero's down, trembling. He didn't expect his opponent to be this twisted. Peter asks if his enemy has any idea what he just did. The apostle knows he blew up Choi, and if he's lucky, Juan was caught in it too. Alipede wants to take the opportunity to show something to the protagonist. The lights are shattered, all because the assassin wants to show his rival the true meaning of despair. He wants to show Peter an incomprehensible pain. The protagonist remembers his enemy's fight against the real Apostle John. Back in that battle, Alipede used a device that made heat detection impossible. So our hero will have to find another way to deal with him because he knows there won't be any source of light in this environment. The apostle advances and asks if his target is afraid of the dark. Then the assassin throws his knives at his prey. Several blades fly through the darkness for the protagonist. Without knowing where the attack is coming from, Peter is cut by the knives. Alipede says the hero is at the mercy of the darkness, just like everyone else. For a moment, Peter seems completely alone. Suddenly, the assassin appears behind him, ready for a fatal strike. The two men fight throughout the warehouse, with our hero doing everything he can to survive. Peter knows he has to neutralize the echolocation to defeat his opponent, but he can barely keep up or land a hit. In fact, the hero can't even see where all these attacks are coming from. Peter feels like he's being dragged into the depths of darkness. The protagonist has an idea of how to defeat someone he can't see. He just needs to wait for his target to get a little closer so he can catch him. Alipede says that nothing his target does will work because unlike him, the apostle can see everything. At that moment, the assassin lands a kick to the protagonist's chest. Peter is sent flying by the blow, and clearly our hero is getting nervous. The apostle says he's a lot quieter than before. Peter replies that the assassin finally came at him. Alipede doesn't understand what he means by finally. Our hero admits that he's never fought anyone who fights so well in the dark, but that skill is now useless because Peter activates a locator. Now finally things are fair, so the real fight can begin. A knife is thrown and cuts the tip off the signal flare, plunging the environment back into total darkness. Alipede says he really thought Peter would be different, but if that was his only flare, then he was wrong. But the protagonist tells the assassin not to get too full of himself. Who said the flare was a weapon? Peter never intended to light up the room with it. The hero says that even though echolocation is impressive, it's not flawless. At that moment, the security system is triggered, and water starts falling from the warehouse ceiling. Now both their visions are equally impaired. For Alipede, this is the first time something like this has ever happened in all his years in this vital industry. No one has ever managed to disrupt his echo before. Now it makes sense why Peter kept looking up. He was locating the fire sprinklers. All this effort to take away the apostle's vision. Alipede gives credit. His opponent clearly understands how his ability works. But to the assassin, Peter is still defenseless. Besides, the water won't keep falling forever. So at Alipede, these are just cheap tricks to try and stop him. Peter admits his enemy isn't very shaken. They go back to fighting, but the assassin still has the upper hand. Our hero takes the chance to say that he knows the truth about his opponent. He knows his companions are still alive. Peter knows the apostle is obsessed with doing a perfect job, so much so that he announces his targets. But trying to blow up the target was sloppy, so he would never have done it. Alipede, visibly affected by the statement, starts to question why his prey is so calm. Why did Peter go through all that dramatic setup? The protagonist knows the bomb exploded somewhere far from here, and all because of wounded pride. And the reason behind all of this is that Alipede is a deeply insecure man putting on a tough guy act. Peter taunts his enemy, asking where all that confidence went because that sad face doesn't suit someone so handsome. Completely shaken, the apostle screams in rage. Someone once compared Alipede to a rabbit, saying they both have white skin, red eyes, and are beautiful. But none of that makes sense to the assassin. An older boy asks to pet the animal, but Alipede scratches the boy to stop him from getting near his rabbit. Some kids at school put trash in the blind boy's food. These bullies constantly tormented young Alipede. His helplessness turned into a deep inferiority complex. One night, everything changed. That night, the blind boy's small pet disappeared. The teenagers broke the animal like it was a toy. Alipede arrived completely unhinged, to the point of biting like a furious animal. The boys told him he needed to learn his place for being born weaker than most people. When Alipede remembers that night, what he recalls is not the sadness over the rabbit. It was the lack of dignity that made him angry. Suddenly, there are no more lights in the place and the teenagers feel lost. Young Alipede realizes the boys are acting crazy just because they can't see, but he isn't affected by something like that. He knows where everyone is and even what they're doing. Alipede takes the opportunity and hits the group's leader. The bully cries like a child and the blind boy wonders how someone so weak ever tormented him. A man runs through the rain to the place where the kids are. He calls out for the boys before entering, but it's already too late for everyone. After that night, Alipede felt superior to everyone. Rushing to attack, the apostle yells that nothing Peter is doing makes him better than him. The protagonist remarks how he's extremely fragile inside, full of insecurities. Because he's shouting with hatred, Peter hears him approaching. Alipede goes to strike him, but something goes wrong. Our hero knew he only had one shot to catch the apostle, so he didn't want to waste it. At that moment, the killer has no idea how this is happening. The apostle's arms are locked in cuffs, and Peter says he was waiting for the exact moment to do this. And now Alipede is right in the palm of the protagonist's hand. Peter slams the blind man against the wall. Our hero tells him there are 34 fatal points on the human body he can target. So now the protagonist wants to know how many of those hits he can endure. The first blow is extremely fast. It goes straight to the liver, a place that, when hit, makes a person lose their breath instantly. Even so, he keeps enduring the pain. The next attack will hit the larynx. Then the throat, chest, diaphragm, and collarbone also take hits. Peter has to admit his enemy's willpower is impressive. But in the end, he's still going to lose and then takes another heavy blow. Alipede says he's not the one who's going to lose this fight. The protagonist should restrain his legs too. At that moment, the killer knees the hero. Somehow, the apostle is even stronger than before. Alipede says this is just the beginning. The two men keep exchanging blows. Peter was wrong. It's not just about willpower. Rather, it's pride that keeps his opponent conscious. Even if Alipede perishes, it won't matter as long as his target falls with him. Peter, it seems, has no choice. At that moment, the protagonist throws the killer against the door. This guy is definitely tough. Alipede should passed out, but even so, the apostle gets back up again. The killer says that if the idea was to restrain him to level the fight, then the hero should never have stepped away from his target. At that moment, the apostle breaks the handcuffs, but the sprinklers are still on, so the radar isn't at its best either. Alipede figures it will be a while before the water stops and he regains the advantage with his ability, so it's better to change the game, or rather, change the setting. Quickly, the apostle jumps out of the room, heading to a place where no water is falling, but the protagonist asks if it's really okay for the killer to do something like that. After all, there's light here and the target is easier to see, but Alipede manages to block the knee strike with his foot in the air. Again, the protagonist is impressed by his opponent's resilience. The apostle asks why our hero is so surprised, because for him, having light or not makes no difference. His strength doesn't change at all. The apostle lands a solid kick on Peter, but he isn't thrown too far. Due to the silence, Alipede thinks he's scaring his rival. So if he presses his device's button again, the lights instantly explode, plunging the place into darkness. With no water or light source, there's no way to win, but even so, Alipede thanks his rival. He says that since Apostle John, he hasn't had such an exciting fight. Peter tells Alipede not to dare mention a man who was already very old and retired. But the new apostle says the old one didn't lose because of age, but because he depended on his vision, just like our hero. The protagonist won't be able to see his opponent. Because of that, Alipede knows he can't dodge or block his attacks. It's different now. In this area, he can't create light. Peter starts moving in a kind of strange way at this moment. The apostle believes that his target has already lost his sane mind, that he is panicking in the dark. Completely certain of this thought, he moves in to deliver the final blow. But at the same moment, he takes a punch to the face and is thrown against the wall. Alipede is left confused, unable to understand how he was hit. He even wonders if there's something wrong with his radar, but that's not the case. This time, he attacks again, more stealthy and more quickly. The apostle is sure that a regular human can't detect his movements. He's going to end this once and for all. Once again, the assassin approaches from behind fast. Alipede is confident that the fight will end now, but once again, he takes a brutal hit and is slammed into the wall with full force. This makes no sense to the apostle. How is a regular person predicting his attacks? The protagonist agrees with his enemy. If the fight had gone on like before, he would have lost. Alipede wants to know how, why. Peter remembers he had put handcuffs on the assassin earlier. He was cuffed with something that can't be broken. The apostle still doesn't understand anything. Suddenly, Alipede smells something strange. He was so focused on the fight that he hadn't noticed it before, but the cuffs are covered in luminescent paint. It was all part of the plan. Even the change of rooms. It made the paint absorb light from the hallway so that when it got dark, the cuffs would glow. It was all this guy's plan. Practically the entire fight had been set up. Alipede asks when the protagonist planned all this. Peter says he knew regular lighting wouldn't work since echolocation is too strong, so he had to prepare a weapon that could match it. Alipede admits he was wrong this time. Our hero sees that his target is picking up another weapon. This assassin is truly incredible. The apostle lit the flare himself. Alipede asks if his opponent can see better now. The assassin just threw away his greatest advantage, darkness. So the apostle walks toward the protagonist, holding both of his knives. And then he throws one of the blades to Peter. What Alipede wants is a fair duel. Peter thinks about the possibilities, then picks up the weapon from the floor, because that way, if one of them loses, there'll be no excuses. Until the very last moment, the apostle keeps surprising our hero. At the same instant, Peter charges forward without hesitation, and Alipede does the same. The apostle uses his ability to see everything clearly, but the protagonist is so fast that even on radar, he's just a shadow. Alipede can't see his enemy, and at the last moment, the assassin manages to dodge the knife. Right after that, Peter lands a punch on his rib. In response, the apostle slashes multiple times, cutting his opponent superficially. It seems Peter is about to try something, which puts Alipede on high alert. Quickly, the protagonist switches his grip to strike from above. Then the assassin grabs his rival's arm, intending to end the fight before he can react. But Peter is too fast. He can't even react to the counterattack. Alipede can't accept this fate. Our hero keeps attacking without giving the assassin a chance to respond. Ray starts to take over the apostle again because he refuses to accept Raffle's words. Alipede says that not even Peter would stand a chance against him, even while holding a knife, but the leader laughs and says only if he were already at death's door. But in truth, the legendary assassin rarely uses weapons, and the boy wonders why. Raffle says the reason is that when Peter uses a knife, it becomes too easy for him. Alipede yells for the protagonist to stop showing off, but the hero slashes the apostle like a samurai. The assassin has never seen a human being like this, someone he can't see, touch, or hear. For some reason, the great Alipede can't see his target. Maybe it's true. Peter really does get stronger when holding a weapon. Then the apostle manages to see something. What once seemed impossible, Alipede can actually see it. He sees Peter with his own eyes. The protagonist lands another knife strike, throwing the assassin backward. It's crazy, but for a moment, Alipede swears he saw his rival. This makes the apostle face the idea that this is someone he simply cannot surpass. Peter says that the more he moves, the worse it will be, so he should just surrender. Alipede doesn't want to admit it out loud, but his enemy is right. Because of the previous strike, he can no longer use his left arm. Holding only the tip of a broken knife, the apostle wonders how long someone could fight like that. The young man who just became an adult already masters knife fighting this way. Peter says that if the killer doesn't want the lights turned off again, he better stop, since the next attack will be worse. Then the protagonist charges forward with everything to end the fight, but Alipede still manages to resist. Biting his opponent's arm, now both of them only have one hand to fight with, and with the other, he tries to stab his enemy in the eye. But Peter hits the apostle's jaw and he instantly opens his mouth. Apparently, it was easy to make him let go. The protagonist explains that if you hit the right muscle, even a gorilla opens its mouth. Our hero asks if the apostle now understands his situation. There are things that even pride can't overcome. Alipede's radar seems to pick up something. Then the killer says he will never forget the name Kim Sungu. Peter starts wondering what he's planning now. Once again, Alipede shuts off the signal flare. Everything goes pitch black again. Then someone yells not to move. The special forces have arrived at the scene. That must have been what he detected. Peter still finds this apostle incredibly impressive. The problem is that the protagonist doesn't harm innocents, but he's about to lose his target. In fact, the soldiers report that the suspect has escaped. They order all exits to be blocked, but Ju-won intervenes. She wants to know what happened to Kim Sung-moo and Alipede. The soldier just tells her to step back, and right then, a man in uniform runs past. At that moment, Ju-won realizes something's wrong. After all, she smelled that scent before, right there among the soldiers. But Ju-won also notices something strange on herself. Someone put something weird in her pocket, a braille note that says their echolocation practice will have to wait until next time. Once again, it was Alipede playing with her. Later, in the building's infirmary, apparently there were some lucky ones, and the bomb around Choi's neck didn't go off. The doctor says the secretary didn't have any vital points hit, but that should have been impossible. Peter asks how long she's been a spy, and the secretary says since the beginning. The leader is holding her family and others hostage. Raphael definitely doesn't leave any loose ends. Jo-won can't understand why Peter let Alipede escape, but the protagonist just says he'll be useful to them someday. Even frustrated, she'll have to wait and see. Raphael balances on the tip of a bottle. The leader asks if Apostle John took care of Choi, but Alipede admits he couldn't complete the mission, and the boss already assumes it was because of that Peter guy. The apostle says the legendary killer wasn't there. Then, another voice joins the conversation. Someone enters saying he sees something interesting. A loser defeated by Peter, now acting like he's gone mad. Apostle Thaddeus finds it amusing that his colleague already got irritated. He's about to say that, judging by the reaction, it might be true, and in that instant, Thaddeus is attacked. As a final warning, Alipede says that if he talks about it again, he'll open up 77 holes in his face. But the apostle, holding his knife, says he already has 7 holes in his face. Raphael finds it all very interesting. Alipede, the best assassin in the world, facing off against the best martial artist in the world. Just to provoke Thaddeus, says Apostle John no longer has a 100% success rate. Immediately, Alipede goes after the other apostle. Easily dodging the attacks, Thaddeus is impressed at how agile a blind man can be. Maybe, if he had vision, he'd be an even better fighter. Alipede tells his opponent to uncross his arms and fight, but the boy refuses. Thaddeus delivers a missile-like kick and says that if he uses his arms, he'll be forced to end his colleague for good. The apostle even mocks Alipede for dodging his kick. Irritated, Apostle John tells the boy to go to hell. The blind man jumps in for an overhead attack. Thaddeus easily blocks the attack with a kick. He lands without even uncrossing his arms, but Alipede is thrown back. Raphael tells them both to stop messing around and have a constructive conversation, but Apostle John gives a warning not to go after the boy, because he wants to finish that person himself. But Thaddeus doesn't understand what boy he's talking about. The apostle thinks it's absurd for the guy to say such weird things and just walk away, and the leader agrees. Then Tae-gyu asks the boss if he wants him to take care of Choi, but Raphael says no, there's a safer way to find out what's going on. Tae-gyu hopes it's not the method he's thinking of. The leader orders his car to be prepared, because he's going to meet him personally. The security tells the soldiers to step aside because the president of Glory came to meet with Choi. But one soldier says that not even the nation's president is allowed in the building right now. The head of security wants to know what all the commotion is outside. It seems something is happening at the building's entrance. Suddenly, Raphael smashes through the glass with the soldiers' faces. The chief orders reinforcements immediately. For someone who said not even the president could enter, he went in anyway. So maybe this means Raphael is above even the president of the nation. Now, Choi is somewhere in here, and maybe Peter is too. So first, it's going to be President Choi. Someone warns Choi that a person has entered without permission to speak with him. And that person is the president of Glory. Outside the room, the screams of despair can be heard. The president panics as he hears death approaching his office. Raphael is surprised Choi is even breathing. Dragging one of the guards, the head of Glory feels relieved at the sight. Still a bit shaken, Choi wants to know how he got in, and Raphael says he found his way. The leader of Glory says he has an opinion about visitors. When someone insists that much on being received, right? Choi says he hopes his visitor understands the difficulty due to everything he's been through, and Raphael says he was worried. Still nervous, the president says that, fortunately, he's fine. One of the guards can't believe a single man got past all the security. Clearly, the soldiers outnumber him. But this soldier can't stop trembling with fear, to the point of wondering whether the intruder is even human. Raphael asks the president directly who helped him. Maybe it's Apostle Peter who's saving his life. Choi stares, terrified, into the eyes of the man before him. The president finds it harder to look this person in the eye. With his devilish gaze, Raphael wants to know why Choi isn't saying anything. The president deflects, saying he doesn't know who this Peter is. More casually, the leader of Glory says he believes his colleague. Then Raphael comments that the president's tie is really messy. Quietly, the leader of Glory says that, as the president of Daha, it'll be hard for him to keep his neck. The truth is, Choi has never met Peter, but he can't give a careless answer to this man, because otherwise Raphael will end his life. But for some reason, the leader of Glory backs off. He realizes Choi isn't lying, but asks his little buddy if he's hiding something. The president starts to say something but stammers a bit, while still under that unrelenting stare. Choi remembers a certain assassin comrade. The leader of Glory asks what about him. Even afraid, the president says that Glory's assassins are very competent people. Those feline eyes seem to see straight through him. Wrapping up the conversation, Raphael says he has nothing more to ask and is heading out. The leader of Glory even hints that he knows what Choi ate yesterday, since he's always looking after his friend's well-being. As a final warning, Raphael says that if his friend has something to say, now's the time. Because if he's conspiring with Peter and Raphael finds out later, there won't be anything left of Choi. Doctors are called in for an emergency, and the protagonist decides to go with them. Someone in the other room screams in desperation. When the protagonist enters the next room, he finds an unexpected scene. Choi is screaming in panic, afraid that Raphael is coming for him. Jiwon says that the leader of Glory was just here, and that he had been putting pressure on him just now. Because of that, Choi is in a state of panic and refuses to take any kind of sedative. Peter notices his friend is holding something. She says the president wouldn't let go of this old cap. That makes the protagonist reach a decision. Peter tells everyone to leave the room. Jiwon forcibly kicks out all the doctors. The door closes, leaving them alone. Our hero asks President Choi to try and calm down. Peter says there are no spies in the room, but the president yells that it's a lie. Weakened, Choi says that Deha is in Raphael's sights and its fate is already sealed. Then the protagonist shouts out the president's name. Peter wants to know if he's really going to disappoint him. Did Choi forget the promise he made? 1978 Moscow, someone tells a person to get up. Peter says they have a long road ahead, and the small boy runs after his friend. But something seems to bother the protagonist, so he tells the boy to wait a moment. Then he forces the boy to sit, close his eyes, and count to 10. Obediently, he does exactly that. Peter asks if he'll have to go to his enemies or if they'll come to him. Two assassins are hiding in the next train car. They're planning to take advantage of the unarmed target and shoot at the same time. But when they go to aim, the protagonist is gone. Taking cover at the door, Peter says the men missed their chance to leave. Like lightning, our hero takes out both men almost at the same time. To relax, the killer lights a cigarette and calls for the boy. Then he scolds him for stopping the count, but aside from that, now little Choi has to get ready. Outside, Peter is on a motorcycle with the panicked boy. The protagonist explains that from now on, little Choi will face many challenges in life, and that they won't see each other again. The boy gets sad because he never manages to connect with anyone. But this hat will be a gift for Choi to always remember him and the promise that if they ever meet again, the boy must not be someone who brings shame. Happy, the boy says he will make him proud. Peter places the hat once again now on the old Choi and asks where the brave person he once knew has gone. With a smile, the protagonist tells his friend to get up because people are waiting for him. Still trembling, Choi had known since the first time he saw him. The president could never get Peter's image out of his head. He says he never, not even for a day, forgot his friend. All Choi ever wanted was to meet Peter again. The protagonist thanks the president for growing up. The door opens, and they go meet the doctors. Renewed, President Choi apologizes to everyone. Jiwon asks how he did that, and Peter says he didn't do anything. Now, at the ice cream cart, Jiwon is furious with the protagonist. The hacker wants to know if she looks like someone who only cares about money. Peter remembers he has a thank you letter to give to his friend. Jiwon seems like she's going to refuse, but changes her mind when she sees it's an unlimited credit card. The girl asks where her boss is going now, and he says he's heading to an old house. At headquarters, Ru calls out to the protagonist. The Dako brothers ask where our hero has been. Yuna comes running, saying it's an emergency. It looks like all the rank D assassins are going to be fired. Hyung says the girl won't be missed since she's so low ranked. But she says the problem is that all of them are getting fired too. Yuna says there's going to be a test and only the top 100 out of 336 assassins will stay. The rest will be let go. Now the brothers are worried, and one of them even asks why our hero is so calm since he's in last place. Peter says he already has a plan for all of them to pass the test. At that moment, someone enters the room. The person who walks in makes the three companions nervous. Kajio is the one who will train the new rank D recruits. The brothers remember seeing this massive guy on the cruise and how strong he is. They just don't understand how someone like him ended up in a place like this. Jiwon freaks out that Kajio came back to her house. After she stops freaking out, Peter asks for a moment with the ex-apostle. But even so, she leaves while still loudly complaining. Now the two are alone and the protagonist wants to know why he's back. Keijo asks who our hero really is because he's incredibly strong. The protagonist says if he tells the truth, will the boy believe him? After everything Keijo has done, he's willing to believe anything. So Peter confirms the former apostle's suspicions about who he really is. After thinking for a bit, Keijo is stunned by the protagonist's new appearance. Our hero reminds the boy that he said he would believe everything. But after thinking for a moment, things start to make sense in the mind of the former apostle. The abilities he saw in combat are far from ordinary. Keijo comes to the conclusion that it doesn't matter who Peter really is. The former assassin says he went to see Raphael. He couldn't defeat him with his current strength. After all, he never truly learned how to fight. So Keijo asks the protagonist to teach him how to become stronger. Peter carefully considers the situation in that moment. The former apostle kneels, begging. All he wants is to avenge Yuka. So he calls the hero master and asks to be trained. Peter tells him to stop with the weird master talk and to stand up, but the boy refuses. To his surprise, our hero says that he doesn't make his disciples meal. And by the way, Peter has an important request for him. Keijo immediately stands, willing to do anything. Now in the present, the apprentice begins to understand what that important request was, which is to train all these rookie D-rank members. In Keijo's view, they'll be eliminated right away. Yuna gets furious, but her brothers hold her back, afraid they'll meet an early end. But the girl doesn't care, she even demands to see Keijo's license. Peter quietly says that he wants his friends to survive this test. So the new apprentice says he'll do everything he can. Yuna wants to know what kind of training she'll be doing since apparently they're expected to survive even in hell. Keijo says the training is nothing special. The three of them climb a mountain using only their hands with a boulder on their backs while crying in despair. The apprentice yells that a human being only grows stronger when facing death. Back at the Glory headquarters, Raphael says that lately, in every incident involving Peter, his organization was there. The movements surrounding Glory suggest that only a member of the organization could be behind it. So what if Peter was undercover? Maybe he's among the organization's assassins, even though it's hard to believe someone that strong could go unnoticed. Then a light goes off in Raphael's head. Maybe Peter was never at the top, but rather hidden in the middle of the crowd, among the D-rank assassins, who are the most numerous. After all, it does seem possible that someone as special as this apostle went unnoticed. Maybe Peter has a disguise ability like Joe. The question is how to identify him. Tagyu says he just thought of a fun way. Juwon says this is obviously a trap. This story about demoting their own members suggests that the organization may have caught Peter's scent. The hacker refuses to let her friend go no matter what. Still, she knows he's going and Peter says he can't raise any suspicion. Keijo volunteers to go too, but our hero says a former apostle is too well known. Juwon thinks one is stubborn and the other is an idiot, but the apprentice gets mad because she called his master an idiot. Her concern is that they have no intel on the location of the test, but our hero says there's a way to fix that, which is simply to go there and find out. 1 week later, at Glory's new meeting point on a place called Death Island, Peter never imagined the gathering would be on a deserted island, and all the D-rank assassins are here. Yuna finds it fascinating to see so many members gathered in one place. She even believes they're going to receive some sort of training. The brothers start crying the moment they hear the word training. Now the girl starts doubting whether those two can even pass the test. On the big screen, a woman introduces herself as the manager and evaluator of this special event that Glory organized to refresh the company's image. And everyone who wants to keep their job in this company will have to pass the test. All the members become anxious about what they'll have to do. The host says the test is simple. All they have to do is survive on the island for 48 hours. The other guys think this task sounds way too easy. Kalina says that those who think it's easy or came here to relax are sorely mistaken. All assassins will have to face each other in combat, and the winner takes the loser's license. In the end, those with the most licenses will form the top 100. The assassins can fight, hide, or steal. There are no rules for that. In the next 48 hours, only the best will survive. A voice says to leave behind all the items they brought because the test is about to begin. Yuna thinks it's cool that the uniforms even show their rankings. They finally look like real assassins and someone yells that they are real assassins. Peter agrees that the company has put in a lot of effort, but they also have a serious problem. Having the rankings printed on the clothes is not a good thing. It makes them actual targets for the future. The Dako brothers start teasing the short guy with the mask and the clown face one. There's also a very beautiful woman ranked 222 who grabs everyone's attention. And then there's an old man in position 273, age 65, who the brothers mock, saying that the legendary Peter was already an apostle at that age. The protagonist has already noticed an abnormal number of security cameras. That suggests it's going to be very dangerous. It seems they're not sure whether Peter is among the ranked assassins. Our hero has to keep up the act of being weak while trying to survive the test. Someone seems to arrive and already stirs up chaos. And unfortunately, a complicated person has just shown up. His uniform says he's ranked 330. Then Apostle Thaddeus introduces himself as Horang Nabi. All cheerful, the Apostle says he has something he needs to investigate. The other assassins find it weird that someone is so proud of having such a low rank. Horang starts bothering the one old man thinking he's Peter. That's when the assassins get even more confused. Who had come looking for the legendary assassin here? The Apostle realizes he won't be able to inspect everyone, so he gets an idea. Horang tells everyone to form a line. This Thaddeus is definitely the wild card of the test. Then the Apostle shouts that whoever is Peter should raise their hand. No one has any idea what this guy is talking about, but somehow it works for Horang. Because Peter raises his hand, The apostle is thrilled, and the protagonist goes over to talk to him. Hori is surprised that someone so young is the legendary assassin. Hyun asks what the weird kid is talking about, and Yuri says he called the protagonist brother in Chinese. Peter has to find a way to shut this apostle up, or things will get complicated. Our hero asks Koring to look around. People are starting to suspect whether Peter is really among them. So the protagonist says that if the apostle keeps making such a fuss looking for the assassin, he'll only hide even more instead of showing himself. Koring finds this situation amusing. Suddenly, the apostle throws a kick, but it stops just centimeters from the hero's face. Thaddeus ends up thinking the protagonist is a very fascinating person. The brothers get mad seeing their friend being attacked. Peter knows that to most people that might have looked like a normal kick, but in reality it was a mid-level strike, a Brazilian-style kick, followed by a straight, and then he changed the trajectory 3 times. This Horing is definitely a master. The apostle says he'll make things even more interesting. Out of nowhere, Hyung steps in and tells Koring to stop bothering the weak ones, and that if he wants to challenge someone, there are stronger options. But the apostle says he was just playing around, no need to take it seriously. Thaddeus even reaches out to check if the protagonist's skin is really that of a young person and promises to meet him again later. The brothers don't understand why their friend looks scared after seeing that kick, so they both promise to protect him from anyone who messes with him. Horing thinks this whole being scared story is silly. The protagonist's eyes track all 3 of his kicks closely. It has nothing to do with fear. It's confidence, and a lot of it, especially for someone from rank D. Things are definitely going to be fun. The group is feeling confident. They're sure they can beat everyone, but Yoon just hopes she doesn't get robbed. Peter immediately scolds them, saying they shouldn't be excited, because this is going to be dangerous. Just think about it. If you're at the top, who's the easiest target? And then they both point at our hero. Simply put, they're going to the target of 332 people. Now it sinks in. There's only one way for them to survive. They have to unite as a team. Back at the main screen, the judge announces the start of the game. Peter believes all the assassins are probably having the same thoughts. Everyone goes looking for a good place to hide. But the real problem is something else. With so many eyes watching, the protagonist can't move freely. His only option is to blend in with his peers and act. Peter calls his friends and says he has an idea to help them survive. Both brothers are very confused about the plan being to go somewhere so remote, but the girl tells them to shut up and walk. Still, the two want to know why they aren't going east where there's food, or south where there's even an underground shelter. Instead, our hero chose this abandoned dump. But the answer is simple. Because all those other mentioned places, and the people who go there, will be the first to become targets. It's something worries our hero. While the brothers pretend they knew that all along, what actually concerns him is Horing following them. Peter already figured out that this guy with that level of skill is working with Raphael, so they better be careful around him. But at the hideout, a bunch of other low-ranking assassins are already there. That too is part of the protagonist's plan. As mentioned before, higher-ranked members go after the lower-ranked ones, so all of them are going to form a coalition. In other words, a temporary alliance. Yuna thinks as always her friend is making great decisions, but there's still one issue. How will they get licenses? Now the next step is figuring out how they'll make it into the top 100. While they're staying quiet, others out there are already fighting. No matter how strong someone is, 10 against 1, especially a tired one, is a real advantage. Yuna realizes they don't need to hunt for licenses, just take the ones that were already stolen. They'll attack in groups and then split the licenses among themselves like a team. The clown is already hyped about the plan, so Peter says the 3 of them will patrol while the others turn this place into a base. Horing likes his target's leadership spirit. He can't wait to see how the protagonist handles what's coming. The short guy in the mask says he used to be a professional boxer, but because of financial hardship, he became an assassin for glory. Crying, the little guy says this place is full of monsters, and he couldn't keep his C rank. He'll probably lose his D rank too. Peter says things will get better, but hearing comforting words from someone even lower ranked stings a little. Our hero hopes things are fine back at base because out here, everything's too quiet. Someone calls for help and begs to be let into the base. He says he's weak too. They open the gate and the man says there's a B-rank assassin loose on the island. It takes a moment, but then it clicks. They're being hunted by someone way above their level. The man says now they really need to unite. Then he tells them to close the gates. But it's too late. He gets stabbed in the back. Then the traitor says he finds this coalition idea kind of funny. But the funniest part to him is not knowing when he'll be betrayed, because he's the B-rank assassin. Another assassin with the same name says the newbies should really pay more attention to who they let into their base. Horing thinks things are getting very interesting. Yuna can't believe she's actually seen 2 high-ranking individuals, and she knows they'll never be able to beat them. The short guy warns that someone's breached the base and the clown is already running away. He asks the protagonist if they shouldn't be running too, but Peter knows the time has come. One person asks why they killed someone if this is just a test, but the assassins explain that there was never a rule against killing, and now everyone's licenses will belong to them. The apostle thinks it's better to just watch how this fight plays out. Yuna knows that if Peter were here, it would already be over, but he also couldn't use his full strength. Both brothers say their goodbyes, knowing things are about to get ugly. She also trained a lot, so now it's time to put it into action. One of the assassins says there are 5 licenses up for grabs here, and if they don't come at him, he'll come at them. The B-rank charges is too fast for them to react, but in midair, the assassin takes a punch to the face. No one knows who this guy is, but for someone that strong, he's got to be a B-rank too. Yuna shouts for the mysterious man to come back because she thinks it's Peter, but she quickly realizes she's wrong. It's the masked uncle ranked 331. Or maybe it's someone else in disguise. With all this surveillance, it was the only way our hero could fight without anyone realizing it was him. So he called in the two masked guys. And in the forest, there are no security cameras. One of the brothers notices that the uncle looks a bit bigger than before. And when they ask why, Peter simply says with full confidence that he grew. Both brothers think this technique is awesome, and Yuna has never thought they were as dumb as she does now. The assassin asks who the stranger is, and he introduces himself as Pumpkin Knight. But the assassin is deeply offended that someone ranked so low would dare to face him. Pumpkin Knight tells them not to underestimate him because he's a national boxing champion. Everyone gets tense, wondering if the masked uncle can handle it, since he's just a boxer. But the apostle already figured out that none of this makes sense. Just like the protagonist, this pumpkin guy doesn't have the level of a rank D. With an unimpressive resume and a surprise attack, now we'll see if this uncle is all talk. The brothers find it odd how Pumpkin suddenly got so strong out of nowhere. Peter doesn't have many options since a lot of people are watching. Since the masked guy is a boxing champ, the assassin puts his knife away and goes in to fight fist to fist. Yuna is happy that the protagonist is wearing a mask so he can win easily, but she realizes a rank D shouldn't be able to win. Then Pumpkin takes a flurry of punches with ease. With the impact, he's thrown far back. The assassin is disappointed that the so-called boxing champion is so weak. A wave of strikes hits the masked man's face. As expected, the brothers say next time the uncle should stop pretending to be strong. Yuna doesn't understand how the protagonist could be taking such a beating. Even the apostle feels tricked. Pumpkin Knight takes a massive punch to the mouth. For someone getting hit like that, he's clearly not rank D, he's at least rank A. The assassin finds it strange that even though he's hitting his opponent, it feels the opposite, even though he's feeling the impact of the blows. Others also find it odd that the uncle's been getting hit for so long and still hasn't gone down. Horing explains to the girl that this pumpkin guy is great at bluffing, but that only confuses her more. The apostle tells her to watch carefully. Every time he's about to get hit, he moves his head in the same direction as the punch, so the damage is almost nothing. It's a boxing technique that makes it look like he's getting hit, but in reality, he's just dodging. Things start to get weirder for everyone. If Pumpkin is the one being hit, then why is the other guy getting tired? The assassin is really frustrated. Maybe it's just luck, he says. Then once again, he attacks, this time to finish the fight. But the masked man steps on his foot. As if by accident, the protagonist lands a punch on his opponent. Again, almost like he fell, he hits him with an elbow. As an excuse, the protagonist says he elbowed him by accident and won the fight. Both Dako brothers can't believe their friend's luck. Maybe he even won the championship the same way. The apostle knows he was only pretending to be clumsy, but using technique to dodge every blow perfectly, in a way even a world champion couldn't pull off. And without anyone noticing, Pumpkin elbowed the assassin in the temple with explosive force. For Horing, it's getting harder to hold himself back. The guy who got knocked out, number 2, wakes up and realizes he better leave while he still can. He runs off because someone is waiting for him. The others go after the licenses. Peter finds something odd. The test hasn't even started and they already managed to steal all those licenses. These guys were definitely hiding something. The Dako brothers casually say that Uncle Pumpkin already has too many licenses and they each only have one. But of course the protagonist shares, after all they're a team, and that makes the brothers very happy. The masked man says he'll share with the apostle too, but he refuses because what he really wants is to fight Pumpkin Knight. Yuna doesn't like that idea, but Ji finds it interesting since it is a competition after all. Horing says that if he wants, he can put his license on the line. If he manages to touch even a single hair on the apostle's head, then he loses. But the protagonist says that if that's the case, he might as well hand over the card now, because Horing will never land a hit on him. Judging by the mood, both of them really want to fight, and Hyun finds that pretty exciting. Even after those words, Peter knows his opponent. The protagonist is certain it has something to do with that guy's arms. Horing thinks Pumpkin is quite confident, so he proposes the rules. Maybe boxing, or something with weapons. A warning is broadcast, the factory area is now off limits. Anyone inside in 5 minutes will be disqualified. The apostle is frustrated that he got played again. Even the brothers get annoyed since they were interrupted just when things were getting good. Then someone calls Harang requesting his presence. In the middle of that confusion, even Pumpkin disappears. And right after, the protagonist shows up without his disguise. The Dako brothers say they were fighting 2B ranks while their friend was hiding, but Yuna gets mad because they were just watching. Before they can leave, Peter stops them because he wants to explain the situation they're in. It seems the organizers hid supply bags like this one all over the island. If they stay together, they won't be able to find more of those bags, so it's better to split up. Yuna says these bags will only give people another reason to fight each other. But Peter says they've got a bigger problem than that. The organizers are shrinking the playable area on the island, forcing groups to clash. And if things keep going this way, the protagonist will be forced to fight more often. Suddenly, Yuna jumps in front of her friend. The girl says she's feeling something very strong. Somehow, she managed to sniff out packaged food, which is impressive. Speaking of which, they hope the brothers are doing okay searching for bags. For some reason, the two of them are dressed like princesses because that's what came in their supply bag. In the distance, gunfire can be heard. Apparently, the bags contain more than just food and clothes, so the protagonist tells Yuma to stay where she is. Right after that, Peter runs as fast as he can. Our hero is hoping that the person with the gun isn't one of the B-rank assassins. From the beginning, Peter knew this wouldn't be just a simple test. The worst part is not knowing what Raphael is planning. Deep in the forest, the hero finds a man lying on the ground. He checks his pulse to see if he's still alive. From now on, this won't be just another test like the others. A shadowy figure appears between the trees. The apostle confirms there's no one on this island who could be Peter, though he could find two interesting individuals. Tae-gyu hints that he wants to leave, but the leader says he'll regret it if he decides to go now. The apostle is curious about what he means by that, but Raphael says he'll find out when the time comes. Alone, Yuna notices something. She felt someone approaching her. Out of nowhere, the test organizer stumbles into view, injured. Yuna asks what he's doing out here in the woods. The wounded man mumbles for her to run, because this isn't the selection test. Everyone on the island is going to die. Raphael says he's going to eliminate all D ranks. And if, by any chance, one survives, then that person is Peter. The judge says that Glory's men are on the island and they're hunting everyone. Even though D ranks are the majority, they don't stand a chance. Yuna asks where the enemies are, but before he can answer, a knife hits him. The assassin says he never wanted to come to this island, but now he's starting to think it was a good thing. Because he didn't expect to find a girl here, says the other one. A B rank disguised as a D rank. Yuna asks why he's doing this when there's a test going on. The assassin doesn't care about that. He just wants to hunt anyone he sees. But the strange man changes his mind and decides to take the girl with him. The girl starts to get scared. He might not look like much, but it's better not to underestimate him. The lunatic says he's loving the look in her eyes. Then he leaps forward to grab her. Right as he's about to catch her, the Dako brothers show up just in time and grab the guy's hand. As a precaution, the assassin retreats to the top of a tree. The brothers think this guy really looks like one of those crazies from the church. They both swore never to be caught off guard again. Yuna agrees that this time will be different. They'll have to manage without the protagonist. She suggests the three of them fight together, but Hyun tells her to save her strength. And Jae agrees they can handle it. Their dream is to one day be like Peter, so they need to overcome this obstacle. In an instant, the two vanish in the blink of an eye. The assassin says the strength of an average adult man is 45 kilograms, but a chimpanzee's strength is 130 kilograms. He finds it funny that they want to be like the legendary Peter, even though they can't even break free from his grip. But the Dako brothers start to show the results of their training. The assassin is caught midair in a double hold, all because he underestimated their dream. Whatever it takes, they will become a Peter. Kejio asks why they want to become the legendary assassin so badly. Obviously, because it's their destiny. 11 years ago at the Glory Orphanage. Did you know even among orphans, there's a ranking? These two had just arrived, and they didn't have names. So the other kids started calling them those guys. Jae thinks it's unfair that only they got punished, even though there were more people in the fight. The older one even hopes his mom will look for them one day, but Kyung says that will never happen. Because they were abandoned without even being given a name. They're just two nameless boys. No one's ever coming for them. At that moment, hope was slipping away. A book falls on Jae's head. A diary talking about a child who didn't have a name either, dated 1967. The diary says others called him Dakure, and even though people made fun of him for it, the child didn't care. In the diary, he writes that he'll show everyone how amazing he can be. In 1970, he receives a name, one he repeats to himself constantly, even though he knows it will never be famous. The two brothers are stunned by what they're reading. The child writes that he won't bring shame to the name Peter. This is the diary of the legendary apostle. It seems he was also a lonely child. One of the brothers decides to create their own names, and he likes the apostle's nickname, Dakure, so he won't be Hyung, and the other Jae. That's why they want to be like Peter, and Keijo agrees. It's a good story, but he says they could never reach the proper level. Maybe, if the two of them became one, it might be possible. Confused and upset, the brothers find themselves with their hands tied. But when they realize their teacher is getting serious, they instantly feel excited. Nearly falling off a cliff, Keijo tells them they need to think and act as one. They date every time they try to move in opposite directions. And for some reason, even to go to the bathroom, they need to learn to synchronize. Then the monkey assassin throws the brothers far to break free from the hold. For a second, the monkey man seems to see something terrifying, a memory of the scariest vision of his life, the day he ran into an apostle. But in the end, nothing changes. The two are still rank D. Yuna feels pressured, now that she's alone and without a weapon to defend herself. The assassin notes that now he's alone with his prey, but suddenly, something hits him in the face. Somehow, Yuna managed to strike from a distance. The assassin even admits he was startled. While he was talking, she built an improvised weapon to fight. The monkey man mocks her, asking if she was also trained by an apostle. She says no, she was never trained by Peter or anyone like that. The assassin finds it amusing that she actually took his joke seriously, but something's different about her compared to the two before. Somehow, she seems even more imposing. The assassin pinches his face to wake himself up and notes he needs to see a doctor. The girl, compensating for distance with her improvised weapon, proves she's quite clever. The monkey-faced guy even compliments her for it. But unfortunately, he says the effort won't amount to anything. Then the assassin lunges at her. Yuna barely manages to dodge. Since they're in a forest, any wrong move could make her weapon get stuck somewhere. So the enemy is moving accordingly, and because of that, she can attack. Taking advantage of the girl's fear to strike, he appears behind her. On reflex, she attacks, but the assassin steps back. He's just playing with her. Yuna stops being afraid and starts throwing the ball at the enemy, even though she misses every shot. The assassin thinks her throwing ability is weak, which makes him lose the fear he had earlier when she seems so confident. Again, Yuna attacks, hoping hard that she'll hit something. And the monkey-faced guy bursts out laughing because she can't land a single hit. The assassin jokes that at this rate, she'll never even touch him. But something hits him on the head. He looks back, trying to see where the attack came from, but he doesn't find anything. The assassin doesn't understand what just happened. Once more, Yuna goes to attack, hoping it's almost time. The girl holds a metal-tipped cord. Yuna asks if, with this weapon, she'll be able to survive on the island, but Peter says no. She's pretty annoyed by his honesty, so the protagonist rephrases his answer. The projectile at the end of the cord is great for dealing damage from a distance. But in a place like the one they're going to, this weapon could become a liability. Then Peter asks her to try hitting a target just once, from where they're standing to the other side of the room. But she has no idea how to do that. The protagonist says there isn't just one way, she can create her own path to the target. After that, he simply walks away, leaving the girl full of doubts. Somewhere else, the brothers are exhausted from training. Out of nowhere, Peter finds both of them in bed, with their wrists tied. They're both desperate. Sleeping in sync is weird enough, but needing the bathroom at the same time is just cruel. Then they ask at the same time where Yuna is, hoping she's not slacking off while they only get 3 hours of sleep per day. Actually, they don't really care. So the three of them go to sleep at the same time. Peter agrees the girl is probably dreaming right now. She's probably dreaming of getting stronger. The tip slams into the door hard, denting the metal. Then she pulls the cord back. But again, she fails. There are too many obstacles in the way. Quickly, she regains her confidence. She still has the strength to speak, and she has the strength to fight. And again, she throws and misses, and again, and it repeats many times. After hundreds of attempts, she still can't hit it. There's always something in the way. But then something clicks in her mind. She looks at the pool table and realizes the protagonist had been giving her the hint the entire time. Peter had been guiding her in the right direction all along. With his head now injured, the assassin changes his mind about the girl. He's not going to play anymore, he's going to finish her. Yuna grips the ball on the cord and visualizes the metal tip. It's like a maze. At first you get lost, and if new obstacles appear, new walls form in that maze. But she won't let that stop her. In the beginning, she won't hit the target, but Yuna must trust her eyes. By eliminating the wrong paths, eventually she'll reach the right one. The girl throws again, the ball weaving through all the obstacles. Then the battlefield becomes her stage. Yuna throws the ball once more. It bounces off the trees, carving a path behind them, landing square on the lunatic's face. Finally, it clicks. The girl wasn't missing. She was adjusting the trajectory. Jay thinks Yuna is amazing, but Kyung says there was a bit of luck involved, so she's a little less amazing. The assassin screams in rage because they're just D ranks. So the brothers take the opportunity to put the monkey face guy in a chokehold. Frustrated, the assassin says that when he gets free, he's going to finish them. The guy's strength is so intense that Jay can't hold him down. But Yuna takes advantage of the moment to strike. The ball flies high over the tree, and the assassin laughs, saying it really was just luck. But was it really a miss? The girl jumps off the ground during the attack. The assassin finally understands what's coming. Yuna uses the ball's momentum to launch herself and lands both feet right in the assassin's face. It's over. The assassin is completely knocked out. The brothers start saying that maybe now they'll rank up, but Yuna says it was 3 against 1. So that's not enough for them to reach B rank. They'd better go find the protagonist. But a voice from the forests says that won't be necessary. The assassin Shy is after them again. Neither of the brothers sensed his presence, and he seems even stronger than the monkey face guy. But all three of them are confident that if they manage to reunite, they can win. However, Shin says he has no intention of fighting. So the brothers suggest that the uncle just wants to talk. The first shot hits Yuna's weapon. Shin says his only intention is to shoot and eliminate them. Kyung says using a firearm is cheating. Yuna already realizes that against this opponent, they don't stand a chance. And in that moment, someone else appears from the forest. For a second, she thinks it's the protagonist coming to save them. But actually, it's Horeng arriving, greeting them. The assassin asks who the boy is, and for a second, the apostle forgets his name before introducing himself as a rank D. Horeng says he heard gunfire and came to see what was going on. So Shin thanks him for saving him the trouble of having to find him. The assassin points the gun at the head of the man who just arrived, but the apostle finds it amusing to see who's faster. Shin laughs at how a dead man is still acting tough. Yuna says this Horeng guy is clever, but Hyun doesn't get what she means. She says that because he's so close, the apostle might be able to create an opening to disarm the enemy. But Horeng looks for a way to make this challenge even more fun. Then he comes up with a crazy idea. The assassin starts thinking this guy is totally insane because he puts the gun in his own mouth to reduce the chance of dodging the shot. Now it's clear to everyone present that this Horeng guy is either a lunatic or has given up on life. Not even Yuna knows what the hell he's trying to do with this. Shin knows that if he pulls the trigger, he's guaranteed to drop the person in front of him. But for a second, he saw in Horeng's eyes that he was going to lose this duel. The apostle thinks it's funny that the assassin is trembling, but now it's too late. Because if he doesn't shoot, then Shin is done for. Trying to stay calm, the assassin wants to take back control of the situation. Panicking, he shouts that he's going to shoot. But in a split second, the apostle's leg twists the arm holding the gun. Shin has no idea how his arm was broken so easily. Everyone is stunned by Horeng's skill. The apostle laughs that the assassin is making such a fuss over just one arm. He still has the other one perfectly fine. A bullet grazes the apostle. Furious, Shin opens fire on Horeng. Yuna knows the assassin is very skilled with a gun, and the distance between them is dangerous. But somehow he misses all 26 shots. Now completely terrified, Shin can't understand how someone of such a low rank could pull that off. And the answer to that question is very simple. First, firing with just one hand reduces accuracy. And second, and more importantly, if the target is Horeng, then the hit rate is 0. And with that, the apostle attacks. Shin can't even process what happened. Not even the brothers could see what happened, but Yuna has a small idea, that he landed dozens of blows at once. Shin falls completely defeated. Horeng jokes that the assassin should have drunk more milk as a kid to grow stronger. Yuna knows this guy is just like the protagonist. He's nowhere near a rank D. Still alive, Shin says he remembered. It took him a while to recognize him, but he's seen this boy before. The assassin wants to know what someone who made an entire continent tremble is doing on this island. The infamous apostle, god of Kowloon. In the underworld of Kowloon, not too long ago, they say no one, not even the highest authority in the country, gets out of that place alive. A true anarchy. A man finds that situation interesting. The leader of the Black Serpent wants to take over that place by force, so he gives the order to enter and eliminate everyone. Someone asks the young Shin if they're sure about what they're about to do. To this man, they're like mucks flying into the fire. Shin gets nervous and threatens the old man, but the assassin finds this person's appearance strange. The man says that if he's lucky, maybe he'll survive, just like he did. Shin is creeped out that someone in that condition considers himself lucky, and maybe he should run then and there. The boss finds the scene in front of him odd, but the so-called den of demons is completely empty. He even laughs, thinking everyone ran away from him, but one of his men spots someone. The Black Serpent's leader doesn't like how they're being received. In the darkness, the apostle gives only one warning. The moment they touch even a speck of dust in this place, they can be considered erased from the earth. Shin realizes that this man is the god of Kowloon, and that he chose to show up alone to face a group of armed men. The leader of the serpent finds it amusing. His weapon doesn't give a second warning either, so Shin is ordered to fire. Immediately, everyone opens fire together. Because of all the gunfire, a cloud of smoke forms. Then the leader orders them to stop shooting. Where the apostle once stood, there's now only a massive hole in the wall. The serpent boss tells one of his men to go check if the target survived. Running into the mist, all we see is the silhouette of the henchman getting hit. A second later, all the other thugs are torn apart. As they're twisted like paper, the leader shouts for the fighter to come out of the shadows. Shooting blindly into the dark, the boss panics, until his gun is sliced in two. At last, they come face to face with the god of Kowloon. The Black Serpent elite was completely wiped out by a single man. Shin concludes that the apostle isn't unarmed. His whole body is a weapon. Then he too is struck by the fighter. Now the god of Kowloon walks towards Shin. The assassin begs for his life and says he'll do whatever the apostle wants, so he's told to go outside. And everyone is warned that entering Kowloon's underworld is a death sentence. Shin tries to wake up his boss so they can escape. As he lifts his chief, the assassin is horrified, because the apostle only used his legs and arms to attack. But when he lifts his boss, he has no bones left. The Dako brothers find it strange that the assassin is still alive. Shin tells the group they better pray to leave this island alive, because with that man here, there will be a pile of corpses. Glory's break room. Raffles' assistant reports that the signals from the B-rank assassins have vanished. But the leader already expected this, and it certainly wasn't Tadiu who took out his men. That alone is proof Peter is involved. Raffle orders the island's camera footage to be sent. He wants to see what's going on with his own eyes. Two men run through the forest in desperation. They're running for their lives. Suddenly, someone appears in front of them. An assassin clears a path through a tree as if he had just been summoned. The clown-faced guy comments that destroying a perfectly healthy tree was unnecessary. Terrified, one of the men recognizes their pursuer. It was in a maximum security prison in South America during a riot. When the police arrived, all the prisoners had already fallen, and the one responsible was a single prison guard named Michael, a B-rank. Michael had been assigned to that prison specifically to eliminate inmates without restrictions. The clown now realizes he's facing a lunatic, very different from the time with Father Gabriel. But with no other option, Joker prepares to fight, and shows what things were like during the glory days of the Honor Orphanage. Michael doesn't understand how his target managed to bring a knife onto the island. Joker thinks the assassin is going to struggle in a knife fight, because he's been handling blades since birth. The assassin narrowly dodges the blades. Joker evades and Michael counters, but something strange happens to the clown. He's the one who ends up injured without realizing it. The assassin asks if his target is curious about how he did that. The weapon is something everyone carries with them. It's a human bone, and this one he just pulled from one of his previous targets. Joker realizes that no matter what he does, he'll never be able to beat this guy. Now that both enemies are down, Michael grabs more makeshift weapons, but he senses someone in the forest. He's thrilled that this place feels like a gold mine, made of bones, but the one who appears is Peter. The apostle wants to know why everyone's acting like it's a funeral on such a beautiful day. He asks the brothers if they saw a ghost, and they quickly say no. But Horing then asks if they just need to go to the bathroom. Yuna understands why the Dako brothers are acting like that. They really did see a ghost. They saw a B-rank get defeated effortlessly by someone who was unarmed. Yuna says that, until now, she had only met two truly strong people, but she's sure that Horing's on the same level as those two. Meanwhile, the apostle is wondering where Pumpkin is. Hyung spots something in the distance. Horing sees someone lying just ahead, and it's none other than the number 1 ranked, looking full of regret. Yuna concludes that all the high levels were just a bunch of B-rankers in disguise. Including this number 1, there's only one person who could have taken him down, which is obviously the protagonist. And if Horing finds out what our hero is capable of, Yuna fears what could happen. So she takes it upon herself to make sure the two of them don't meet. Hyun calls out the hero's alias and Yuna panics, saying he wasn't the one who did it. Then Yuna starts shouting for Peter to run and hide, but someone tells her she's talking nonsense, because the protagonist was attacked and is injured. He looks badly hurt and worn out. Peter says someone appeared, defeated the assassin, and left, so the siblings conclude it was probably Uncle Pumpkin. The proof? He smashed the guy's head in with a boxing punch. Yuna doesn't care who did it. She just wants to get off the island. Horing finds it strange that the boxing uncle could have done it. He didn't seem strong enough. The apostle asks the siblings to stop for a moment. Then he asks if they can see the clues left behind at the scene. The leaves and trail on the ground. The the broken ankle, the mark in the tree from the impact, along with the crushed skull. But the siblings don't understand what the apostle is talking about, and Horeng thinks they're a bit slow. So he decides to explain in detail. The number one ran in to attack someone, and from his long strides, he underestimated his opponent. And this mysterious person waited for the perfect moment to counter. The mystery man with a low kick. That's when the trail in the grass was made. With one move, he struck the ankle, breaking it. This person then used the tree trunk to launch himself, boosting his speed with the momentum. Coming down with a very heavy punch. That's not a boxing technique. These are skills developed for assassination. Does that sound like the pumpkin they knew? Definitely not. The one who took down number one was someone else. And the apostle has an idea of who knows the truth. Horeng asks if our hero has anything to say. Because if he doesn't, the apostle will draw his own conclusion, that Peter is hiding who he really is. Just as our hero is about to be exposed, someone starts shouting for help. It sounds like it's coming from near the boats. The siblings run toward the source of the screams. But Young is confused by what he sees. For some reason, there's another assassin there. Not just one, but a dozen B-rank assassins. Yuna says there are at least 20 of them. The girl wants to turn back and run, but Horeng is blocking the way. And she starts looking for the protagonist who has vanished. The Dako brothers say they're just on the island for a test. But the assassins say they don't have anything against anyone on the island. They're just carrying out a mission, which is to eliminate all D-rankers. Yuna is terrified, wondering where her friend has gone. Then a voice comes from the forest. Mr. Pumpkin says he doesn't have anything against anyone either. The only way the protagonist can fight without raising suspicion is with that mask. The problem is, if he wins, he'll still draw attention. Then one of the assassins recognizes that the masked guy is the one who took one of them down by luck. And with 20 of them together, they could even bring down an A ranker. Peter knows they're right. There's no way he can do this without raising suspicion, at least not alone. So Horeng decides to team up with the masked man. Even our hero doesn't understand why he's doing this. The apostle jokes that he wants to see what happens when 2 D ranks fight 20 B ranks. Peter finds it strange that someone who clearly works for Raffle is helping him. Horeng says if the masked guy is confused about his intentions, he can just ask. And the reason is simple, because it's fun. The siblings are afraid to face so many people at once. Even Yuna agrees that this fight is impossible. Even if Horeng is really strong, there's still the issue of the security cameras, which leaves the apostle with the responsibility of fighting almost all of them alone. One of the assassins tells his opponents to stop acting so cocky. They didn't even pay attention to the terrain. The battlefield is a beach. Hyung says he's not blind and knows how to recognize a beach. The protagonist agrees that the sand is definitely a problem. In this setting, physical performance is greatly reduced. That's because the force applied when stepping on soft sand is absorbed. Horeng seems to agree that he's at a disadvantage, and on top of that, the other assassins have firearms. But that's exactly what makes things more fun. The assassin tells him to enjoy it while he still can, because he's curious too. He wants to see if the apostle can reach him. All the others point their weapons at the same time. Yuna knows that unlike the forest, there's nowhere to hide here. Since the sand limits movement, they have no other choice. Then Horeng apologizes to his colleague. After that, he jumps with both feet at the masked man. The assassin bursts into laughter, and Yuna doesn't understand because of the betrayal. Horeng shouts for the protagonist to fuse his feet. And that's exactly what he does quickly. The apostle kicks right where Pumpkin is defending, and Horeng launches himself at the assassins like a missile. With that, the shooters' necks are snapped in a second, since it's the sand that limits their movements. The apostle just has to avoid stepping on it. Horeng bounces from one thug to another. The Dako brothers are impressed by the Chinese man's speed, but for Peter, it's not just about speed. He was able to break the wrists of everyone in his path. One of the assassins, armed with a knife, decides to go after the one who looks weakest. He runs to attack while there's still time. Peter knows Raphael is probably watching this fight. He needs to do something about that urgently. The masked man heads toward the brothers, and they're already very worried about getting involved in this fight. Uncle Pumpkin jumps, and the brothers prepare to fight. Once again, they say their goodbyes to this life. Laughing hard, the assassin jumps to take down the 3 fools in front of him all at once. But in midair, he realizes something is wrong. The masked man isn't hiding. He steps on the assassin's foot and gets ready to strike, landing a machine gun-like barrage of punches. Even the assassin can't understand how this masked guy can be so strong. The brothers think they were the ones who took down the guy with the knife. Horeng noticed that Uncle Pumpkin used the blind spot in the cameras and pretended to slip to take down the opponent. So the credit for the victory went to the other two. The suspicions about Pumpkin were right. Yuna doesn't want to waste time and grabs the flare to alert the others on the island. She fires it, and a trail of fire shoots up into the sky. Raffle's secretary reports that for some reason, Teddy took down all the other assassins they sent. So the leader asks if there was anyone else there besides the apostle. Again, the secretary says there was a guy in a mask, but he took one of the assassins down by luck, and now the group is launching a flare. Maybe Teddy betrayed Glory, the secretary suggests. Raffle says that if it were anyone else, maybe that'd be true. But never the god of Kowloon, who once ruled the entire continent. The leader looks at the image of Tadeu tied up. That man would never betray him. Never. Since that's the case, they'll just observe for now. The test members start to gather. Yuna announces that the test is over. Everyone needs to leave as fast as possible. Peter agrees that his friend is right. Everyone must escape. She orders everyone to head to the boats. But Horeng cuts her off. The apostle says that before they leave the island, he needs to find Peter. Since he arrived on this island, the Chinese man hasn't seen any old man who looks like his target. So maybe Peter's appearance isn't obvious. But by chance, Horeng has a few candidates in mind, people who are clearly above the level they pretend to be. Why are they pretending to be rank D? Maybe it has something to do with Peter. And besides, the apostle hadn't noticed before, but he lost sight of the protagonist again. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it seems. The last ranked and Pumpkin were never in the same place at the same time. Horing has already figured out that the masked man and the protagonist are the same person, but the question is whether he might be connected to Peter. The masked man is going to try to deflect, but the apostle interrupts him. Horing says it's very simple to solve this situation. Just take off the mask and that's it. But what if Uncle Pumpkin doesn't want to do that? That leaves the fighter with no choice. Horing is going to have to take off the mask himself. Peter may have challenged the Chinese guy, but the truth is, he's cornered. Not only is everyone on the island watching him right now, but Raphael is probably watching too. With cameras everywhere, everything's against him. Horing says that if he keeps scheming like this, then he'll have no choice. The fighter charges at Pumpkin, but the protagonist manages to dodge by a hair. Horing was sure he'd land a hit on the masked man. Smiling, the apostle knew Pumpkin wouldn't let him down. Like an excellent martial artist, Tidyu balances himself on a wooden stake. Everyone watching has no idea what's going on. The protagonist knows that as long as he's wearing the mask, he won't be able to use his full strength. Our hero goes in for a strike, but Horang says he's being too predictable. Before he can hit, the apostle jumps back, but it seems he wasn't aiming at Horang. The idea was to kick up sand and block his vision. Taking advantage of the moment, our hero charges in, causing more explosions of sand. The spectators can't believe they're watching two D-rankers fight. Then a girl says she's seen something like this before. A long time ago, she saw an A-ranker in combat, and just being in the same space made her feel breathless. In that moment, she knew she'd never be able to fight like that, not even if she trained her whole life. But it wasn't just about strength, she says. It felt surreal. The two exchange blows at an incredible speed. Yuna knows her friend can't go all out because of the cameras. She has no idea what he's thinking, because everything that's happened so far has made Yuna afraid of Horang. But thankfully, her friend is still the strongest. The apostle is knocked back by a hit, and that makes him really happy. For a second, Horang thinks his opponent copied his move, but at the last moment, the kick shifts direction. The apostle's perfected strike lands and sends him flying. Everyone is in shock from what they just witnessed. Horang is thrilled that Mr. Pumpkin is truly strong. Without a doubt, the apostle is having fun, so much that he wonders if they've met before. Peter finds it strange that even now, his opponent isn't showing his true power. The protagonist tells Horang to stop showing off and just reveal what's so special about him, his true special ability. The apostle agrees that it's not very polite of him. When Horang drops his glasses, the protagonist realizes what his opponent is about to do. With a fluid hand movement, the Kung Fu master says there's no turning back now, since it was our hero who asked for it. Raphael watches everything through the security cameras. He was sure someone among the D-ranks was in disguise. Now his goal is to unmask him and reveal to the world who he really is. The secretary asks, a bit worried, if that man really is Peter. Maybe Tidyu is in danger. Raphael asks his colleague if he likes track and field. A bit confused, the secretary asks if his boss is talking about running, and Raphael says that's right. The leader of Glory explains what he thinks about someone who reacts the moment a starting gun goes off. They respond in 0.1 seconds. For the secretary, that would be amazing, but Raphael disagrees. In fact, that person would be disqualified because everyone would assume they anticipated the gun rather than heard it. Because in theory, a human being's reaction time can't be 0.1 seconds. What he's trying to say is very simple. Tidyu's strength is superhuman. Until Peter figures out the secret behind those arms, he needs to be careful. But suddenly, an attack comes flying at him. Horang apologizes, but says it's time for the masked man to fall. The apostle is way faster than before, but the protagonist believes he can counter. Raphael says that no one could defeat Tidyu because his reaction time is 0. With superhuman precision, the apostle lands multiple hits at once on his opponent. The visual data goes straight from his brain to his muscles, with no processing delay. Peter has no idea what just happened to him. Horang tells Uncle Pumpkin to hang in there. They're just getting started. Someone with superhuman abilities. This is the god of Kowloon. The apostle tells his opponent he'll need to be tough if he wants to endure all 888 of his techniques. The techniques of Kowloon are impossible to dodge. The protagonist's eyes can only see the rain of strikes coming his way. His whirlwind of hits is called the barrier of 100 instant blows. Peter falls, injured and with his clothes torn. Yuna can't believe what she's seeing. The Dako brothers wonder if this is the end for their uncle. Horang is pleased to see that his enemy's body isn't completely destroyed. Peter knows he can't hold back anymore or keep fighting only as Pumpkin. At the same time, he can't let Raphael discover his identity. The moment has come for the apostle to take off the mask. Peter is out of options. He doesn't know what to do. But someone has come to help our hero. Yuman defends her friend. She wants to try and talk things out. Somehow, she wants to protect her friend's identity. Horang finds the situation complicated, but it's best if she steps aside. Because if she doesn't, he'll be forced to respond in kind. She says that if he doesn't stop, then she'll have to react. But in a flash, the apostle is already past her. Yuna collapses to the ground. For some reason, her body won't move anymore. Back to the main subject. No one is going to stop the apostle from taking off the mask now. Raphael almost dives into the PC from the excitement. No one else can help Peter. Glory is about to win this battle and cement themselves as the best in the world. The leader shouts for Tidyu to take off the mask already, and without hesitation, the apostle grabs the orange mask and rips it off. Yuna screams in defeat. To everyone's surprise, it's not who they thought it was, but rather another apostle, Kajio, or rather Simon, which leaves Horang confused as to why he's on this island. Even Raphael gets it. It should have been Peter there. At that moment, someone walks in to report that they've got a problem. The leader demands the info straight. Peter is attacking Glory. Kageo can't accept that his master is going to that island because his identity will be revealed. He asks to accompany his master. In that case, Peter tells Kageo to be him. The protagonist wants him to go in disguise. Disguised as a D rank, and when the signal is given, he'll show up. So they'll stay disguised as his master while Peter is somewhere else. But the order is to avoid any confrontation with the other apostles. However, Kageo says that with his cursed blood, he can defeat anyone. But that's exactly why he must avoid fighting, because that technique would reveal who he really is. But to the disciple, even with the switch, suspicions that Peter is on the island won't disappear, which is why the protagonist has a plan. With that, Sumu's suspicions disappeared completely. Horing can't believe how that's even possible. The apostle asks why Simon is here. With a shameless grin, Kageo says, surprise to his old colleague. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, asking who Horing is looking for. Things just got more complicated, since these two aren't the same person, like the apostle thought. Awkwardly, the apostle apologizes to his battered colleague. He even thought Kageo wanted to come back to the group in disguise. He even says he didn't mean to, just apologize to the boss and everything's fine. But something still feels off. The face of the lowest rank was covered in blood. What had he been doing? Peter knows that even if he's suspicious, there's no way to figure out what really happened. They put blood on his face on purpose to trick him. Kageo just gets up and walks off, and the other apostle follows, still apologizing. The brothers are really confused about what just happened. Their master and the crazy Chinese guy are friends. Later, both brothers start teasing the protagonist for getting lost along the way. With that, the Death Island test came to an end. In the report, the test was interrupted due to an external attack, so everyone who survived passed, and those who remain will be able to leave the island alive. The real pumpkin wakes up with a huge bump on his head. His pocket is full of licenses. Now at least no one will suspect anymore that Peter is acting as a D rank inside Glory. Now that Raphael has had his fun, it's his turn. The leader can't understand how his target is attacking his base at this moment, but apparently it's true. Peter showed up at Kowloon's base. Even Raphael can't believe it. He asks if his employee is really sure about what he's saying, and the poor guy just stares at the monitor. With a bit of apprehension, he turns to check. Several thugs are supposedly chasing after Peter. In the alley, the soldiers tell the old man to surrender if he doesn't want to get hurt. The old man asks if they really think he walked into a dead end. One of the bald guys wants to confront him, but another starts to think they were lured here. The supposed Peter says he had to do this to gather them all in one place. Then he jumps into the air, heading into the fight. One of the henchmen is thrown far and has his weapon stolen. Like lightning, the old man slashes through everyone in a perfect combo. Several messages report that all the units are being taken down one by one. Peter is destroying Kowloon, but Raphael cannot afford to lose this place. Never, ever. Kowloon cannot be destroyed under any circumstances. Old Peter watches the whole place burn, but Simon takes off his mask and says his brother was right. There's something rotten about this place. At that moment, the swordsman can't believe Kageo's switched sides so easily, especially because just looking at his face makes his severed arm start to ache again. Chuan tries to intervene before things get worse. She says she doesn't like him either, but everything has an explanation. But Simon doesn't care about explanations. The swordsman can't accept him as someone on the same side. He's going to cut him down before he sheds any blood. For a second, there's no expression on Kageo's face, but something changes. Simon gets ready to fight, but what he didn't expect was a sincere apology. Maybe a simple apology isn't enough. So Kageo offers his arm as compensation. Looks like the ex-Yakuza wants to settle things with an eye for an eye. The protagonist just watches to see how things unfold. Then Simon really goes to cut off the arm. Juwon screams for him not to do it. Kageo doesn't move, not even for a second. The blade stops at his skin at the very last moment. Apparently, the guy had no intention of dodging. Simon tells Kageo to take his arm back, but the memory stays. For the rest of his life, that arm is no longer his. From now on, that arm belongs to Brother Peter. Juwon is relieved. Kageo's blood would have ruined all the furniture in the place. But things seem to get even weirder. The young apostle says that from now on, he'll call Simon his mentor, and that makes the old man really happy. Then the swordsman complains about an itch on his back, but he doesn't have an arm to reach it, and Kageo quickly volunteers to help. To Juwon, both Simons are ridiculous. Then she confirms if that guy was really Apostle Tadeo. The hacker just doesn't understand why her boss isn't surprised, but he says he already expected it. In that case, she wants to know why Peter sent Simon to Kowloon. The swordsman says that while he was searching for his brothers, he discovered what Raphael was hiding in that underworld. For the leader of Glory to hide a secret in a lawless place like that, it must be someone he really wants to keep hidden. If that's Peter's weakness, then they're declaring open war on Raphael, which will be very difficult. Glory is now a much greater force than it ever was. That's why Peter never expected to fight alone. Nowadays, Raphael has far too many powerful people for the protagonist to handle on his own. Our hero pulls out a bottle of special liquor. Because he plans to gain allies, Juwon has no idea who those allies might be. The Apostle brothers are well hidden. But Peter replies that his brothers are right there with him. Everyone gets excited about going all the way with the protagonist. As our hero pours the drinks, Juwon says that since he's going to make his own apostles, maybe they could use Natno, but that no longer matters. From now on, Raphael is going to be even stronger. Raphael slams the concrete table, breaking it in anger. He orders them to inform Tadeu that Peter is in Kowloon. Furious, he vows to capture and end that old man. Juwon says that's exactly what she was talking about. How is the protagonist going to deal with the numbers? The enemy might have thousands. Peter finds it funny she said that because it's easy to calculate. The hacker is still confused about what he means. All they have to do is each defeat 1,000, and it's all taken care of. In the underworld of Kowloon is the clan leader. Taegyu has placed all his men on watch as he waits for his encounter with Peter. Raffle tells them to get ready to receive the Diamond Brothers. The secretary asks why they're receiving 2 people from Kowloon's underworld. It's because of the apostle position, obviously. Speaking of bad omens, it looks like they've arrived. The Diamond Brothers come in already asking if the leader is really giving them the spot. Raffle says yes, but only if they manage to take down Peter. In a second, the 2 leap onto the table, demanding that this time the leader had better keep his promise, because for them that position always belonged to the Diamond Brothers. One of the guards orders them to back away from his boss immediately. To one of the assassins, it makes no sense for these men to be using a weapon. Using something like that is a sign that you're weak. So one of the brothers crushes the pistol with his bare hand. Afterward, they say they'll be back soon, and they'll return with Peter's remains, which is exactly what Raphael is hoping for. When you step into Kowloon's underworld, there's no telling what awaits you. Jiwon wonders what the leader might be hiding in that underworld. Then Kejio remembers something his former boss once said. He said that the most important element for world domination was in Kowloon. So Kejio is certain that if they manage to eliminate that element, it'll be a major blow to glory. Jiwon hopes her boss's plan works out. The hacker says the protagonist needs to meet up with Simon first. Another thing they don't know is what could happen there. Peter tells her not to worry because blending in is as natural to him as breathing. But on the other hand, someone else doesn't have that same common sense. That's when Simon arrives, dressed like a mafia boss. The protagonist asks why his friend doesn't just grab a megaphone and announce he's a foreigner. Changing the subject, the swordsman says things are a bit complicated. Since Simon visited that place, surveillance has gotten tighter. Also, they seem much more alert about foreigners than before. That, combined with Peter's public appearance, shows there's something fishy going on. But the most important part is the Shadow Society. The protagonist asks if he's talking about the Continental Reapers. They can't be compared to the last enemies they faced. These are the best fighters funded by glory. And then there are the Masters, Blade, and Guardian Diamond, strong enough that they were even apostle candidates. A peculiar and complicated mission. So Peter says they should get going, but Simon asks if he didn't hear anything that was just said. The Shadow Society knows its own people very well, so disguises won't work. But nobody said anything about a disguise. Peter explains that they're going to enter boldly through the front door. Simon is impressed by what his brother just implied. The protagonist is literally walking in through the front. One of the guards alerts his boss that someone is coming. If that's his brother's will, then Simon will give even his last arm to help. Suddenly, all the men bow and sweat in front of the master's disciple. Even the swordsman is left speechless. There's a very simple reason why Peter's entrance wasn't difficult for him. Taegyu arrives all cheerful, greeting our hero. Horing tells his friend he doesn't need to act so formal around him. The apostle says he's going to show Peter around the place. One of the fighters doesn't like having to treat a weird foreigner with so much respect, especially someone who looks like a spoiled rich kid. With that face that's never risked his life, they're hoping the protagonist suffers at the hands of Master Diamond. But the question remains, how did this random guy get accepted as the master's disciple? Peter knows everyone there is curious about him. Back on the island as everyone was leaving, Horing says goodbye to everyone. Even though he'd like to chat more, he's got serious matters to handle. Then our hero casually drops that he knows Peter is in the underworld, which catches Horing completely off guard. It's very clear that the apostle is involved with what happened, hence the rush. Peter thinks about how to keep him from getting away. The protagonist calls out to Horing. Then he starts rambling about how impressed he was by the Chinese man's skills. Because of all that, he says he'd like to learn under his guidance. To prove he's serious, the protagonist even kneels down. The Dako brothers say their friend is such an opportunist. Horing says that normally he doesn't accept disciples, but he's willing to make a deal. If our hero can touch a single strand of his hair, then the apostle will accept him. And of course, Peter agrees to the challenge. Even the brothers think this idea is insane. Without complication, our hero grabs his hair. No one believes that alone would be enough for Horing to accept him. But yes, the apostle now has a disciple. Peter comments that he's never been to Kowloon's underworld before. It's his first time. What's interesting is that it's nothing like he expected. In fact, the place is quite luxurious. It used to be different, but because of Raphael, things have changed. Thanks to the leader of glory, the place had a second life. But Peter finds it strange that everywhere he looks, it's just militia. The apostle says the residents aren't here right now. But unfortunately, that's a secret. Now putting that aside, Taegyu asks if the protagonist knows Peter. The apostle says he finds that legendary assassin very impressive. Just his presence was enough to shake the whole organization. And to be clear, Taegyu holds no grudge against Peter, but he does need to find him. When that happens, the apostle will end his life. As a warning, the protagonist should be careful because the fearsome assassin is hiding here in the underworld. So it's better for the hero to stay close to the apostle. That way he can protect him. 2 members of the order watch from a distance. Both are hoping the Diamond Masters crush the newcomers. One of them asks if the Masters fought the apostles, who would win. Rumor has it that inside Glory, there's someone with more power than anyone else in the world. One of the thugs even says that if that's true, then this person would be stronger than the Masters. His friend quickly warns him to be careful with what he says. At that moment, out of nowhere, the wall of the room explodes. The 2 men stare in shock. It's the Diamond Masters in person, the Guardian and the Diamond Blade, leaders of the Shadow Society. The Guardian grabs his thug by the head. Then he says that if a guy was curious, he just had to ask. If someone has doubts, they have to see for themselves. Without mercy, the Guardian crushes the thug's head. They always wanted to show that they're greater than any apostle. Now they'll have the chance by capturing Peter and bringing his body to Raphael. Simon says things are getting rough. They're hunting our hero, even outside of Kowloon with fire in their eyes. The swordsman is well disguised, so he's fine, and the protagonist already knows his friend is dressed like a beggar. Simon says that the more he thinks about it, the more resentful he gets. While he's out there suffering, Peter is doing just fine. But the hero says he's also in a tough situation. The swordsman says that his brother is probably sitting on the edge of a building, smoking a cigarette without a care in the world. While one becomes the apprentice of the leader, others have to fight rats for food. Life really is tough. At least the good part is that, from the inside, our hero will have an easier time finding out what Raphael is hiding. But Peter says he has a big problem being in this position. He gives a simple example. If you're a veteran in a company and someone above you shows up who's a rookie, how would you feel? Simon says he cut off his own right arm. That's why Peter is now a target for dozens of members of the Shadow Society. Then he asks if his brothers agree with him. The two hidden assassins don't understand how their target knew they were there. Peter says they shouldn't be surprised. As soon as he entered the apartment, it was easy to notice how the place was too clean. The place was prepared to receive him. They even removed all the dishes from the kitchen. With no choice, the assassins reveal themselves and say that, unfortunately, there won't be any welcome party. The protagonist is also pretty disappointed about that. After all, how is he supposed to make an entrance now? One of the men thinks their target is full of himself just for being the master's disciple, but our hero says that's actually a pretty good reason to be full of himself. The two say the hero will soon find out that the rope he's holding onto is very thin. Then they both leap at Peter. Both assassins know that without weapons, there's no way their target can defend himself. But without realizing it, one of the goons is floating, hanging by the telephone cord wrapped around his neck. Then in the blink of an eye, our hero grabs the tablecloth to show how even that can be one hell of a weapon. Then the hero throws a towel to block his opponent's vision. With the two tied up, Peter wishes them sweet dreams. The protagonist asks if Simon still wants his position as a disciple. Then his friend says he's fine living like a beggar, but it's still strange. He's a disciple of the master of the Shadow Society. And even so, these guys had the audacity to carry out such an open attack. What could be going on? One of the men goes to the Diamond Masters to deliver the message. He informs them that the assassins failed their mission. But luckily, they didn't lose their lives, though that doesn't seem to be good news. Immediately, the Guardian gets angry. The underling kneels down and begs for a second chance. Not even the messenger understands why the masters are so upset that one of their own is still alive. Suddenly, the man hears laughter. The two masters laugh out loud because they've already gotten what they wanted. The truth is that the sect leader doesn't care about anyone but himself. So how does someone like that even have a disciple? He's probably scheming something and they plan to use that to their advantage. Taku says his sweet skewer tastes amazing. He even offers some to his apprentice, but he declines. The apostle asks if the accommodations are good, and Peter says everything is perfect. Now the protagonist is certain something's wrong. Someone tried to assassinate the disciple of the organization's leader, and he doesn't even know it. Taku asks if the society is treating him well. After thinking of the best response, our hero says they treat him so well that he's barely reacted until now. Then Peter asks why Taku calls him Shandi, but the society members don't. The question catches the apostle by surprise. But then the leader concludes that of course the protagonist would notice something like that. He's so observant, almost like an old man. Our hero suggests maybe it's because Taku only joined the society later on. And it turns out he's right. To simplify, the apostle is the only one who already lived in Kowloon. The Shadow Society are mercenaries hired to catch Peter. No one here likes him, and if the Diamond Masters catch the legendary assassin first, they'll take his place and get rid of him. Our hero finds it funny that he's saying all this while smiling, but the apostle sees no problem with it. Then Taku asks if he would lose to the Masters. But the hero's question is whether the apostle wants Peter just to avoid being defeated. But apparently it's not just that. Taku says it's because of something else. This building is the reason the apostle wants to capture Peter. The truth is, this place is Taku's mother's home. He needs to catch Peter to protect his mother. At that moment, someone seems to scream. The hero is stunned by what he sees. The two assassins were humming the street. They're exactly the two who came after him. What doesn't make sense is how this happened, because they were alive until now. Peter doesn't understand why this is happening. It makes no sense. Taku asks if the protagonist has seen those two before. To our hero, maybe he's just found a reason for this to have happened. All the soldiers nearby stop what they're doing and welcome the Diamond Masters. The Guardian says he was informed about the incident, that these two men went to visit the leader's disciple to show respect. Facing the two giants, the protagonist confirms they're right. The Guardian continues, saying those two were with the disciple, and now they're in that state. Peter says yes, they were found that way after visiting him, but one thing has nothing to do with the other. Taku just watches with his cold eyes. The Diamond Blade says they'll show whether or not it's related. They ask him to see the truth with his own eyes. The hallway cameras show the two men entering the protagonist's room, but never coming out. The master asks if his brother from the society has anything to say now. Peter has already figured out what the attack was meant to do. The problem is, as a disciple, things won't end there. The Guardians say the sect leader knows the rules well. He knows what happens in the sect when members fight each other without cause. The order is immediate execution. All around, eyes are watching the situation, and doing this in front of everyone makes the situation irreversible. The Diamond Master then gives the order to begin the execution. At that moment, Peter is surrounded from all sides. The apostle tells them to wait and asks his friend to defend himself. He knows he wasn't the one who did this. Tenju knows that, to the Diamond Masters, the presence of his disciple holds no significance, so the target must be someone else. The Guardian says he almost forgot. The blame should fall on the leader, since he's the one who brought a criminal here. Therefore, the situation remains the same. Even as the leader of the sect, the laws still apply to him, and there lies the true objective of the masters. All of this is about Tadyu's life. The other henchmen like the idea of the Diamond Masters becoming the new leaders, but the apostle finds it hilarious that these two eggheads aren't just using their heads as decoration. One of the masters gets really angry and says the leader better watch his tongue. But to Tadyu, all this effort is just funny, you know. All these schemes just to try and bring him down. The apostle says they should just challenge him directly anytime, which angers the two Diamond Masters even more. To provoke him, the blade says the leader should remember he has a family to protect. In the very next second, a foot strikes his chin. The impact is incredibly strong, causing a shockwave. Peter just watches to see how the situation unfolds. Those nearby even doubt it was a human kick. But the next sight is even more impressive. The master blocked the leader's kick. Peter thinks that even if the kick wasn't at full strength, that block is still impressive. The title of Apostle Candidate was not an exaggeration. Right after, the master says that Tadyu talks a lot but doesn't deliver. To him, compared to the apostle's arrogant words, his footwork is far below expectations. The apostle responds that he's the one who talks too much. So the bald old man better not back down now. One of the henchmen is too scared to move and get caught in the middle of this fight. The only certainty is that one of them won't leave alive. In a flash, Peter steps between the two. The Blade Master tells his society brother not to rush. His turn will come. But the protagonist says there's no need for the Great Master to go that far, because he has something that proves his innocence. The protagonist says it wasn't hard to predict what would happen. The house was very tidy, so excitedly, our hero decided to cook dinner. But he noticed there weren't any kitchen utensils. A bit disappointing because besides cooking, the knives could have helped him defend himself if things got dangerous. So the hero prepared to defend himself another way. Two drunks had entered the wrong house. They were so out of it that nothing he said made sense to them. So he just offered his bed so they could get some sleep. But the real problem started after that. Once they fell asleep, Peter left the room. And right after, someone came looking for their friends and very politely took the two away. Now the question is, how will this story end? It seems the master has no option left. Both masters apologize for the unnecessary confusion, but Peter says the apology should be directed to the great leader. The Blade Master is furious about being humiliated like this. With no choice, the Diamond Masters apologize for the misunderstanding. Tadyu bursts out laughing the whole situation. Since it's over, the apostle takes his disciple away. The masters swear revenge against the two brats. Tadyu stands on top of the building looking at a photo. Someone asks what he's looking at. It's the protagonist who speaks, and the apostle says he's not doing anything special. He's just looking at the only copy of his family photo. Peter says they look like a happy family in that picture. Tadyu says his father passed away shortly after he was born and he barely remembers his mother. Nothing much. One rainy day, his mother promised that when the rain stopped, she'd come back. But that was the last time he saw her. The apostle realizes he's talking too much and decides to stop. Then the protagonist says he invades him, because at least he has a family he can remember. Tadyu asks if Peter doesn't have any family photos. Then our hero remembers a little girl crying. He has no family, not even a photo. The apostle says this whole story feels just like the old days of glory. Peter says that when all this is over, he'd like to take a photo with his brothers. Tadyu gets excited about the new idea. The two can become true brothers, martial partners. That way, they could eat Chinese sweets forever. Something seems to stir inside Peter, but he replies that he doesn't like those kinds of sweets. Tadyu says he should try living life a little more lightly. After a moment, the hero says he'll think about the whole brotherhood thing. At the master's base, one of them is once again working on a sculpture. But just remembering the humiliation makes him break his tool. He wants to finish off those two brats once and for all. Someone arrives with a message that Peter has shown up. He tells his secretary to just speak already, but the man keeps stalling. A broadcast begins to play with a voice claiming to be Peter, saying he's throwing a party in the underworld tomorrow. If anyone wants to see him, just show up. And as for what to bring to the party, it's nothing special. Just adult diapers, intelligence, and weapons. But the party location is secret. That's yet another thing that makes the master angry. An old man with one foot in the grave toying with him. Before the broadcast ends, there's one more message, asking if everyone has already eaten. Out of patience, one of the masters destroys the speaker with a punch. Besides the two punks, they need to catch Peter too, everything at once. It promised to hang the legendary assassin at the gates of Kowloon. Tadyu says he doesn't understand why Peter is provoking everyone, but still it doesn't matter. It will all end once the assassin is captured. The hard part will be competing with the Diamond Masters, who are also trying to capture the same target as the Apostle. Our hero is about to say he'll help his master, but Tadyu interrupts him. He doesn't want to put his friend in danger. Besides, he's the one who's going to defeat Peter. Simon in disguise is already feeling excited because this reminds him a lot of the old days. He even starts wondering how many people will show up. Now it's time to get this party started. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.